Mr. President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into this country when Joe Biden was president, when the Democrats were in the majority in this body. 10 million illegal immigrants. Democrats now want to make those same illegal immigrants have an impact on the outcome of elections in our nation. Democrats continue to be the party of open borders and illegal voters. Mr. President, last week the Department of Homeland Security arrested an illegal immigrant who had voted in every federal election since 2008. He voted in the state of Pennsylvania, which of course is a swing state where the outcomes are decided on razor-thin majorities. Every single time he voted, he signed a federal form. The form stated, "I am a citizen of the United States." Every single time he signed, every single time he lied. He's not a citizen, and he knew it was a crime for him to vote. He voted anyway because he could get away with it. That's fraud, it's a federal crime, and it happens over and over and over again. The Democrats enable it. The reason it happens over and over again is that Democrats fight every single effort that we have to stop it. They don't want it to end. They want it to continue, and they want more of it. That includes the bill that is before us today, the Save America Act. Yesterday, Republicans put every single Democrat in this chamber on the record. Now, all of America knows Republicans support voter photo identification. Democrats do not. The Save America Act requires two things. One is to show a photo ID in order to vote. The second, of course, is to show proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. This is common sense. I believe only citizens of our country should be allowed to vote in our elections. I also believe that you should have to show a photo ID in order to vote. Now, the great majority of Americans agree with me, Mr. President, and that's regardless of which party that person happens to be a member of. The American people overwhelmingly agree that American elections should be decided by American citizens. You know what the minority leader said here this Monday afternoon, right here on this floor? He called that concept that I just outlined, he called it fringe. Well, let me tell you what fringe is, and I'll show you why. Mr. President, today 19 states, as well as the District of Columbia, issue driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. And they do it without any proof of citizenship. Show up and get a license. Many of these same states, obtaining a driver's license automatically registers someone to vote. No citizenship checks, no additional steps, no questions asked, no accountability. 19 states. And the minority leader on the floor the other day said that one of the things he didn't like about the Save America Act is he said it would prevent automatic registration when people get their licenses in these places. Well, they're not supposed to get licenses if they're not citizens, and certainly that's what I believe, and certainly if they're not citizens, they shouldn't be registered to vote automatically. That's what the Democrats are fighting for. Automatic enrollment and the voter rolls for people who are not citizens of the United States when they get a driver's license in 19 states and the district which allow illegal immigrants to obtain driver's licenses. Now, by the way, these 20 jurisdictions represent 240 votes in the electoral colleges. And I just want to point a second to look to the state of Oregon. Oregon hands out driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. When people get a driver's license in Oregon, automatically registered to vote. As a result, from 2021 all the way through 2024, hundreds of illegal immigrants were added onto Oregon's voter rolls. Today, we're in 2026. Oregon is still scrambling to try to clean up the disaster that they created with automatic voter registration when they gave illegal immigrants a driver's license. This is the chaos that the Democrats continue to defend and are defending on this floor today. This is the problem that will be prevented by the Save America Act. As Democrats come to this floor and they fight to let illegal immigrants vote, they are simultaneously, and this is so sad, Mr. President, they are actively defunding American security. That's right. They are defunding American security. Democrats would rather stand with illegal immigrants and illegal immigrant criminals than to vote to protect law-abiding citizens. It's a shame, Mr. President. It's astonishing to many, and it's business as usual for the Democrats in this body. Mr. President, there have been 4 terror attacks on American soil in just the past 2 weeks. People have died. What have Senate Democrats done about it? Last week, Senate Democrats came to this floor and refused once again to fully fund the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. President, blood is on their hands. They don't seem to care. Fully funding the Department of Homeland Security is the best way to keep our nation safe. Yet for more than a month, Democrats have practiced the politics of pain. Democrats have defunded bomb prevention training classes. I mean, can you imagine that? People are making bombs to bomb areas of our country, to bomb individuals. Bombs were thrown at the mayor's house in New York City, at the residence there, and Democrats have defunded bomb prevention training classes. Mr. President, this includes one location after another, yet because of this shutdown of the Democrats at the Department of Homeland Security, a third of the instructors in the bombing prevention, or only a third, are on the job. Training classes are canceled. Democrats are also withholding paychecks from TSA agents. Many TSA agents live paycheck to paycheck. In communities around the country, in my state and yours, community groups, service clubs are taking up food drives to take food to the airports to give to the TSA agents because they're not getting paid because the Democrats have shut down the Department of Homeland Security. Under these circumstances, many TSA agents aren't showing up for work. Others are just quitting and getting a job where they know they'll get paid. And the problem was made worse by the Democrat shutdown last October because these TSA agents had been there, done that, not going to do it again. Travelers across the country are waiting in security lines for hours. That's happening today. And Democrats keep voting to make the wait times even longer because they refuse to fund the Department of Homeland Security. Some of them come to the floor and say, we're going to peel it apart. The Department of Homeland Security was set up after 2001 and the terror bombings of 9/11. It's a comprehensive program to protect the homeland and the people that live here, Mr. President. Democrats want to peel it apart, say, well, we'll fund this little corner, but not that portion and not this portion, and okay over here. We need this comprehensive Department of Homeland Security on the job, working, being paid, doing the training that needs to be done. Mr. President, it is astonishing that time and time again, whether it comes to the safety of our citizens, the security of our elections, Democrats once again put illegal immigrants first and American citizens last. Republicans and most Americans reject this far-left extremism of the Democrat Party. It offends so many. Republicans are going to continue to put American citizens first, at the border, in communities, and at the ballot box. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Democrat, quick.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
Ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we recently passed a tragic milestone, the 4th anniversary of Russia's full-scale war against Ukraine. I remember the morning vividly, sitting with Senator Coons, the senior senator from Delaware, on a dark early morning at the airport in Vilnius, Lithuania, a country that knows all too well the threat posed by Russia throughout history. The loss of life from Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine has been staggering, with nearly 2 million total casualties. Millions more Ukrainians have been displaced. Thousands of Ukrainian children have been abducted to Russia. President Trump bragged more times than I can remember that he would end the Ukrainian war on day one if reelected. To his credit, the United States has fostered a series of talks between Russia and Ukraine. While I strongly support American help to ensure Ukraine can defend itself, and a diplomatic resolution is always preferable, it's devastatingly clear to everyone, except it seems the president, that Putin isn't serious about reaching a peace deal in Ukraine. Putin continues to play for time, calling and manipulating President Trump at key moments, including last week, to brazenly offer help in the Middle East, while simultaneously we know Russia is giving intelligence to the Iranians to target American forces. Time and again, President Trump has only pressed Ukraine to reach a deal, never pressed Putin. And last week, Trump defied common sense when he lifted sanctions on Russian oil because of what should have been foreseen chaos in the energy markets due to his invasion in Iran. And for reasons I simply cannot explain, this chamber has refused to pass Russian sanctions legislation with more than 85 co-sponsors. Let me be clear, Putin only responds to strength. He is stringing along U.S.-led peace negotiations while relentlessly bombing Ukraine, while helping Iran target American service members. It's time for President Trump to finally learn this lesson, and for the Senate to pass legislation increasing pressure on Putin to negotiate. I yield the floor.
Minority Leader.
I understand that there are 4 bills at the desk due for a second reading en bloc.
The leader is correct. The clerk will read the titles of the bills for the second time en bloc.
S4124, a bill to prohibit funds made available to the Department of Justice from being used to make a personal payment to the President in connection with a claim that is subject to the Federal Tort Claims Act and so forth. S4125, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to impose a tax on damages received by certain officers of the United States and so forth and for other purposes. S4126, a bill to address the ineligibility of Ashley Babbitt for military funeral honors. S4127, a bill making continuing appropriations for essential transportation security administration, pay and operations, and so forth and for other purposes.
In order to place the bills on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding en bloc.
Objection having been heard, the bills will be placed on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, there are so many issues Senate Republicans could be working with us on this week that Americans actually care about. Republicans could focus on whether Americans can afford groceries, or on lowering health care premiums, or bringing down the child care costs, or fixing our power grid. But what have MAGA Republicans chosen to focus on this week? Voter suppression. That is what the Republican Senate is wasting our time on, pushing a voter suppression bill that most Americans do not support, a bill that appeals to only the most fringe element of the MAGA base. If this is the path our Republican colleagues want to take, Democrats are ready. We will hold the line to ensure the forces of voter suppression do not win the day. We will debate this bill for as long as Republicans want, because the more time we spend on this bill, the more Senate Democrats will expose it for what it really is. I heard our senator from Utah last night talk on the floor, and he talked, times I heard him, about having an ID when you go vote. This SAVE Act is not about voter ID. In fact, the original bill didn't even have a sentence about voter ID, and they had to put it in at the last minute so it could meet their subterfuge argument. Democrats support common sense voter ID, but this bill is not that, not at all. So don't lie and make it seem like that's the purpose of this bill, because it isn't. It's just a sentence that was added at the last minute so they could engage in this subterfuge. This is suppression, a MAGA power grab that could disenfranchise more than 20 million American citizens. Because what's the core of the bill? The core of the bill is handing the voter rolls over to DHS, putting them through an algorithm designed by Moj and Musk that supposedly knocks out illegal immigrants from voting. But the evidence is almost no illegal immigrants vote. And on an experiment in a county in Missouri, more than half the people knocked out were American citizens using this algorithm. Is that what the senators from Missouri or any other state want, their legitimate citizens being knocked off the ballot, being purged, and then not knowing about it until you show up to vote on Election Day and you say to the person at the election facility, well, I voted at this booth I voted at this place for 20 years. I've used the same ID. Well, you were knocked off. And to get back on is very onerous and very difficult. It's harder to re-register under this bill than it is to purchase a firearm. It's absolutely crazy. And it's all based on one fact, that Donald Trump has lied that our elections are rife with voter fraud. We know that's bull. Even the Wall Street Journal, no friend of Democrats, certainly no friend of mine, said in an editorial yesterday, the Wall Street Journal said the president's voter fraud claims aren't backed by hard evidence. And yet that's what this bill is supposedly all about. I hope every single Republican yesterday read the editorial in the Wall Street Journal, because they may not listen to us from this side of the aisle, but maybe they'll listen to the Journal. The SAVE Act makes voting harder and makes registration much harder for U.S. citizens. For U.S. citizens, the Journal notes many driver's licenses wouldn't comply, wouldn't qualify. So I ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, do you want to tell your voters, your citizen voters, that if they move and have to re-register, it's much harder? I don't think so. The Journal makes another important point. He says the SAVE Act can't save Republicans from voter anger at unpopular policies. Let me say that again. Wall Street Journal editorial page, quote, it can't save Republicans from voter anger at unpopular policies. Even the Wall Street Journal seems to recognize why Donald Trump and MAGA radicals are so obsessed with this bill. They think it will save them from what other looks like a bad November, a November where voters are fed up with Trump's policies. That's what's going on here. If Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans are so worried about November, the answer shouldn't be to take away the vote. It should try to come up with policies that are popular. Rethink their awful policies that have made life more expensive and painful for working people. If Donald Trump and Republicans are worried about November, then maybe they should have focused on lowering costs instead of kicking millions of people off health care. Maybe Donald Trump should not have started an unpopular war in the Middle East with no plan on how to get out. Maybe MAGA Republicans should stand up to Donald Trump's tariffs. A lot of them didn't like them. A headline from AP today read, Trump's tariffs are hurting American manufacturers instead of helping them. That's from the AP. Of course, Trump will say we should get rid of the AP when they don't agree with him. That's another issue. Maybe Republicans should fight against Donald Trump's corruption, his lavish gifts, his pardoning of ultra-rich fraudsters, his administration's crypto get-rich-quick schemes. But instead of doing any of these things, instead of doing what Americans want Republicans to do, MAGA radicals instead are trying to take away the vote. They want to short-circuit the mechanisms of accountability that underpin our democracy. If MAGA Republicans want to waste this week and beyond on voter suppression, we're happy to have the debate. We're happy to show the American people how radical the SAVE Act is and how out of touch Republicans have become by wasting time on this bill instead of lowering costs like people want. How they're going to, with this bill, disenfranchise millions of their own voters, Republican voters in red states, by doing this bill. On Iran. Well, we're 3.5 weeks into Donald Trump's Iran war. And today the price of Brent crude hit nearly $110 a barrel. Experts say that even if the war ended tomorrow, it would take a long time for prices to come back down. We know oil prices are sticky for going down. When oil prices spike quickly, they tend to fall very slowly. And now central banks are worried that Trump's war is driving up costs not just for energy, but for transportation, for shipping, and other key goods that pass through Middle East. Mortgage rates, after inching down, are moving back up. And the worst part is there are no signs the war is going to end tomorrow, next week, or anytime soon. Donald Trump, the old saying is, if you break it, you buy it. Donald Trump's breaking the Middle East. But now he's trying to dodge the cost and leave the American people with the bill. So I will reaffirm again what Democrats have been saying for days. We need cabinet officials to testify because the story from the administration does not add up. This morning, before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard insisted in her prepared remarks that Donald Trump's operation from last year, Midnight Hammer, did in fact, she says, obliterate Iran's nuclear enrichment program. She noted there have been no efforts since then to try and rebuild their enrichment capability. So what gives now, Tulsi? Why did Donald Trump strike Iran again if you say that Midnight Hammer did in fact obliterate the nuclear enrichment program? And of course, nobody wants a nuclear Iran. Why do the American people still not have any clear answers on the goals and timeline of this war? Secretary Rubio needs to publicly testify under oath. He must answer tough questions from both sides of the aisle, which there will be, in public. Hegseth needs to testify publicly under oath. The American people deserve to directly hear from them. They deserve answers. They deserve accountability. And they need to hear from the administration about how we're going to get out of this before it's too late. And finally, on Markwayne Mullin, Senator Mullin. He's been testifying before the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs as President Trump's nominee to be the next Secretary of Homeland Security. I will not be supporting Senator Mullin's nomination should it come before the Senate. The problems at DHS, especially at ICE and CBP, run far deeper than who's in charge. What Americans need, far more than just a change in leadership, is a change in policy. Americans demand legislation to rein in ICE and end the violence. But the White House is still refusing to engage on some of the most pressing demands Democrats have called for since day one. We're going to continue to engage the White House and congressional Republicans, but we need them to get serious about responding to the chaos we've seen in too many American cities. If ICE is not reformed and reined in, sooner or later another American citizen is at risk of getting killed. I yield the floor.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Just like to offer a few words of rebuttal to the Democrat leader. He talked about high oil prices. He didn't mention the fact when President Biden was in office and the Democrats were in charge, in June of 2022, the national average gas price reached almost $5 a gallon. That same month, inflation was 9.1%, a 40-year high. And again, that wasn't because President Biden was having to do something hard to take care of the menace that Iran was. President Biden was coddling Iran, pumping billions of dollars into their economy, into their military, into their proxies. Gasoline was $5 a gallon because of their war on fossil fuels, because of Democrat policies. So need to correct the record there. Second point I wanted to make is I heard the Democrat leader say that Democrats are, I think this is what he said, are in favor of common sense voter ID. Well, if that's the case, I'm sure we'd be happy to work with them to deliver that, because 80% of the American people agree with the picture ID to vote. 80%. It's the Democrats who refuse to put any kind of controls to ensure the security of our elections. But I think he completely mischaracterized what the senator from Utah's bill, the Save America Act, actually does. It's not going to make it harder to vote. It's going to make it harder to cheat, because Americans do not want their legitimate vote canceled by a fraudulent one. But, we're going to actually, we've got this bill on the floor. We're going to be debating it. The way the Senate debates things is we offer amendments. Republicans will be offering amendments to add to it things that, again, the American people support with 60, 70, 80% majorities. But if Democrats actually have a constructive approach to a common sense ID that 80% of Americans would agree with, talk to us. My guess, Senator Lee, would be happy to clarify the legislation to prove the fact that we're not going to make it harder to vote. We're just going to make it more difficult to cheat. So again, this ought to be, from my standpoint, a very instructive, hopefully a very productive debate over the next number of days, maybe number of weeks. This is important. In 2016, Democrats were the ones that said it wasn't a legitimate election when Donald Trump first got elected. 4 years later, tables were turned. All of a sudden, the other half of America was saying it's not a legitimate election. This is an unsustainable state of affairs. The only way to cure it is for common sense election controls to make sure that we have the integrity so that no matter who wins an election, both sides agree that that's a legitimate result. That's what we're trying to achieve as Republicans. Again, we don't want to see somebody's legitimate vote canceled by a fraudulent one. I think the fact that Democrats are opposed to virtually any, probably all, election integrity measures just proves they want to make it easy to cheat. And I'll throw in one final comment. The Baker-Carter Commission, I would call it a completely nonpartisan commission that looked at our election system and tried to identify, how can we make it as secure as possible? The one area of our elections that they thought was the greatest opportunity for fraud was absentee and mail-in balloting. So with that, in light of that fact, what did Democrats do during COVID? They took advantage of that situation and literally doubled the number of absentee ballots, while certainly in my state, in the state of Wisconsin, there were all kinds of irregularities in terms of ballots being cured by election clerks, which is not lawful, balloting in the park, improper assisting of seniors in nursing homes. There are all kinds of irregularities that, in the end, were never adjudicated. Like so many of the court cases in the 2020 election, they were just thrown out of court, dismissed, because, let's face it, our judicial system really doesn't want to get involved in elections. I don't fault them for that, but it's just a reality situation. So again, what this debate is about is making sure that every American has the confidence that their legitimate vote will not be canceled by a fraudulent one. That's what Republicans want to do. We want to make it easy to vote, but almost impossible to cheat. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
see it.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the Republican majority representing the views of the President here on the floor of the Senate are trying to engage not in a save democracy, but to steal democracy movement. That is what this entire debate is about. It's about a great fear, which the Republicans have, that because of their health care policies that are raising the price for health care for Americans across our country, because of the anger which Americans have, a dramatic spike in the price of oil and gas and home heating oil, that voters are angry across our country, that voters across our country are angry at the rise in the price for food across our nation, that voters are angry that there is a dramatic spike in the concern which Americans have about the arresting and incarceration of innocent citizens in our country who have no previous criminal records, that all of this is a part of an attempt by the Republicans to steal the election of 2026. They are afraid that they are going to go to the minority, that they will lose their power. And they know that the only way they can win now is if they steal the election. So this should not be called the SAVE Act. It should be called the Steal Act, because they are going to try to suppress the votes, especially of black and brown citizens in our country. They are going to attempt to make it very difficult for them to vote. And then, as a result, they're hoping, with their fingers crossed, that they can win a very narrow election in 2026 in our country. So democracy is on the line. And the SAVE Act, misnamed, is a direct attack upon our abilities to have free and fair elections in our nation. They want to make it very difficult for people to be able to register to vote. They want to make it very difficult for people to be able to actually vote on election day. That's their goal. Their goal is to suppress the vote, not to make it easier to vote in our nation. And rather than working with Democrats on this issue, they're just going my way or the highway. They're just going in a direction which tries to save the Republican majority this year. The SAVE Act to save the majority for the Republicans. That is right now in serious jeopardy. And even today, we see that the latest news is attacks upon further Iranian natural gas fields, which is leading to a further spike in the price for oil and gas and home heating oil in the United States of America. People are being shaken upside down at the pumps in our country. People are now paying upwards of 90 cents or $1 more for a gallon of gasoline. And that's going to mean over the course of a year, $400, $500 more out of the pockets of every American family. It's a tax. This war that is illegally and unconstitutionally being run by Trump in the Middle East, in the Persian Gulf, is a tax, first on Americans who will have to pay for that war in higher taxes. Then, as they hit the pump or pay their home heating oil bill or the natural gas bill or their electricity bill, they're going to pay another tax in terms of the higher price that they have to pay, on top of the price for lost lives. That's the highest price of all. And those lives are being lost in the conduct of an illegal war. And it's all now coming back to our homeland. It's all coming back to the price of oil, of electricity, of natural gas, of home heating oil that every American family is going to have to pay. the only way to solve this problem is to end that war. Because as the price of a barrel of oil goes from $70 a barrel to $80 a barrel to $90 a barrel to $110 a barrel, that then gets translated at the pump into $3.40 a gallon, $3.80 a gallon, $4 a gallon, $4.20 a gallon. And it's just going to continue to rise and rise and rise as long as this war continues. So it is absolutely imperative that Trump ends this war, because families at home are paying the price. And it's directly translatable into every single product which is purchased in our country, from food to the price of airline tickets to the price of transporting on trucks every single good across our country. That gets built into the price for everything that people are going to be buying this year. And so all I can say is that's what we should be debating out here. We should be debating that war. We should be debating the impact which it is having upon our economy. The stark difference between the priorities of both parties is on display here on the Senate floor right now. The Republicans are trying to suppress the vote so that voters are going to have a more difficult time in reflecting their views on Election Day this year on this dramatic spike in home heating oil and gasoline and electricity, natural gas prices in our country. They don't want people to be able to easily vote on that. They don't want people to be able to easily vote on the fact that 22 million Americans have seen a dramatic spike in the premium for their health care insurance in our nation. They don't want it to be easy at all for people to be able to vote on the price of food, the effect which naming the head of the World Wrestling Federation to be the head of the Department of Education is having upon children's ability to get access to the education they need in every city and town in our nation. The destruction of the Department of Education, that's cascading down into every community as well. That's reducing funding and requiring communities to talk about raising taxes at the local level. All of that is what we should be debating out here on the floor. And what the Republicans are saying is, no, we want to debate about suppression of the vote, reducing the number of people who can easily access the ballot box this fall in order to express their views on all of their policies. So that's really why we're here today. We're here in order to witness the Republicans' lack of priorities, their lack of focus upon the issues which the American people care most about. Gasoline prices, electricity prices, natural gas prices, home heating oil prices, as they watch every day this dramatic rise in those prices as a result of the war in the Persian Gulf, the war illegally declared by Donald Trump, with an escalation again today. Because every time they hit all of those energy facilities in the Middle East, we pay the price. Every consumer, every family pays the price at their kitchen table as they're trying to figure out their payment of the bill that they are responsible to pay for their family, for energy in our country. So that's what we should be debating. And it should be an all-out debate. And we should be having the hearings on this issue. We're not having those hearings. We're not having that debate. The only thing that the Republicans want to talk about is the suppression of the vote, especially in minority communities, and especially in the states that have the highest probability of electing Democratic senators and House members this year. That is what this is all about. It's why Trump tried to cut a deal with Minneapolis on the day that Alex Preddy was murdered, and the White House, his administration said to Minnesota, if you give us access to your voting rolls, then we'll negotiate with you on pulling ICE out. And then they sent in Tulsi Gabbard into Georgia just to try to grab all the election materials at Fulton County. All as a prelude to, as the president says, the invocation of the Insurrection Act, which means the activation of the Marines and the Army in order to be deployed on Election Day in 2026 to suppress the vote, and we know where he wants to do that, in the states that they're most afraid of losing this year to the Democratic Party. And when he talks about the nationalization of elections, of course, it's in complete violation of the United States Constitution, which gives that power to the states. So we're heading towards a constitutional crisis later on this year. Donald Trump is a walking, talking constitutional crisis, roaming around the Oval Office every single day, trying to figure out how to avoid any accountability, any checks and balances that would be imposed by the United States Congress or by the Supreme Court upon his actions. That is where we are right now. That is the status of the United States of America. And that's why Democrats are going to be standing up and making this case to the American people that they're trying to suppress the vote in order to protect all of the impacts which their misbegotten policies have had upon ordinary families in our country. They're living with the consequences economically at home. And the Republicans today, by their actions with their attempt to pass their Steal the Election Act, are trying to make it very difficult for the American people to make the Republican Party accountable. So, Mr. President, with that, I yield back.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
Mr. President, I'm so grateful for the remarks of my colleague and friend from the great state of Massachusetts and for his voice on this very important issue. I rise today as a child of the civil rights movement, as the blessed beneficiary of its bold moral witness in America, and as a member of only the second generation of our nation to have full and fair access to the right to vote. Some have argued that in a real sense, our country did not really become a democracy until 1965, when there were those who stood up with courage and challenged the nation to live up to its ideals. I stand here today and I'm able to work in this building on behalf of the people of Georgia. What an honor to represent 11 million people, to carry on this grand experiment called democracy. But it's never far from my memory that at the time of my birth, Georgia's two senators were Richard B. Russell and Herman E. Talmadge. In many ways, they were effective. They brought great things back to the state of Georgia, but we would not be honest. We would not be telling the full story if we did not remember that they were both arch segregationists and unabashed adversaries of the civil rights movement, which sought to expand the electorate, to ensure that this is a house where every American citizen has a voice. Senator Talmadge once said, "We love the Negro in his place, and his place is at the back door." Well, it is a testament to the greatness of this country that I sit in his seat, because there were those who stood up to fight for the highest ideals of our country. I reference that history because it is relevant in this moment. Nearly 62 years ago to the day, those two Georgia senators along with other Southern senators, began a weeks-long effort to prevent people who look like me and my parents and my children from fully participating in our democracy. They were trying to narrow the electorate. And so I find it interesting and ironic that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have been leading this effort dared in recent days to reference this very history, which is the cause for my being here in the first place. One of them pointed out the fact that when we entered the debate about the civil rights legislation and trying to push it into law, that there were those who stood up day after day, week after week. And he dared to enlist that history as if somehow that was some inspiration for what they are trying to do in this moment. Let me be very clear. You are on the other side of that history. You're on the side of those who are trying to narrow the electorate. And so if you want to pass the SAVE Act, that is your prerogative. If you want to argue that folks have to have a birth certificate or a passport just to be able to register to vote in a country where most Americans do not have a passport, if you want to effectively disenfranchise women, disenfranchise poor people, working class people who have to struggle for the right to vote, that is your prerogative. But be very clear, you are not on the side of the movement, you're on the other side of that history. Fight for this if you will. But you ought to leave the civil rights movement and Martin Luther King Jr.'s name out of your mouth. This country goes through moments where the electorate expands, and then it goes through moments when it contracts. And we're in a contraction moment. We're in a moment where, in the words of the administration itself, it was a cabinet official in the White House herself who said that we just want to make sure that, quote, the right people are voting. The right people. The right people are voting. That was the argument in the 1960s. And had those who wanted to make sure that the, quote, right people were voting, had they prevailed, I would not be standing here today. I don't believe in the right people. I believe in we the people. We the people. We the people. That is not just the first three words of our charter document. It is a creed. We the people. Every American citizen must have access to the franchise, and it must not be treated as a privilege. It is a right. And when you put up unnecessary barriers, you undermine that basic understanding that the franchise is not a privilege, it's a right. I often say that a vote is a kind of prayer for the world we desire for ourselves and for our children. And our prayers are stronger when we pray together. There are no right or wrong people. There's only the American people. And they put up this SAVE Act arguing that they want to make sure that it's only Americans who are voting, but they have demonstrated, they have provided no evidence that voter fraud is a real thing through voter identification. We know that this will disenfranchise thousands, if not millions, of Americans. We have no evidence that this is a problem that actually needs to be solved, and yet they have shut down much of the business of the Senate in order to do this. They are hell-bent on getting this done. Donald Trump said that this is his #1 priority, and so it begs the question, why is this his #1 priority? With all the things going on in our country, why is this the main thing that he feels he must get done? Why is he afraid? I'll tell you why. It's because that he knows that he has broken every promise he made. He said that he was going to lower your costs. Instead, he's doubled health care premiums for 22 million Americans. His tariffs have cost the average family over $1,000 a year. Gas prices are spiking and show no sign of coming down anytime soon, but this is his #1 priority. He said he was going to be the president of peace, but he has attacked 17 countries and counting. And yet again, we find ourselves entangled in another endless war with no end game and no idea of what victory even looks like. All the while, we have important problems right here at home. Donald Trump promised to support our farmers, and instead he's raised the cost of fertilizer and hamstrung their exports. And farmers all across Georgia are suffering as a result. And so that's really what this is all about. Donald Trump is a failed president, and his support is collapsing. I hear it all across Georgia, in rural towns bearing the brunt of the president's immigration policies and farmers dealing with the realities of a trade war. This president claims to be America first, but in the name of protecting United States citizens, his deportation machine has seized over 170 citizens. They've shot and killed 2 American citizens on a quiet street. I went to stand where they lost their lives. In a real sense, I felt like I was standing on holy ground. Ground made sacred by the blood of patriots who stood up against abusive authority under the color of law. To remind us that at the end of the day, this is our country. We the people. We the people. Not the powerful interests who can write big checks to keep politicians in office, we the people. Not the lobbyists, we the people. Not the American oligarchs, we the people. And now they want to prevent even more citizens from voting, from making our voices heard. They want to block our ability to stand up in November and say, enough is enough. And so the president is panicking. He's doing what he always does. He's attacking our elections so that you cannot fire his foot soldiers in Congress. It is pathetic. He looks to me like a scared human being who knows that behind the curtain is a tiny man. We will not be intimidated. Our voices will not be silenced. president continues to push the lies that he spread after he lost in 2020 to create the pretext to interfere in the midterm elections. That's why we saw an FBI raid in Fulton County, Georgia. And as I watched that FBI raid, I saw the director of national intelligence crouched in a corner, talking on a mobile phone. And I wondered, why was she there? There were bomb threats in polling stations in poor and black neighborhoods during the 2024 election, which was later traced back to Russian interference. Still waiting on an answer from her on that. There she was, engaged in this effort to count the ballots again in the 2020 election, even after the president's own Justice Department found no evidence of meaningful voter fraud. These claims about voter fraud, that's the fraud. That's the fraud. And I think Americans are growing tired of it. You know, the wonderful thing about our country, Mr. President, is that we get to have the argument. You and I don't agree on a whole range of things, but I just want us to be able to have the argument. It gets rambunctious in the American public square to avoid violence. But at the end of the day, everybody gets to go to the polls. And the most powerful words in a democracy are "the people have spoken." And so I will always cast my lot on the side of democracy. I'm hopeless in this regard. I believe in the people. I want to make sure my constituents' voices are heard, all of my constituents, even when they don't agree with me, even when I don't get the outcome that I want. When I think about the nature of human power and human pride, and forgive me, but I'm a preacher after all, human sin, our desire to make sure that we slant things so that we get the outcome we want. We see it not just in governments, you see it in your own family. The question becomes, how do you balance all of those things? I think democracy is the best we've got. Given who we are as human beings, I will cast my lot with the people's voice. Even when I think they've gotten it wrong, I would rather put my trust there. Reinhold Niebuhr perhaps put it best. He said that humankind's capacity for justice makes democracy possible. Our capacity for injustice makes democracy necessary. At the end of the day, the thing that can fix it, whatever issue we have, I believe is the people's voice. And so I'm disturbed about what I'm witnessing. I'm disturbed about an attack on Fulton County and in Maricopa County, Arizona. It troubles me when ICE lands in Minneapolis and then the administration says that we are there to deal with violent criminals, we are there to deal with this immigration issue. But then when it comes down to it, the administration says, do you really want ICE out of your community? Hand over your voter rolls. Come on, man. I don't care whether you're a Democrat or Republican. Come on, you can see what this is about. What do the voter rolls have to do with violent criminals? What kind of ransom note is that to send to the leaders of the people of Minneapolis? And so the big lie continues to live. And we need to kill it once and for all. And the only thing that can do that is the people's voice. The president continues to spread conspiracy theories and outright lies. Here's the reality. This bill will disenfranchise thousands, if not millions, of Americans. And that is why they want to pass it so desperately. They are using onerous citizenship verification as a pretext for voter suppression, requiring you to use a birth certificate or a passport to register to vote. And under this bill, a driver's license wouldn't be enough to register to vote. They ought to call the bill what it is. They ought to call it a driver's license is not good enough act. They call it the SAVE Act, but the question is, what are they trying to save? They are not trying to save our elections. They are trying to save their own power at any cost. At the cost of the voices of ordinary people. Let's think about this in practical terms. If you change addresses, even if you move down the street, and you've been voting for years, do you want to have to track down your birth certificate, which you lost while you were moving, in order to register to vote? You get married and you change your name, you got to go find your marriage license and a birth certificate or a passport to prove that you are a citizen? More than half of Georgians, or 5.4 million people, lack a valid passport. And as many as 2.2 million women in Georgia may not have a birth certificate that matches their current legal name. And so women are disproportionately disenfranchised by this piece of legislation, which again is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist. Let me be really clear. Non-citizens should never vote in our elections. There's no argument about that. But this legislation will only make it harder for eligible American voters to make their voices heard. That is the actual work that this legislation will do. We know that about 760,000 voting-age Georgians who are United States citizens would have difficulty showing documentation proving their citizenship. We know that. By the way, we have voter ID in Georgia. And I will tell you for the record that I think you should have to prove that you are who you say you are before you vote. I support voter ID. We have voter ID laws in my state. You should have to prove that you are who you say you are before you vote. That's basic, but that is not what this is about. This is about onerous voter ID requirements used as a pretext and as a tool for voter suppression. Because there are those in the administration who want to make sure, quote, the right people vote. There are currently strong laws on the books that keep non-citizens from voting. They face criminal prosecution and deportation if they vote. So let's just think about the risk-reward analysis, the cost-benefit analysis. You will be criminally prosecuted if you try to vote and you are not a citizen. And you're trying to tell me that folks will risk criminal prosecution in droves to change the potential outcome of an election? Are you trying to tell me that folk will try to vote twice? It's hard enough to get folks to vote once, let alone twice. And that's probably why Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger found only 20 instances of non-citizens registered out of 8.2 million in Georgia. 8.2 million people registered to vote in Georgia. The Republican Secretary of State found 20 instances of non-citizens who were registered, and only 9 had ever attempted to vote. And the majority did so before 2012. This is a solution in search of a problem that does not exist. And so this means that the, quote, Save America Act would burden or disenfranchise over 150,000 Georgians for every single instance of a non-citizen voting in the last decade. Does that make sense? You keep one non-citizen from voting, you disenfranchise 150,000 for everyone? You're trying to tell me that that makes the democracy stronger? More representative of our interests? And so if there's no meaningful voter fraud, and if this law is so disastrous for voting citizens, the question is, why is the president so desperate to sign the Save America Act into law? And I mean, he's desperate. So desperate that he's threatened his own Republican caucus, said, if y'all don't do this, we're not going to do anything. The president is trying to take away your right to vote so he can hold on to power. And Washington Republicans are trying to help him do it. They're using the Save America Act as a pretext for voter suppression. They know their policies are deeply unpopular with the American people, but instead of working to change their policies, instead of working to get more people access to the health care that they need, they're taking health care away from 15 million Americans. Instead of working to lower the cost of groceries, they're instituting reckless tariff taxes that make everything more expensive. Instead of actually working on behalf of the American people, they're working to change who can vote in the next election. And so we're going to stand up. I'm certainly going to stand up for all of my constituents. And I mean that. I want the Georgians who are in red districts to know that I'm fighting for you and your voice. Because this administration's so-called Save America Act will disenfranchise many of my constituents in red districts. And that is because increasingly the people's voices are being squeezed out of their democracy. It is the folks with a lot of money, it is the corporate interests that they want to hear from. And you're living right now with what happens when your voice is diminished. I see it. I see it in rural red counties that I visit all the time, where their rural hospital is either closed or it's almost near closing. Because they cut $1 trillion out of Medicaid. I see it in the eyes of farmers who are burdened by these tariff taxes and how it's creating damage and wreckage for their businesses. I saw it the other day in Social Circle, Georgia, where the administration is determined to put a 10,000-bed ICE detention center in a town of 5,000 people. 5,000 people in Social Circle, Georgia. The administration went in, bought a warehouse for $128 million. And the mayor, the city manager, the leadership of Social Circle, Georgia, learned that there would be a detention center in their town that would triple the size of their town by reading about it in the Washington Post. So think about that. The mayor elected to represent his people. The big bad federal government comes in under cover of night and ambushes the duly elected local officials because they didn't want to hear their voice. They were determined to bring this warehouse to their town whether they like it or not. And so I'm fighting for those people. Even though it's, by and large, a red district, I don't have a lot of votes in Social Circle, Georgia, but I'm a pastor first. And I told the people of Georgia that I would fight for them, even that I would walk with them even as I work for them. And so this is about the voices of ordinary people. This is about saving our democracy. As I close, and nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says, as I close. But I'm not trying to break any records today. Andrew Young tells me the story that when they passed the Civil Rights Bill into law, Dr. King and his lieutenants went to see President Johnson. And the president was feeling good, and he should. They had passed the Civil Rights Bill into law after that long filibuster that I talked about at the beginning of this speech. They passed the Civil Rights Bill into law, and Dr. King and his lieutenants went to see the president. And Dr. King said, I'm glad we got that Civil Rights Bill into law. And without skipping a beat, he said, now we need a voting rights law. He wasn't going to let the president bask too long in the glory of that victory. He said, that's great, but my people can't vote in the South. I need a voting rights law, and I need it yesterday. The president said to Martin Luther King Jr., you're right, I get it, but I just can't get that done right now. I don't have the power. And they left the meeting, and the staff was feeling all demoralized and dejected, and they said to Dr. King, what are we going to do? The president said, he doesn't have the power. Dr. King just sort of shrugged his shoulder and said, well, if the president doesn't have the power, I guess we're going to have to go and find him some. Think about that. He's just a Baptist preacher, wasn't elected to anything. He was not a United States senator, certainly not the president of the United States. But he said, we're going to go and find the president some power. Dr. King understood, and those who were around him understood, that it's not about the people in power, it's about the power that's in the people. And so the people are standing up in this moment, and I'm standing with them. No to the so-called SAVE Act. Yes to saving our democracy. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
I very much appreciate the Reverend Senator Warnock and his reminder that questions about voting in America are moral questions. They are historic questions. They are questions about our democracy. And I am grateful for his leadership on this. And I hope all of us have a chance, if we didn't get to hear the speech the first time around, that we get to replay it and listen to what he has to say. Donald Trump is trying to stop American citizens from voting. Why? Because he knows his agenda is unpopular and that Republicans can't win based on what he's doing. So he wants to rig the election by picking his own voters. And that is what the SAVE Act is all about. Don't let Trump and the Republicans in Congress fool you. They'll say things like, hey, you have to show an ID to vote. You should have to show an ID to vote, just like you have to do to buy a beer. But this is not an ordinary voter ID bill. This is not a bill that says everybody either has to show a driver's license or a student ID to vote. This is a way to keep American citizens from voting, and I will just give you one example around this. If this bill passes, then in 45 of the 50 states, your driver's license won't count as a valid ID. And then it gets better. Let's say you're a married woman who lives in Massachusetts, and let's say that when you got married, you took your husband's name. Well, when you go to the polls to vote, you can't register by showing them your updated driver's license. Why? Because Massachusetts is one of the 45 states where a driver's license does not prove citizenship. So you bring along your birth certificate, shows you were born in the United States. Can you vote now? Nope. Your birth certificate is still under your maiden name. So yeah, you can use a passport if you have one, but remember, fewer than half of all Americans have a passport, and it costs $165 to get one, and it takes a month or two if everything is working on time. No passport and no birth certificate that matches your driver's license, well, Trump and the Republicans say you're just out of luck. And that's just one example of how this bill will actually make it harder for Americans to vote. Here's another deeply disturbing thing about this bill. It would require states to hand over sensitive information about voters to Trump's Department of Homeland Security so that some shadowy guys can do whatever they want with it. Maybe they take you off the voter rolls. Maybe they use that information for something else. The point is, nobody really knows what will happen. This is an agency whose former leader, Kristi Noem, said just a few weeks ago, quote, "We need to make sure that we have the right people voting." So just make a guess who's going to get swept off the voter rolls. People that the Republicans think are likely to vote Democratic. So sweep off black people, sweep off brown people, sweep off women, sweep off students, sweep off people in precincts that voted Democratic last time, sweep off people that you think might vote Democratic in the upcoming election. I've heard this bill called Jim Crow 2.0, harking back to the days in the South when the South blocked black people from being able to vote with a whole series of tests and barriers so that they just wouldn't have a chance to vote. The Trump bill is Jim Crow 2.0. Non-citizen voting is extremely rare in America, and Republicans know that. They've seen the same data that we have. voter roll audits in Georgia prior to the 2024 election found only 20 registered non-citizens out of 8.2 million registered voters. That is 0.00024%. A 2024 Michigan audit found only 16 non-citizen votes out of 5.7 million votes. That's 0.00028%. So then what's going on? Why are the Republicans doing this? Why are they chewing up all of this time in the United States Senate to do this? Well, we don't have to guess, because the Republicans have been saying the quiet part out loud. Republicans in Congress know that they are in deep trouble for the midterms unless they can rig the rules and pick their own voters. Donald Trump even said it himself. He said passing the SAVE Act will, quote, guarantee the midterms. Because the Republicans know, and Donald Trump knows, that the policies that they are shoving through right now are wildly unpopular. So while Trump and Republicans try to spread conspiracies and lie about the SAVE Act, it's important that each and every one of us stays focused on what the Trump administration is really doing. And here's what the Trump administration is really doing. After promising no more wars, Donald Trump has dragged the United States into an illegal and reckless war with Iran. That's lie number one. Already, at least 200 American service members have been hurt. 13 service members have lost their lives. There are American lives lost and families grieving because Donald Trump dragged us into a war based on lies. A war launched without an imminent threat to our country and without any end in sight. Now, when he ran for president, Trump promised no wars. In fact, he kept saying he would be the, quote, president of peace. He lied. The U.S. is spending at least $1 billion a day on war with Iran. If we put the money that we're using at war with Iran toward health care, we could lower costs for millions of Americans. Just this week, Donald Trump's own energy secretary said out loud, quote, we were very aware that we would cause a little bit of increased prices on Americans. Think about that. Trump and his top officials knew that this war would raise costs for Americans, and they did it anyway. In just the first 6 days of the war, the Trump administration spent an estimated $11.3 billion. That was in 6 days. We also lost 3 F-15 aircraft in just those first few days. That'll cost us another $300 million. And estimates say that the Trump administration has kept burning about $1 billion, taxpayer dollars, a day on the war in Iran. And now we are on day 18. Some estimates look more like $2 billion a day. That's over $23,000 every second. Something like $11.5 million since I started this speech. So let's look at Trump's warmongering by the numbers. $11.3 billion, the estimated cost of the first 6 days of Trump's war. $5.6 billion, the cost of munitions spent by the Pentagon in the first 2 days of the war. $300 million, the cost to replace 3 F-15s lost to friendly fire in the first week of the war. $50 billion, how much the Trump administration says it wants to add to an already massively inflated defense budget to pay for a war that was never authorized by Congress. $1 trillion, the Pentagon's budget this year, $1.5 trillion, the total amount that Trump is reportedly requesting for the Pentagon budget for next year. That means Republicans in Congress want to increase the Pentagon's budget by $500 billion. Now, to put these numbers in context, the Trump administration will spend $30 billion in just the first 30 days of the war. That is exactly how much we could have used to lower costs for millions of people for an entire year, people who got knocked off their health care or saw their premiums go up because of Trump's health care cuts. So instead of going to war with Iran, we could lower health care costs and actually save lives here at home. Here's one more, $12 billion, a number we've already passed. $12 billion is what it would cost to restore the expanded child tax credit for 1 year. So in less than 2 weeks of Donald Trump's war, we spent the same amount of money that would have lifted millions of kids out of poverty. For the same amount the U.S. is burning on just one single day of Donald Trump's reckless war with Iran, we could provide a full year's worth of food assistance for nearly 500,000 Americans, or Medicaid coverage for 300,000 children. But there's one more thing we could have done with the $12 billion the Trump administration has spent on war with Iran. We could have provided housing assistance for around 1 million Americans. We could have lowered prescription drug costs for tens of millions of people. We could have paid the entire National Park Service for more than 3 years. We could have given Pell Grants to 1.6 million students so they could afford to go to college. We could have provided retirement and disability pay for veterans wounded in combat and still had plenty of money left over. We could have helped pay the salaries of more than 100,000 teachers and nurses, 2 jobs that are crucial and where we've seen shortages. We could have funded Direct File, the program that lets Americans file their taxes online and for free. We could have funded that for 2 whole decades. We could have provided humanitarian assistance for countries around the world for almost 3 full years. That is a huge amount of money. And I want to talk about one more thing we could be spending taxpayer money on instead of Trump's reckless war in Iran, making child care more affordable for families. Here's the thing. People have been getting child care all wrong. Child care costs are painfully high. Right now, families are having to choose between breaking the budget, being forced to cut back on work hours, or settling for lower quality care just to ensure that their kids have a safe place to be while the parents are working. In 49 of the 50 states, families pay more for child care for their 2 kids than they do for rent. And the reason why costs are so high is that right now people think of child care as a privilege or as a service that's for sale. That is wrong. We should be thinking of universal child care as basic public infrastructure. We should be thinking about it the same way we think about roads and highways. Why? Because for this country to work, we need to care for our kids. And when parents don't have child care, they can't go to work. Investing in universal child care is also good for our kids' development, and it is good for our economy. We need affordable child care just as much as we need schools to educate our workers and bridges to connect goods to the market. It's basic infrastructure to make this country run. It is the infrastructure we need to thrive. And up until now, our nation just hasn't been thinking about child care that way. This is why we need to invest in child care for every family. You know, it's just basic supply and demand. There are a whole bunch of families that need child care, but there are a whole lot fewer child care workers. Normally, when we want to attract more workers to an area, we just pay them more. But child care prices are already sky high, and families just can't afford it. So where does that leave us? There's a huge gap that the federal government needs to fill. Imagine if the federal government didn't invest in roads and bridges, we just wouldn't have them. And that's what's happening with child care. And it's why we need to invest in universal child care and raise wages for child care workers. They should at least make the same amount as local public school teachers. In the wealthiest country on this planet, access to affordable, high-quality child care and early childhood education should not be a privilege reserved for the rich. It should be a right. But instead of talking about lowering child care costs, Donald Trump is delivering a punch to the gut to every parent struggling with those costs. Donald Trump is spending billions of dollars a week bombing Iran for reasons he cannot explain, but he cannot find a nickel to help the millions of people who are struggling to pay for health care, groceries, or child care. But this is a 1-2 punch. The Trump administration is spending a tremendous amount of money on war, and the war is also driving up costs for Americans. Take the price of gasoline over the past month. For months, Donald Trump has been saying gas prices are going down. He has been loud and proud about it. Right now, the average price for gas is more than $3.70 a gallon, more than 80 cents higher per gallon than just 1 month ago when Donald Trump started this war. That's more than a 25% increase in gas prices in a single month, which Donald Trump called a very small price to pay. Whoa, spoken like a billionaire. We have not seen gas prices jump this much since Russia attacked Ukraine. And now, Donald Trump's war is choking off the Strait of Hormuz. That's where about 1/5 of the world's oil and natural gas supply comes through, and right now, it's all bottled up. So what does that mean? Trump's war with Iran means gas prices are skyrocketing for American families here at home. And Donald Trump's response? If they rise, they rise. In other words, he just doesn't care. Here's another one. Food prices. About 1/3 of the world's fertilizer goes through that same Strait of Hormuz, and the price has jumped up by 30% in the days after Trump started this war. One U.S. farmer even said his fertilizer suppliers are warning that they just can't get the fertilizer. It's not only the price has gone up, it just literally is not available. So you've got all this fertilizer that can't go through the Strait of Hormuz, can't make it to our farmers here in America. And without that fertilizer, the farmers say they just can't plant as much food this year. And what's that going to mean? It means food prices will go up. So that's gasoline, that's food. But the prices of clothes, of technology, basically anything that's moved around by trucks that use gasoline or diesel, the prices for all of those goods will go up as well. Diesel prices are already up by more than 25%, raising the cost of shipping goods, including Amazon packages and food, nationwide. And jet fuel prices have shot up by 58% since Trump started the war. Airlines are passing these costs on to consumers by pushing ticket prices up even higher. Donald Trump's war with Iran is gearing up to become another forever war that burns billions of taxpayer dollars and makes life even more expensive for Americans here at home. This is a war that the American people do not want and did not ask for, but they're the ones who are footing the bill. And what does Trump administration have to say about that? Well, listen to Trump's top economic advisor. He said, quote, if the war were to be extended, it wouldn't really disrupt the U.S. economy very much at all. It would hurt consumers, and we'd have to think about what we'd want to do about that, But that's really the last of our concerns right now. Consumers, the last of our concerns. Higher prices for your family, the last of our concerns, according to the Trump administration. Look, you don't need to wonder why prices are going up. The Trump administration has said the quiet part out loud. The higher costs for American families are the last of the concerns for the Trump administration, and they can't even be bothered to worry about lowering costs for the American people. Lie number 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6. Donald Trump, Pete Hegseth, and other top Trump officials just can't keep their story straight. They have no clear plan, and for weeks have failed to tell the American people what the goals are for this war and when this war will end. First, Trump said the war would be over in 4 to 5 weeks. Okay, that was 3 weeks ago. Since then, Trump has said all of these things. The war is won. The U.S. still needs to finish the job. The operations could end soon. The military may need to go further. Every hour, the Trump administration's justification for this war sounds completely different. Why did the U.S. strike Iran? On March 2nd, Pete Hegseth said it was to end a 47-year war. The same day, Hegseth said it's because Iran refused to negotiate. And in another comment on the same day, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said it was a response to Israel planning to strike. And then, on the same day, Donald Trump said it had nothing to do with Israel planning to strike. Donald Trump said, quote, "If anything, I might have forced Israel's hand." Rubio then said Iran would have, quote, "so many short-range missiles in a year. That's the reason to initiate the war." 2 days later, Trump says the reason why the U.S. struck Iran is because he had, quote, "a good feeling that Iran would strike U.S. assets and our personnel in the region." Look, there's just one story after another, and none of them add up. How can the American people trust this government when this government can't even keep its own story straight? And the Trump administration clearly has no plan for how this war will end. On the very first day of the war, Trump called the attacks, quote, "major combat operations in Iran." A week later, Trump called it, quote, "short-term excursion that were, quote, getting very close to finishing." And what's the goal? The administration has no clue. On day one of the war, Trump told the American people he had to attack Iran because Iran posed an imminent threat based on their nuclear capabilities. But remember, last June, Trump bombed Iran and claimed that Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities had been, quote, "completely and totally obliterated." Both of those things cannot be true at the same time. And understand this, if Trump believes that Iran's nuclear ambitions are a threat, then he had a chance to curb them. In fact, the United States had a deal that could have prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. That was President Obama's nuclear deal with Iran, and Trump ripped up that deal, and here's the best part, got nothing in return. So instead of doing the hard work of diplomacy to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, Trump lies to the American people while dragging us into yet another reckless war that is costing American lives. If you can believe it, Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth have even given conflicting takes on whether or not this war is over. On March 8th, Hegseth said, quote, "This is only just the beginning." The next day, March 9th, Trump said the war is, quote, "complete, pretty much." But he also said, quote, you could say both, very complete and just the beginning. Trump also said, quote, that we haven't won enough and that we will, quote, go further. But just days later, he said, quote, we won. The first hour, it was over. And then he said, quote, we don't want to leave early, do we? We've got to finish the job. Then last week, Trump said, we're ramping up strikes. How long will this war go on? Well, one day after the war, Trump said, quote, 4 to 5 weeks. The same day, Hegseth said, quote, more or less than 2, 4, or 6 weeks. And then he added, quote, it could move up, it could move back. Then Hegseth said, quote, we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interest. On March 10th, Hegseth said, it's up to Trump. He said, quote, our will is endless. Ultimately, the president gets to determine the end state of those objectives. On March 11th, Trump said the war with Iran will end, quote, soon. Look, this is not a game. This administration is sending young Americans to die overseas. And that means our government leaders need to treat this conflict with life and death seriousness. Instead, they don't even have the decency to level with the American people. Yet another lie from the Trump administration was about the horrific U.S. military strike on an elementary school in the early days of the war. Last week, a preliminary investigation by the Department of Defense confirmed that it is likely that it was our own military that bombed a girls' school in Iran. This is one of the most devastating military mistakes in decades. 175 people were killed. Most of them were children. Now, before the investigation, Trump said over and over that the attack was done by Iran. But even after the investigation, Trump kept lying to the American people. He said, quote, he didn't know about the investigation, an investigation done by his own military on one of the most horrific military mistakes in recent history. And remember, Pete Hegseth gutted the office that was in charge of preventing civilian harm. How do I know? I led the charge to establish that office in the first place. Hegseth is also purging the military's legal experts, the people who act as legal guardrails, and ordered a, quote, ruthless overhaul to make sure that no one else who might question him is left standing. It is a betrayal of our service members and a betrayal of the American people that we still have no answers and no accountability. So what would accountability look like here? Well, for starters, Pete Hegseth should be fired immediately. Hegseth's long pattern of chaos and incompetence has put our service members and the American people at risk. And we haven't even scratched the surface of Signalgate or Hegseth's role in the boat strikes that could be war crimes. Pete Hegseth has got to go, and he needs to go now. Now, the basic story here is pretty straightforward. Working families are struggling to pay for basic needs like groceries, housing, healthcare, electricity, and now prices are shooting up even higher because of Donald Trump's new war in Iran. Donald Trump's dangerous actions overseas are making everyday life both more expensive, and regular Americans are paying the price. That's Trump's America in a nutshell. And instead of changing their policies and actually trying to help the American people and not just themselves and their rich buddies, Trump and the Republicans are working to keep as many Americans from voting as humanly possible. That's what this bill is really about. And every senator who cares about our democracy should vote no. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from the great state of Texas.
Mr. President, I came back to Washington, D.C. on Monday afternoon and decided I was going to leave some hamburgers, some Whataburger, famous hamburger from Texas, with some of the TSA agents who have not received a paycheck now for 2 pay periods. And we've seen the pictures during spring break and during all the activities in Austin. South by Southwest is going strong, and so there's a lot of stress on the men and women who are working in the Transportation Security Agency, and they're not being paid because of the Democrats' obstruction. In fact, they are objecting to the payment of not only TSA agents, but also the Federal Emergency Management Agency, the Coast Guard, and as it turns out, one of the premier criminal investigation directorates in the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, known as Homeland Security Investigations. This morning during the Worldwide Threats hearing before the Senate Intelligence Committee, this was a public hearing, the FBI director confirmed that Homeland Security Investigations was a critical part of the interagency process to deal with the threat of homegrown terrorism. On March the 1st, we had a gunman go into 6th Street, a heavily populated area where people like to party, and proceeded to kill 3 innocent people and wound 12 others. He wore a sweatshirt that said "Property of Allah," and a T-shirt underneath that bore an Iranian flag. Of course, we're all familiar with the incidents that have occurred in New York, in Virginia, in Michigan, at the synagogue, and numerous other places, which will be repeated time and time again as long as Democrats decide not to pay the very people who we're depending on to investigate these cases and protect the American people. I know a lot of focus has been on TSA, and certainly they deserve to be paid and are doing heroic work. And by delivering some lunch to them, I thought, well, this at least will show some sort of appreciation. Unfortunately, I couldn't deliver them a paycheck. That's all I could do because of the obstruction on the Democratic side of the aisle. But this is something that I don't know whether the American people or even members of the Congress are fully aware of, that by blocking the Department of Homeland Security funding, the Homeland Security Investigations Directorate in the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Department of DHS is not being paid, which is endangering the safety of the American people. Director Patel of the FBI confirmed that this morning. This has got to stop. It's hurting a lot of innocent people for no good cause. It's all based on political posturing, and innocent people are being hurt in the process. Mr. President, the Senate obviously is currently debating the Save America Act. I'm grateful to our colleague from Utah, Senator Lee, for introducing this legislation, and to Senator Thune for bringing up to the floor for debate and vote. And I want to recognize the contribution of my friend on the other well across the Capitol in the House of Representatives, Chip Roy, and others who championed this legislation all along. It does some very simple things that in a normal world would not be controversial. It says if you want to be an American citizen, If you want to vote, you got to be an American citizen. And if you want to cast a ballot, you have to have a photo ID, the same thing you need to get on an airplane or to buy cigarettes or a six-pack of beer at a convenience store. Not particularly, shouldn't be controversial matters. But you know, you begin to wonder, okay, why would they oppose something that has such broad support among the electorate based on public opinion polling? Is that because the Democrats believe that illegal immigrants ought to be able to vote? And that a person ought to be able to cast a ballot without being able to confirm they are in fact the person who they claim to be? I think that's a very troubling matter. And I think it's Trump derangement syndrome myself. It's almost like anything and everything that President Trump proposes or does, Democrats reflexively oppose. The senator from Massachusetts was just here complaining about trying to take out the Iranian nuclear threat. Iran's the #1 state sponsor of terrorism. They've been enriching uranium in order to build a nuclear weapon. They've been building a stockpile of ballistic missiles and testing a space program that essentially will give them the technical knowledge they need to deliver intercontinental ballistic missiles, to ultimately manufacture those. And our colleagues on the other side of the aisle say this was not a threat to the United States. Well, in this same hearing we had this morning on global threats before the CIA, the DIA, the DNI, and all the alphabet soup of federal intelligence community components, they said this was a threat not only to us and our interests, but also to our allies in the region. And the idea that we would sit back and do nothing while Iran acquires a nuclear weapon is just sheer madness. Again, what you have to ask yourself, why would our Democratic colleagues say, well, that's okay, we're not going to do anything, when the Iranian regime has had American blood on its hands and responsible for killing Americans over the years since the Iranian Revolution in 1979. And can you imagine them getting access to a nuclear weapon, what that would do to the Middle East and world peace, and then acquiring the ballistic missile capability, be able to deliver that weapon thousands of kilometers away? Well, the very least thing that would happen is all the Gulf states would start to acquire nuclear weapons, and we'd have a nuclear arms race. And who knows what would be the outcome of that? So I don't know what it is about the way Democrats react to President Trump's proposals. It seems like they want to take the opposite view of President Trump no matter what it is. They wouldn't even stand up at the State of the Union when he said, stand up if you believe that we ought to enforce our laws and we ought to celebrate the people who keep our communities safe. And virtually all the Democrats sat on their hands, because the last thing they would want to do is be found to agree with President Trump, even about something as obvious as that. So they picked the side of illegal immigration and non-enforcement of our immigration laws, which has proved to be an unmitigated disaster during the Biden administration, and we're now having to clean up for that mess. So it just is amazing to me that we find ourselves at this particular time in our nation's history where we are so polarized and where there is no willingness to try to work together in the best interest of the country. So here we are on a bill that would require only American citizens to vote, and that you need a photo ID in order to cast your ballot. Well, our Democratic colleagues are, of course, doing what they usually do under these circumstances and saying this legislation will disenfranchise voters. Well, it will disenfranchise illegal aliens. It will disenfranchise non-citizens. That's the point. And they don't want to do that? Well, again, you have to wonder why. Is that because they want non-citizens, illegal immigrants, to be able to vote? Well, we know for every illegitimate vote cast that it undermines and dilutes the vote of those of us who are American citizens and who are entitled to cast a ballot. Well, I don't really get it. They're certainly appealing to a slice of the American electorate that I have a hard time understanding. But they ought to at least tell the truth. And the truth is, we are perfectly capable of making sure that this bill does not disenfranchise any American citizen, and that every American citizen who's entitled to vote can get a government-approved voter ID. We already do that in many of the red states like Texas. It's just some of the blue states where they lax voting integrity laws. And you have to, again, wonder why that is. And it doesn't lead you to a very pleasant or welcome conclusion. Well, we all know, as I said, that public opinion is on the side of this legislation. 71% of voters under a recent Harvard-Harris poll, including 50% of Democrats and 69% of independent voters, support the Save America Act. A 2025 poll from the Pew Research Center showed 83% of voters. You don't get consensus like that very often on any particular issue. But it included, that 83% included 71% of Democrats that supported requiring a photo identification when someone casts their ballot. These are apolitical polling organizations. They're not funded by Republican donors, and they don't have ties to any political operatives on the right. So the idea that Republicans are somehow trying to ram through a piece of partisan legislation, there's no evidence of that. It is false. It's untrue. The majority of Americans, including a majority of many Democrats and independents, support the Save America Act and its goals. If there are things that we need to do to tweak the bill to make it better, if our Democratic colleagues would help us in a way that they think would make sure we don't inadvertently disenfranchise anyone, we're more than happy to work with them. That's how legislation is supposed to be written. So it's shocking to me that none of our Democratic colleagues are willing to vote with Republicans on this common sense piece of legislation. Furthermore, talk about disenfranchisement of voters is simply insulting. It's blatantly untrue. Americans need a government-issued ID in order to drive a car, to buy a phone, to open a bank account, to buy a six-pack of beer, to get on an airplane, and the list goes on. I have never heard a complaint from any one of my almost 32 million constituents about their inability to drive because of the onerous burden of getting a driver's license, a photo ID. You can't rent a house without a government ID. The American people are smarter than I think Democrats give them credit for. That Democrats really think the American people won't be able to deal with this challenge of demonstrating that they are, in fact, legally qualified to vote and that they are who they say they are by producing a photo ID. Well, one objection we've heard from our colleagues is, well, it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote, so why do we need a law
requiring proof of citizenship. Well, if it weren't for the blue states that have lax voting laws, they don't check ahead of time to make sure somebody is actually legally qualified to vote. And once someone casts a ballot, it's almost impossible to figure out how to prosecute, identify and prosecute that individual. And the election's already over. Well, we look at the crime wave we see in many blue cities across the country after they defunded the police. That's another bright idea of our friends on the left. Resulted in thefts, carjacking, and murder. All of these activities were illegal, but because the law wasn't being enforced to deter these crimes, they happened. So just because something's illegal without enforcement, deterrence doesn't occur. And that's why we need a photo ID. It's also because with the dramatic increase of mail voting, voting by mail, that happened during the COVID pandemic, many Americans rightly became worried that this process of voting by mail could be abused. If a ballot is mailed to the wrong address, particularly if it's not solicited, if it's just mailed out en masse to various addresses, there's not much stopping the wrong person from filling it out, forging a signature, and dropping it in the mail. And without an enforcement mechanism like the Save America Act to prevent fraudulent voting, it makes no difference that it is technically already illegal. Without enforcement, it's going to happen. Mr. President, we are blessed to live in a country, a democratic republic founded on the principle of self-government. But the essence of the authority that we exercise here in Congress is as a result of the consent of the governed. That's where all authority comes from, the American people. And it is antithetical to the idea of consent of the governed that somebody who is not legally qualified to vote can cast a ballot, or somebody who wrongly claims to be another person can drop an unsolicited mail ballot into the mail and have that vote counted. It undermines the very basic foundation of what makes our country unique. Plus, people who are citizens and who are qualified to vote are entitled to know that their vote isn't going to be offset or diluted or undermined by somebody who's not legally qualified to vote. They deserve to know, we all deserve to know, that when we go to the polling place and cast a vote, that our vote is not being diluted by fraudulent voters who are voting early and often, or by somebody who's not qualified to vote by virtue of the fact that they're not a citizen. They're illegally in the country. Now, in my state and in many red states, I'm grateful that our state legislators had taken steps to address this problem. But in many blue states, that's not the case, and that's the reason we need a national law to deal with that, because of the blue states that are okay, apparently, with allowing non-citizens to vote, and they don't require any identification, so somebody can falsely claim to be somebody else and mail in an unsolicited mail-in ballot. So I'm grateful to our leadership in the state of Texas, Governor Abbott and the rest, to make sure that we have safe and secure elections through secure mail-in voting. And I'm proud we've taken this issue seriously and required voter ID. We started doing that more than a decade ago. But in many states, blue states, as I said, they've not done their due diligence to protect elections by preventing non-citizens or illegal aliens from voting. The American people deserve better than this. It's not enough to have safe and secure elections in places like Alaska and Texas. We need them in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. Nor is it enough for it to be technically already illegal for non-citizens to vote, because, as I said, without enforcement, that's a meaningless requirement. The right of the American people to participate in the process of self-government must be effectively safeguarded in every state across the nation. In order for Congress to exercise the only legitimate authority there is in a democratic republic, which is based on consent of the governed. It's based on the fact we run for elections and we're elected by people who are qualified to vote to represent their views in the Senate and in the House of Representatives. So, Mr. President, the solution's clear, and it's flabbergasting that this is even controversial, that our Democratic colleagues would be opposed. I've done everything in my power, including supporting the use of the talking filibuster and being open to other reforms to the legislative filibuster, as I discussed in a recent op-ed in the New York Post, in the hopes of passing this bill through the Senate and getting it to the President's desk. Mr. President, 70% of Americans support the Save America Act. Now the Senate must do whatever it takes for this monumental legislation, this common sense legislation, to become the law of the land. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Iowa.
Before I speak, the leadership asked me to make this unanimous request. I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Okay. Mr. President, I thank Senator Cornyn for his strong remarks in support of honest elections. I come to the floor for a different reason, but in support of what Senator Cornyn said, I want people to know that I have spoken on this issue already, and I'm not going to speak again, but I support and am a co-sponsor of Save America Act. In 8th grade civics and high school government classes, people studying the Congress and Article 1 of the Constitution probably go away from that study with the view that Congress only passes legislation and appropriates money. I wish they spent as much time on the constitutional responsibility of the Congress to be a check on the executive branch of government. I call that oversight. In schools, it's probably called other terms. I come to the floor today to emphasize this because this is the 21st anniversary of Sunshine Week. Sunshine Week continues to be a crucial reminder of the importance of open government and transparency. Sunshine Week emphasizes the checks and balances of government. 535 members of Congress have a responsibility of not only passing laws, but to see that the president faithfully executes those laws according to congressional intent. And when the president doesn't do that, to call a president out on that point of view It's too bad we only use 1 week a year out of 52 to emphasize that. But Sunshine Week emphasizes something that's pretty simple. The public's business ought to be public. It also emphasizes another thing, that transparency and accountability are important checks on the federal government. It reminds bureaucrats that they ultimately work for and answer to we, the people. One transparency tool that I value is the Freedom of Information Act. That law requires government to proactively make materials public and also to respond to our requests and the public's request for information. After all, if it doesn't deal with national security and people's privacy, the public's business ought to be public. Last year, I held a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing highlighting how important this law is to government transparency. And congressional oversight is a part of my constitutional duty to protect taxpayers and to hold government accountable to the American people. And that also applies to 534 other members of Congress. A very important way to make this role of checks and balances work is listening to whistleblowers. Whistleblowers play a very critical role in this duty of congressional oversight. Whistleblowers are, for the most part, in the executive branch of government. They know what's being done according to law and money being spent appropriately. They see something wrong, they tell higher up in their agency about it. Sometimes that doesn't happen, or they don't get the actions that they think is appropriate to make sure the law is followed. So then these whistleblowers end up coming to those of us in Congress. Whistleblowers are patriots and our most powerful tool in rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, and of course misconduct, including the weaponization of our government. Too often, whistleblowers are treated like skunks at a picnic in the agencies they work in, when they ought to be commended for their bravery. It ought to be easier, not harder, for whistleblowers to report misconduct, particularly to the Congress. Whistleblowers must be protected from retaliation and fully informed of their rights under the laws we passed protecting whistleblowers. That's why this Congress, I've introduced legislation to extend the anti-gag provisions to cover federal employees of executive agencies, government corporations. This anti-gag provision requires government non-disclosure policies and similar agreements to inform employees that they can blow the whistle to Congress and to the agency's inspectors general. I've also introduced bipartisan legislation clarifying that duty speech whistleblowers have the same burdens of proof as other federal employees to prove retaliation. I've worked with the Trump administration to fix the wrongs of the Biden administration for whistleblowers across multiple federal agencies. I've urged Secretary Bassett to remedy the Biden-era retaliation against IRS whistleblowers Gary Shapley and Rosa Sigler. Thanks to the Trump administration, because this wouldn't happen without Trump being reelected, in March of 2025, these whistleblowers were promoted to leadership positions. Of course, let me emphasize, they shouldn't have been fired in the first place, and these are two examples of whistleblowers being treated like skunks at a picnic. I also worked with the Trump Department of Homeland Security to secure promotions for Customs Border Patrol whistleblowers Mark Jones, Mike Taylor, and Fred Wynn in May of 2025. These men face severe retaliation during the Biden administration. In August of last year, I assisted 10 FBI whistleblowers with their compensation agreements with the FBI. These whistleblowers were subject to demotions, security clearances. Those were suspended, and other retaliations for reporting misconduct at the Biden Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Investigation. Earlier this year, I worked with the Trump administration to secure an alcohol, tobacco, firearm whistleblower, new employment, and a financial agreement. He, like others, was severely retaliated against by the Biden Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms Agency. Thanks to whistleblowers, we know that partisan FBI agents and Department of Justice prosecutors created and advanced the partisan investigation known as Arctic Frost. Arctic Frost was a vehicle to improperly investigate the entire Republican political apparatus. Subpoenas went out for about 400 conservative and Republican organizations and individuals. Jack Smith and the FBI secretly obtained tolling data from Republican members of the Congress. Jack Smith and his team issued at least 197 subpoenas targeting these 400 individuals and entities. Jack Smith, by the way, all of these entities and individuals were Republican. Jack Smith set out almost the day after Trump announced he was going to seek re-election to put President Trump in prison. And that all went on during the Biden administration. Now I've launched a new Arctic Frost website outlining my investigations and the thousands of pages of records that I've made public. And I'd like to note to everybody, a majority of these records were made public through me from whistleblowers, not the government agency itself, which once again emphasize if you want the public's business to be public, if you want transparency to bring accountability, you see the very famous or very important role that whistleblowers play in government accountability. In November last year, I also made public records showing the partisan officials at the Department of Justice and FBI interfered with investigations also alleged wrongdoing by the Clinton campaign. Despite records showing that FBI agents had evidence the Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee intentionally concealed payments that targeted then candidate Trump, meaning during his first campaign, Department of Justice officials Richard Pilger and J.B. Cooney declined to investigate. Pilger and Cooney were also at the center of greenlighting Arctic Frost and Jack Smith's elector case against President Trump. Now, it happens that political infection isn't just a Department of Justice and FBA problem. In November 2024, I wrote to FEMA after reports alleged agency workers instructed a team responding to hurricane survivors to avoid homes with yard signs showing support for President Trump. Reportedly, at least 20 homes in Florida weren't given opportunities for FEMA assistance. In response to my oversight requests, the Trump FEMA told my office it fired 3 employees who engaged in this type of misconduct for political purposes, which was presumably to hurt President Trump's election efforts. Through my oversight, I've also exposed flaws in the Health and Human Services program called the National Human Trafficking Hotline. I've also pressed the State Department on then Secretary Kerry's obstruction of arrests of Iranian terrorists, and third, sought to obtain information from multiple agencies on Afghan evacuees responsible for the horrific shooting of 2 service members from the West Virginia National Guard. Now, the federal government isn't the only bad actor who whistleblowers provided sunlight on. Last Congress, the Simon Wiesenthal Center disclosed to my office that Credit Suisse obstructed an internal investigation of the bank's Nazi-linked accounts. In February 2026, I held a bipartisan Senate Judiciary Committee on this very matter. It revealed that Credit Suisse maintained at least 890 accounts linked to Nazi officials. My hearing also revealed UBS, that's a bank, who has since acquired Credit Suisse, has begun similar obstructive conduct. So here we get to the end of my remarks. As my examples show, whistleblowers are key to transparency. Sunshine Week that we're celebrating this week is an opportunity for the country to highlight the righteous fight for transparency in government. Again, repeating, the public's business ought to be public. Transparency of everything that goes on in government brings accountability. Sunshine is essential to making government accountable to we, the people. I yield.
Chuck, is it okay if I talk now? President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today in strong support of a bill that I have supported from the very beginning, that being the SAVE Act. The Save America Act is common sense. At its core, this legislation is about something very simple, protecting the integrity of our elections. All this bill does is it ensures that U.S. citizens vote in U.S. elections, and that when you show up to vote, you have to prove who you are. That's not too much to ask of someone who's showing up to vote. It's common sense. Now, while it is simple, it is also essential. The right to vote is the foundation of our republic. Trusted, secure elections are what have made us the greatest nation in the world and a beacon of freedom for nearly 250 years. We cannot take this for granted. Across the country, we've seen radical groups weaken election integrity and chip away at Americans' confidence in elections. In some places, voter rolls have been padded with non-citizens, and basic verification methods have become an afterthought, undermining the constitutional rights of the rest of us who are American citizens. The Save America Act puts a stop to this by requiring proof of citizenship when registering to vote, something many states, including my state of Idaho, already enforce. Idaho already has some of the most secure elections in the nation. The Save America Act simply holds the rest of the country to the same standard we follow in the GEM state, thus ensuring that all of us in America are held to the same standard and to an election that is a believable election and has confidence of America. Now, there's been a great deal of misinformation regarding the SAVE Act. So let me state clearly what this act does and does not do. First, the Save America Act does not federalize our elections. It keeps them squarely in the hands of the states, as it should be. Second, some of my Democrat colleagues claim this legislation is voter suppression. That is simply false. The requirements to vote in our elections are clear. You must be a U.S. citizen, at least 18 years old, and a resident of the state where you are registered. That's not too much to ask. It certainly doesn't suppress votes. The Save America Act does not change those requirements or add unnecessary red tape. What it does is ensure that the most fundamental requirement, U.S. citizenship, is actually verified when someone registers to vote. Under current law, individuals can register to vote in federal elections by simply checking a box claiming they are a citizen. The Save America Act closes that loophole by requiring proof of U.S. citizenship at the beginning of the voter registration process. It only needs to be done once. That is not voter suppression. It is basic election integrity. Third, Democrats are arguing that requiring identification makes voting harder. But Americans already show identification for countless activities in routine daily life. We needed to drive a car. We needed to board an airplane. We needed to go to work for a job, and so much more. If we expect ID for these basic actions, it's only reasonable to expect that proof of citizenship before someone is allowed to participate in federal elections. Poll after poll shows that the vast majority of Americans, Republicans and Democrats and independents, support requiring identification and proof of citizenship to vote. So let's do our job and vote for what the American people want. Every American should have confidence that when they cast a ballot, their vote counts and is not diluted by non-citizens voting in the same election. The Save America Act ensures that that's what happens. Safeguarding our elections is not only common sense, it is integral for a country like the United States of America that is a robust democracy have in order for people to have confidence in the country. That's why I'm committed to doing what it takes to pass the Save America Act. I'm proud to support this bill and work with my Republican colleagues to get it to the President Trump's desk to be signed into law. Thank you, Mr. President.
President.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think all of us know here in the Senate that senators have the ability to write the titles of their own bills. You can give a bill whatever name you want, whether it's accurate and true or misleading. And in this case, we have a bill that's been entitled the Save America Act. But make no mistake, this is not about saving America. That is a fraud on the American people. And what we are hearing from our Republican colleagues and what we hear from the President of the United States is that there's this rampant non-citizen voting in our election. Donald Trump says there's so many non-citizens voting at the polls that they're rigged. In fact, that's why he lost in 2020, he says. But of course, we know there's zero proof for that. We know, in fact, that it's a big lie. It's already illegal to vote if you're not a United States citizen. And the cases of non-citizen registration and non-citizen voting are vanishingly rare, almost non-existent. So what is this really about? Well, it is about Trump's obsession with a federal takeover of our elections. That's not my word, that's his. He said he wanted to take over our elections. And they do, Donald Trump does, want to make it particularly hard for voters who they think will vote against them, wants to make it particularly hard for those voters to actually be able to cast their votes. And that's what this bill is all about. It is about making it more difficult for millions and millions of Americans to exercise their right to vote, and calculated to try to make it harder for those Americans who President Trump assesses will vote against him or against Republicans. Why else would Donald Trump have said, quote, it will guarantee the midterms? By it, he meant this bill. So the President of the United States is saying that if Republicans pass this bill, it will guarantee them the midterm elections. The only way that could be true is if this bill were designed to try to prevent, slow down, make it harder for millions of Americans to cast their vote who Republicans and Donald Trump think will vote against Republicans in the midterms. He goes on to say, quote, if you don't get it, big trouble. Meaning that if we actually let American citizens vote and we don't put up these additional restrictions, President Trump assesses that Republicans will lose the midterms, and he's desperate to change that. We already saw that in the redistricting effort in Texas and other places around the country. This is part and parcel of that effort. Donald Trump said that was the goal, and in fact, recently fired former Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said the same thing in different words. Here's what she said a few weeks ago in Arizona. Said, quote, we've been proactive to make sure that we have the right people to vote. And then she said the other part out loud, to vote to elect the right leaders. In other words, let's try to shape the electorate by passing this bill so that we the Republicans and President Trump get the voters they want to elect the, quote, leaders they want, meaning Republicans. That's what this is all about. It's not about saving America. It's about saving Republicans in the midterm elections and beyond. And they do this by making it harder for citizens to vote. So yes, it is suppressing the vote. If you make it harder for anyone in this room who's an American citizen or anybody around the country to go out and cast their vote, if you put up hurdles to casting those votes, yes, it's making it more difficult to vote. That is suppressing the vote. So let's look a little more deeply at the underlying claims behind this bill, right? The claim that we have all these non-citizens that are voting. They can't prove it. In fact, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, said that non-citizens voting is something they know is happening, quote, intuitively. Intuitively. He went on to say, but it's not something that's easily provable. Not something easily provable. That's ridiculous. Of course it's provable. People go into a voting booth, they give their name, that's a matter of the official record, and you can go about finding out whether the person who registered and cast their vote, in fact, is an American citizen. It is provable. And the problem Republicans have is they set out to prove it and came out completely empty. Completely empty. Let's look at the findings of the Conservative Heritage Foundation. So this is a conservative think tank, Republican think tank. They could only find 24 instances in 20 years of somebody who voted without being a citizen, or maybe it was just registered to vote, but 24 instances between the year 2003 and the year 2023. This is what they're calling a rampant problem. The Cato Institute, it's not a liberal organization, it put out a report last month noting that Utah, the state of Utah, reviewed its approximately 2.1 million voters and found one confirmed non-citizen who had registered but never voted. I mean, it's certainly possible that if you're a permanent resident, if you have a green card, you might mistakenly believe you can vote in an election and register and then realize you really can't, and then not cast the vote. So Utah looked at 2.1 million voters, not a single one, not a single non-citizen among them cast a vote, and only one registered. In Georgia, out of 8.2 million registrants, Georgia found only 20 who were non-citizens. I don't even know if they ended up voting or not. So obviously in this country, we want only American citizens to vote, and that is what's happening. American citizens are the ones who are voting, not non-citizens. And if you think about that, it makes intuitive sense, right? The penalty, the federal penalty for providing false information when you register is up to 5 years in prison. And then if you actually go ahead and cast a vote as a non-citizen, it's up to another 1 year in prison. Nobody is going to risk going to prison for 6 years in order to cast a vote in an election. I mean, that defies common sense, and it also defies the fact, which is why Republicans can't come up with any proof to support their claim, which they argue justifies this bill. None. Again, the Speaker says it's an intuition. In other words, it's a feeling he's got. But there's no proof to support it, because there isn't any. So that is the false claim being made to justify this bill. In other words, it's a bill in search of a problem, but actually the problem doesn't exist, so it's obviously in search of something else. And that something else is making it harder for millions of Americans to vote. As I mentioned, Donald Trump thinks if this bill is passed, it will, quote, guarantee Republicans the midterm. former Secretary of Homeland Security says we need this bill to get the right voters to vote for the, quote, right leaders. I was just listening to one of my Republican colleagues on the floor talk about how we need ID for all sorts of things, and of course that's true. You need a license to drive a car. But guess what? That license that you get, that's not proof of citizenship. That doesn't qualify under this bill. Even the new real IDs don't qualify for proof of citizenship under this bill because there are non-citizens who have those forms of ID. So when Republican senators talk about how these other forms of ID that we use every day, suggesting that they could be used for this purpose, that's just not true. What this bill does is essentially narrow the forms of ID that you need to prove that you're a citizen in the first place to essentially two categories. One is a passport. Now, it turns out that only about half of Americans have a passport. So that means half of the American citizens that are preparing to go out and vote will not be able to vote because they wouldn't have the proof of citizenship. They don't have the passport. Or it's a original birth certificate. Well, I think we all know that there are lots of Americans that don't have their original birth certificate. In fact, if you're a woman who's gotten married and changed her name, that original birth certificate won't provide you the proof of citizenship required under this law. And research at the Brennan Center at the University of Maryland shows that more than 21 million American citizens do not have these required documents readily available. 21 million American citizens who will be forced to go through all these additional hoops and, by the way, pay money in order to get the required ID. And of course, in America, we're not supposed to have a poll tax. You're not supposed to have to pay the government any money for the right to exercise your right to vote. But that's what this bill does for maybe up to 21 million of our fellow American citizens. So if there really were like proof of an epidemic of non-citizen voting, of course we would need to look for ways to prevent that from happening. We would have to come up with some form of required ID to meet that problem. But there is no proof there. There is no there. Now, one of the ways that the Trump administration proposed trying to get to the bottom of all this claim fraud was to require states to send the Department of Homeland Security their voting information. In fact, the Department of Justice has been asking a lot of states for this information. You may recall that Attorney General Bondi and former Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem were telling people in Minnesota, you know, we'll call back ICE and their lawless efforts if you give us your voter ID information. And of course, in our country, we have state-based elections. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we count our elections at the state level. Can you imagine if we did what Donald Trump wants to do, which is federalize the elections and like count them at the White House? I mean, you remember in 2020, after he lost, the President of the United States was calling down to Georgia, Fulton County, and saying, find me, what was it, 6,000 some votes? Thank goodness we don't have centralized federal elections in the United States of America, because you can be sure that President Trump would make sure when he conducted the count at the White House, it would come out his way. So we don't have that, but we now have a Department of Homeland Security who is essentially demanding that states provide the federal government with their voter information. And a lot of states are suing, they're fighting back. Some states have been providing that information to the Department of Justice and to other entities. But it turns out that when the states hear back from the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Homeland Security is giving them all sorts of misinformation. Let's look at a couple examples of states that have already shared their voter roll data with DHS. And this was, again, for the purpose of DHS checking to make sure that voter rolls in those states did not include non-citizens. So DHS was going to scrub those records and let the states know what kind of problems they have. Well, Missouri's records were reviewed by DHS, and turns out DHS found hundreds of voters that DHS said were ineligible to vote. Guess what? It turned out that DHS was wrong. They were eligible voters. So DHS was essentially telling the state of Missouri that eligible American citizen voters, in fact, were not eligible. As one county clerk in Missouri said of the DHS system, quote, "This is not ready for prime time, and I'm not going to risk the security and constitutional rights of my voters for a bad idea," unquote. That's a clerk in the state of Missouri. An election administrator in Texas said, and I quote, "I really find no merit in any of this," unquote. That was after 3 eligible Texas voters, in other words, eligible American citizen Texas voters, had been flagged for removal by DHS. So here's the state of Texas. Okay, DHS, take a look at our voter files, and you find all those people that are really not American citizens. Well, guess what? They didn't get any back that flagged people who were not American citizens. They did get back people that DHS claimed were not eligible, but when Texas inspected it, turns out they were eligible to vote. That's the kind of operation that the Trump administration is running at DHS. Now, in addition to requiring this essential federal takeover of review of the voter rolls, this second bill that's been introduced by Republicans in the Senate is even worse than the first, right? The first was called the SAVE Act. This one's called the Save America Act, which, as I said, the real purpose is to save the Republican Party in the midterm elections act. But this second one actually makes it harder for people to register to vote and to vote. So it includes new provisions that President Trump has demanded, prohibiting vote by mail except in very, very narrow circumstances. In order to vote by mail, a voter would have to submit sworn certifications of the specific circumstances, including their health status or travel plans, to their Board of Elections. And even after that, you can't just drop the ballot in the mailbox. You have to send it by certified mail with signature verification. So this isn't a voter ID bill. That's just untrue. It's a specific kind of ID that's required, which millions of American citizens don't have. It's really a show-me-your-papers voter purge bill, making it harder for American citizens to exercise their right to vote. And so, as I said earlier, the real purpose is not to prevent non-citizens from voting. It's to prevent citizens who the Trump administration and Republicans assess will vote against them in the midterm elections, to make it harder for them to vote. You're seeing many other efforts that are ongoing right now to try to rig the midterm elections. I mentioned earlier the efforts to redistrict in Texas. We see challenges to the Voting Rights Act. we see this bill, it's a sign of desperation. It's a sign that Donald Trump knows that the American people don't like what they see coming out of this administration. After all, this is a president who, as a candidate, said he would keep us out of wars, especially in the Middle East, and he would focus on lowering prices. That's what candidate Trump said. What has President Trump delivered? He's gotten us involved in more conflicts than any other president in a very long time, including an illegal war of choice in Iran as we speak. And prices and costs are going up, up, up. Price of groceries going up, price of rent or mortgages going up, health care going up. By the way, we could have at least reduced some people's health care costs if this Senate had voted to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, but Republicans in this body blocked that effort. And so I have constituents in Maryland that now have to pay more because while the Republican so-called big beautiful bill permanently extended tax cuts for billionaires, they let the one tax credit that helps middle-class families afford their health insurance, they let that one lapse. Billionaires, permanent tax cuts, American working families, tax credit for health care, that one they let die, go away. And so health care costs are going up, really for everybody. Child care costs are going up. And instead of addressing those issues, we have a president who continues to hide portions of the Epstein files from the survivors as well as from the American people. We have a president who is engaged in driving up the costs to the American people instead of bringing them down. I don't know exactly how many days it's been since the Supreme Court struck down his illegal tariff tax, but it's certainly been enough time for the president and his administration to say that they're going to send the money they stole from the American people back to American households. $1,700 per household is the estimate of what it costs on average, what those Trump illegal tariff taxes cost on average. Give them their money back, President Trump. Do it today. But that's not what President Trump's doing. The war in Iran has already cost us the lives of 13 service members, hundreds more injured, over 2,000 civilians killed throughout the region, from Iran to Lebanon to Israel, including over 160 Iranian schoolgirls killed apparently by a U.S. Tomahawk missile. And that war is making us less safe, not more safe. We all know that the administration has no end game. They took the lid off Pandora's box. They, together with Israel, took out a number of members of the Iranian regime. It's a heinous regime and has been brutal to its own people. But public reporting indicates that our intelligence agencies assess that if you got rid of the top-level Iranian leadership, very likely they'd be replaced by even more radical leaders, people who are closer to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. In other words, people who are even more dangerous and more likely to destabilize the region. And that's what we're seeing. We're spending $1 billion of taxpayer money every day, probably more, on this war that's making us less safe. And by the way, for the president who said he was going to reduce prices, oil and gas prices are going up, up, up. So the American people don't like what they see. And on top of this, it's mixed with a toxic amount of corruption, right? We've got the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, going around and pretending to be the big peacemaker in the Middle East. Look how that's going. And at the same time doing big, huge deals with Gulf states with Saudi Arabia and others. We know that this is a president who, with his so-called meme coin, has pocketed millions and millions of dollars for himself and his family. Accepted a luxury jet from the Qatari royal family. Gold-plated Rolex desk clock from Swiss business leaders. In exchange for a gold crown, gave South Korea a lower tariff rate. And probably one of the most corrupt transactions of them all was with the UAE. Because what happened with the UAE was just before Donald Trump was inaugurated as president, someone in the UAE, one of the members of the royal family, made a huge investment in the Trump family stablecoin business. A huge investment. And it wasn't long thereafter that the president's son, Eric Trump, went to the UAE. And guess what happened? Sheikh Thanoon, who's a member of the royal family, invested billions of dollars in that Trump family stablecoin business. And then it was about 2 weeks later that Donald Trump goes to the UAE and says to the UAE he's going to relax the restrictions the United States had in place on the transfer of very sophisticated technology to the UAE. Semiconductor technology, AI technology, and we were especially worried about transferring that technology to a particular set of companies in the UAE because of their relationships with China. But you know what? The UAE, member of the royal family, had just invested a lot of money in the Trump family stablecoin business. And so, hey, Donald Trump relaxed the restrictions on the transfer of U.S. technology to the UAE and put that at risk of transfer to China. Massive corruption to benefit the Trump family at the expense of American national security. So, yeah, the American people don't like what they're seeing. We are seeing that in all the polling. And so what this bill before us is the last-ditch effort by the President of the United States and Republicans in the Senate and the House to try to save themselves in the midterm elections. Not by winning fair and square, not by saying every American citizen should be able to exercise their right to vote, but by making it harder for those American citizens that they think are likely to vote against them and for Democrats, making it harder for those people to vote. It's not the Save America Act, it's the Save the Republican Party, the Midterm Elections Act. You know, you would think that President Trump would recognize that where the American people really want to see action is on meeting the promises that he made. Like, keep us out of foreign wars, including this illegal war of choice in Iran. Actually do something to bring down prices. I've tried to get the White House interested in a bill I've introduced. It's called Power for the People Act. It's got a very simple premise, which is that consumers across America, ratepayers, our constituents, they shouldn't have to be paying higher electricity costs to fund data centers being built by the richest companies and corporations on the planet. In my state of Maryland, we're part of a 13-state grid called PJM. People living in those areas have spent $28 billion in higher electricity costs already for those data centers. So we really need to focus on what candidate Trump said he wanted to focus on, bringing down costs and ending foreign wars, not doing the opposite. And this bill is an attempt by Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress to prevent the American people from expressing their views at the ballot box in November 2026 by making it harder for millions of Americans to vote. That's what this is really about. And I urge my colleagues to strongly oppose it. And I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk shall call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
The senator from New Mexico,
I would ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nearly 5 years ago, I stood on the Senate floor and I said that we were facing the most dangerous and overt threat to our democratic system in generations. I was speaking then in support of the John Lewis for the People Act. Along with my Democratic colleagues, I was pushing to expand Americans' right to vote and push back against the influence of dark money in our elections. But the threat facing us then pales in comparison to the one that we face today in the form of the Republicans' so-called SAVE Act. Because their SAVE Act does nothing to save anyone from anything. It does not protect our freedoms, it does not protect our elections, and it does not protect our country. Instead, it actively targets all three. So I rise again today to face down this new, dangerous, and overt threat, this time coming from within our own federal government. I rise again today in defense of our right to vote, because our right to vote is the foundation of every other right that we have. From our right to bear arms to our right to peacefully protest, it is only through our right to vote that we can protect those freedoms and demand a government that does the same. We know this to our core, to our founding, to the genesis of our country. When 250 years ago we fought for independence from kings, we did so for a government of the people, by the people. The future of that government right now depends on protecting Americans' right to vote. It depends on ensuring that this lever to hold our leaders accountable, to steer our country's future, and to deliver on our country's promise remains in the hands of Americans. That is in the hands of all Americans. And when I think about the importance of this fight, I think about my former colleague, whose office was right across the hall from mine when I was a member of the House of Representatives. I think about Congressman John Lewis. I think about him and the thousands who marched in Selma and put their lives on the line to call for the passage of the Voting Act of 1965. I think about the thousands who fought against reading tests and poll taxes, folks who faced lynching for having the audacity to cast their vote, folks who ensured access to the vote wouldn't belong only to the wealthy, land-owning men. I think about the thousands of women who organized and marched to demand passage of the 19th Amendment. The women who led that movement and the women who rightly demanded to be included within it. And I think about the legislative and courtroom battles that delivered the right to vote to Native Americans and Mexican Americans, a right so fundamental to our democracy, but one that generations upon generations of Americans had to fight for, continuing into today. It is our right to make our voices heard through our vote, regardless of income or education, regardless of race or gender. When we as Americans exercise our right to vote, we hold in our hands the reins of this great democracy. And while I stand here in reverence of that incredible right and the decades and decades of work that have brought it into the reach of millions, I also stand here in defense of it because it is truly under direct threat right now. Republicans' SAVE Act would strip the right to vote from those who don't already have a passport or a birth certificate or the time and money to expedite getting one. It would strip the right to vote from women who took their husband's last name and don't have the means to get the affidavits or extra documents to prove that they are the same person they were at birth. And it would effectively strip voters of the ability to register to vote by mail. And the substitute amendment that was offered yesterday would eliminate most mail-in voting altogether. This SAVE Act is today's poll tax, today's exclusion of everyday Americans. Senate Republicans claim that this is necessary to confront the threat of foreign citizens voting in our elections. But the requirements of their SAVE Act the requirements that their act imposes are neither necessary nor justified. They are by design. They are intended to reimpose a wealth requirement to vote, and they are intended to attack married women's right to vote. These are real threats that this legislation poses. This is not a voter ID bill. This is a voter suppression bill. And while the consequences will fall heaviest on married women and those without the money and time to get the necessary documents, it's up to all Americans to push back. Which reminds me of the words of Benjamin Franklin. When asked at the Constitutional Convention if our founders had created a monarchy or a republic, Franklin famously said, "A republic, if you can keep it." We can, we must, and we know how, because generations upon generations have fought for our sacred right to vote, and in that fight they have shown us the way. Because these are not the first threats we've faced to elections in our country's history, or even in my limited time in the Congress. In 2016, we saw Russia execute a concerted campaign to mislead and divide Americans, all in an effort to influence that year's presidential election. As a member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, I helped investigate those efforts, recommending reforms to push back and supporting funding to improve election security across the country, including in my home state of New Mexico. In 2021, we saw then defeated President Trump push his big lie and urge insurrectionists to storm the Capitol to stop the 2020 presidential election certification. As a member of this body, I joined my colleagues in ensuring that the election certification would continue, and later in clarifying our laws to fortify our election certification process going forward. And last July, I helped introduce the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to fully restore that landmark legislation and to override the Supreme Court's 2013 decision that took an axe to the heart of it. But now, as we enter this midterm election, we see the threats for what they are and who they are coming from. They aren't coming from foreign governments or defeated candidates this time. They're coming from within our own federal government and directly targeting American citizens' right to vote. They are coming from our commander-in-chief, and they are coming from our Department of Justice, and they are coming from many in the Republican Party. They're coming from folks who would rather sabotage and strip away Americans' right to vote than face the American people's dissatisfaction, or for that matter, be willing to tackle affordability. And the legislation they're using to do that is their so-called SAVE Act, one of the most extreme voter suppression bills in recent history. It is intended to undermine our elections using tactics that are straight out of an authoritarian playbook. But we know how to defeat this new threat. Vote no. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it would require every American to prove their citizenship with a passport or a document like a birth certificate every time they register or re-register to vote. Because about 140 million Americans don't have passports. And about 21 million Americans don't have ready access to documents proving their citizenship either. But the process to get a passport, that's not fast. That's not easy. In fact, that's not inexpensive. Requiring voters to purchase or renew a passport for $130 is a modern-day poll tax. This is Jim Crow 2.0. That's even assuming you can get yours in time to actually be able to use it to vote in this year's election. And while I support verifying citizenship, that process should not be limited to just passports and birth certificates. We already have ways to do this, like the motor voter program, which the SAVE Act would effectively eliminate. That program verifies citizenship. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it would require people whose names don't match their birth certificates, like women who have taken their husband's last name, to provide notarized affidavits, documentation that will undoubtedly take more time and more money to produce. Vote no on the SAVE Act because it affects our veterans, too. With the SAVE Act, many service members and veterans won't be able to register to vote or to vote with their military IDs, even people who fought for this country. Vote no on the SAVE Act because even if you happen to have the right documents, you'll find that the bill all but eliminates voter registration drives, online registration, and automatic registration. Vote no on the SAVE Act because even when it's done eviscerating your rights to vote, the SAVE Act would turn its sights on election officials. It would require massive unfunded changes on how elections are administered on the ground overnight. Changes that local governments would be forced to pay for, all while exposing election officials to criminal and civil liability. If you're tempted to vote yes, let me ask this. What does it say about leaders whose sole strategy for remaining in power requires depriving American citizens of the right to vote? It shows they're weak, shows they're scared. It shows that their allegiance is to power, not to the American people. And it shows that they have no intention of delivering what the American people actually want right now, which is to bring down costs. In the end, the conclusion is clear. The SAVE Act is straight-up voter suppression, and it's fundamentally undemocratic, un-American, and wrong. It's not just me saying that, not just my Senate Democratic colleagues saying that. My constituents see it for what it is, too. Marie from Albuquerque writes, "This act is a blatant attempt to disenfranchise millions of voters of their rights. It is a blatant attempt to undermine our entire election system." Deborah from Las Cruces says, "Especially in New Mexico, so many citizens do not have the resources to get the sort of documentation that this act requires. It will target not only those in need, but also women who have recently married and changed their name, people who have moved to a different home, Native Americans with little access to the bureaucracy to even obtain documents, and older people who may have been born at home and never had a birth certificate to begin with." Don from Rio Rancho writes, "It would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to implement, streamline, and add staff because we would all have to go in person. And if you live in a rural community, the whole process is even harder." Mariah from Santa Fe writes, "This is a brazen attempt to strip the voting rights of trans, immigrant, and women voters across the country and the GOP's way of putting their thumb on the scale of Americans' future. All of us deserve a part in the great experiment of American democracy. So much progress is made when we're all included, not excluded." And Ms. Marsh Davis from Bloomfield says, "This legislation is not about election security. It's a coordinated effort to suppress lawful voters by turning registration into a bureaucratic obstacle course. Voting should not hinge on flawless paperwork. When officials are afraid to register voters, democracy suffers. Voter suppression is not always loud. Often it works through inconvenience, confusion, and quiet disqualification, ensuring voters only discover the problem when it's too late." These are the voices of my constituents from New Mexico, and they are not alone. Because right now, most Americans know that the SAVE Act is not the answer. They see through Republicans' voter suppression scheme, and they are asking us here in the Senate to fight back. So let me close with some words from United States Senator Dennis Chavez of my great state. "Either we are all free or we fail. Democracy must belong to all of us." Mr. President, I have a passport. I have the same last name today as I did when I was born. The SAVE Act won't stop me from voting, but it will stop thousands upon thousands of my constituents. I'll repeat, this is not a voter ID bill. This is a voter suppression bill. All American citizens should have the same right to vote as the senators in this room. All American citizens deserve to hold the reins of this great democracy in their hands. So for those constituents, for all Americans, I say again, either we are all free or we fail. Democracy must belong to all of us. I call upon my colleagues in the Senate, choose freedom, choose democracy, and say no to this so-called SAVE Act.
The senator from Maryland.
I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk should call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
Mr. President, I ask
Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, in a moment, my good friend, my colleague from Georgia, will offer a resolution that is very simple. It says, fund TSA, period. No ands, ifs, or buts, no excuses, no secondary reasons. If senators want to fund TSA, they should simply support the resolution of Senator Warnock. No ands, ifs, or buts. Who is blocking TSA money from being approved? Republicans. On several occasions, Democrats have gone to the floor and said, let's just fund TSA. We know that there are discussions about ICE and Border Patrol that we haven't resolved, but why hold TSA hostage? Why hold passengers at our airports who are waiting on long lines hostage? All the Republicans have to do is say yes, and those lines will be greatly reduced or go away. The waiting will be greatly reduced, and people will be much happier. So to hold our airport travelers and our TSA workers as hostage is so much the wrong thing to do, and the American people don't like it. But the American people should know, if they get up and block the Warnock resolution, it is Republicans blocking funding for TSA, creating those long lines, and standing in the way of funding our hardworking TSA workers. Democrats are giving Republicans another chance. We can fund TSA workers today. We can make sure our airports are secure today. We can make sure the workers are paid today. They just need to get out of the way and stop blocking TSA officers' paychecks. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
so grateful for the leadership of Senator Schumer, and he speaks for all of us. The thing that we have in common on both sides of the aisle is that my colleagues and I travel back and forth from this city to our home states every week. Airplanes are our other office. So every week I fly here or fly back home, I pass by hardworking agents of the TSA. I get to see their dedication up close, their professionalism. They are public service in action. They are working long hours around the clock every day of the year. Wherever we're trying to go, our TSA agents get us there safely to work, safely back to our families, wherever the public is trying to go. And these public servants sacrifice their holidays, their special moments with their families so that we can get to our families. They work nights and weekends to make sure that we in this chamber and the millions of Americans that travel through our nation's airports can do that without fear. And so this is basic. No one should be fooling around with the TSA agents. We have our differences, our debates in this chamber. But for the second time in a year, our TSA workers are working without pay because of Washington dysfunction. Here's what I believe. I believe that if you are working, particularly during a government shutdown, then you should be fully paid. I believe this so much that I've broken with members of my own party to vote to pay all federal workers, which includes TSA officers, during government shutdowns. I think it's simply wrong for my Republican colleagues to use these hardworking Americans as leverage, as pawns, in what they are presenting as a false choice to the American people. Here's the choice that they're presenting to us. They're saying to us, either shut down the government, denying working people the money that they have earned, or vote to continue to support the president's paramilitary force that is wreaking havoc in our streets and killing ordinary citizens for exercising their First Amendment rights. That's a false choice, one I simply cannot accept, and it confounds common sense. The time is always right, Dr. King used to say, to do what's right. And so I'm calling on this chamber to pay TSA workers right now before we again all head to the airports. Let's keep having this debate, but pay the TSA workers. And so with that, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S4127, the TSA Pay Act, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Sir. The senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, thank you. I do thank my colleague for coming to the floor to be able to talk about this today. He and I are both on airplanes a lot. The comment that has been made here on the floor, though, is before we leave here this week, this should be resolved. I could not agree more on that principle. In fact, last Thursday, I came and said, we should not leave at all this weekend. We should commit to stay. In fact, Senator Hassan and I, my Democratic colleague from New Hampshire, she and I have a bill that says when we get to a moment like this and we have an impasse, we stay. We don't leave. I brought that to the floor last Thursday, Mr. President, and said, let's stay. And everybody left. Went right past TSA officials who are not being paid and went wherever people went over the weekend. I'm saying the same thing again. We should stay here and work out our differences. The easiest way to actually resolve this long term is to say when we get to an impasse on funding, those workers are still paid. There's an automatic continuing resolution that kicks in to make sure they're paid, but we stay in session 7 days a week until we resolve the issues. We shouldn't have weekends when there's a problem somewhere in funding around the country. The pressure should be on us to be able to get things resolved, to debate it out. We are the grown-ups that are supposed to be talking about all these things and working out all of our differences. But that's not happening. And that's been frustrating. Last Thursday, I brought up that the White House had sent over a counter-proposal. There was a proposal that was sent over at the very beginning of this close down of DHS that the White House said, here's some ideas that we want to have. The Democrats then said, no, we want this instead, sent it back over to the White House. The White House then said, okay, we'll take some of your ideas and we'll send this back to you. And then they waited 18 days for Senate Democrats to respond to the White House. 18 days. The White House just had to wait for a counteroffer. As my Senate colleagues were just saying, we're thinking about it. Well, that response did finally come on Monday, but it was a response back to the White House of the same thing they had sent before. The White House is trying to get this resolved, not just for TSA, but how about for Coast Guard? Now, my Democratic colleagues came and said, well, okay, we'll fund Coast Guard as well, in TSA, in Secret Service, but do you know who's not been funded? There's been no offer to fund customs officials that actually work at all of our ports of entry. Their pay is going to be blocked. Homeland Security individuals, there's been no offer to be able to pay those folks around at all. The Homeland Security investigators that actually handle child trafficking, human smuggling, all of our investigations along the border dealing with drug smuggling, there's been no offer to fund them at all. We have simply said this is silly to try to break this up into different aspects of who's going to get funding and who's not going to get funding. TSA is going to get funding, but the customs officials aren't going to get funding. Coast Guard is going to get funding, but the people investigating human smuggling, they're not going to get funding. Let's sit down and figure this out. Let's not have 18 days between an offer and a counteroffer. Let's actually figure this out. Senator Warnock and I could probably sit down this afternoon and solve this. All that everyone's looking for is, how do we actually get people in the room willing to make the decision and making the decisions on this so we can get this all worked out and done? Now, interestingly enough, Mr. President, I was incredibly humbled because when I walked through TSA this week, I walked through with grief as I walked through. Because all I can think is, these folks are busting it. When I get there early in the morning, they've been there for hours already, and they're not getting paid. The folks in Oklahoma are still showing up. We're not seeing the long lines and sick calls and all that kind of stuff. That's not happening in my state. People are still showing up. And I walk past them embarrassed, saying, I'm so sorry that we've not been able to get everybody together to be able to get this solved. But when I came through this week, as I walked through, the first TSA agent that I encountered said to me, we have something. And the second person as I came through the line said, don't walk away, we have something for you. And then when I got to my gate, the head of the TSA group in my city walked out and handed me their challenge coin from my local TSA group. And he handed it to me and he said, we see what you're doing. You are trying to get us paid. You're trying to get everybody paid. And we are really grateful that you're actually trying to get this solved. And we just want to say thanks, because it's been a really hard year of sometimes funding happening and sometimes not. In fact, one of the agents in Oklahoma City last month told me they feel like their check is bipolar because they never know where it's going to be at any moment. That just shouldn't be so. It just shouldn't be. So my challenge this week is the same as it is every week. Let's stay here until this actually gets done. Let's not walk away. Let's sit down. Let's figure out how we actually solve this. Let's not take 2.5 weeks to do a counteroffer to a legitimate offer from the White House. And can I just remind my colleagues, the White House's counteroffer expanded the use of body-worn cameras dramatically. It required ID on every single officer. These are all requests that my Democratic colleagues have made to be able to put in. Said that they won't do enforcement activities in sensitive locations. Make sure that all members of Congress can do oversight and get access to detention facilities. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. This is the list my Democratic colleagues all asked for, yet it never seems to be enough. And my fear is because the politics is better than the resolution. Well, it's not if you're a TSA officer. It's not if you're in the Coast Guard. It's not if you're a customs official. It's not if you're a Homeland Security investigator. Your family's not getting fed. It's not getting better for them. So the politics may be helpful for some. It's not helpful for all. So let's do at least, while we're in the debate, where we started this debate. We didn't start with a shutdown. We started with, okay, let's at least agree we'll keep the government open in all these areas while we're debating. We started with just 2 weeks here and said, 2 weeks, let's do a continuing resolution, let's keep our argument going, but pay everybody. That's where we began on this, but it seems like the easiest thing that we could literally do today and keep our argument going, because hopefully we're close, at least, on all this agreement, if we can ever get everybody to sit down in one room and to solve it. So I'm just going to ask to repeat what we did at the start of this. I asked the senator if he would modify his request so the Senate proceed immediately to consideration of calendar number 156 H.R. 4553, which is a 2-week continuing resolution for Homeland Security. I asked that Senator Warnock would substitute his amendment, number 4353, to be considered and agreed to. The bill be amended, be considered, read a third time, passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, laid upon the table.
Does the senator so modify his request?
I object.
Objection is heard to the modification. Is there objection to the original request?
Painfully so, Mr. President, I do object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. Senator from Georgia.
Let me be very clear. Our differences here are differences in principle, and they have real consequences on the streets of America in real time right now. This is not just some theoretical argument. This is not about politics. This is about the people. I disagree fundamentally that we ought to have an unaccountable paramilitary force wreaking havoc on the streets of our country. ICE, as Trump has remade it, is killing American citizens. And I can't pretend like that's not happening. I stood where Renee Good was shot and killed while her vehicle was driving away. I stood where Alex Preddy lost his life while just trying to defend and protect a woman who we all saw being abused by ICE agents in real time. And so this idea that we either have to fund that or shut the government down is a false choice. Republicans have the majority in the Senate, they have the majority in the House, they have the White House. We can pay our workers right now. By the way, ICE already has more than enough money. They gave ICE $75 billion in the one big ugly bill. Let me put that in perspective. In terms of funding, ICE is now bigger than the United States Marines. And my Republican friends are saying to me, saying to my colleagues, that if you don't give this overgrown paramilitary force of masked agents jumping out of unmarked cars more money, we're going to leave TSA workers and others unpaid. I think that's patently unfair. I think we ought to fund the federal workers. We ought to fund FEMA, the Coast Guard, we ought to fund Homeland Security while we have a principled argument about what is happening with ICE, because what is happening there gets to the very basic things that I learned in my 9th grade civics class about the engagement between law enforcement and ordinary citizens every single day. And what we're witnessing in this moment is unacceptable. Pay the TSA workers. That is my offer, that is my request, and therefore I object to the senator's modification.
Senator from Oklahoma.
I appreciate my friend Raphael Warnock coming to the floor of the senator from Georgia and be able to talk about these issues. The challenge of this is the request has been made to say, let's reform ICE. You referred to law enforcement families that get up every day and put their lives on the line to be able to protect the country as paramilitary officers jumping out on people. I don't refer to them that way, but I would only say the White House has said, we agree with you. Let's reform it. They put in writing new de-escalation training, requirements for badges, requirements for individuals that step out of a vehicle to then identify themselves on it. changes in the way they handle uniforms, body-worn cameras, changes in processing. It's been interesting is saying, my colleague is saying, I can't agree to move and just ignore this didn't happen. No one's asking for that. No one. What we're saying is there's areas we agree with you. Let's make changes in this. I don't like what I've seen. You don't like what you've seen. So let's change it. Let's require body-worn cameras. Let's require badges. Let's require change in uniform. Let's require differences in how we actually identify officers and uniforms and vehicles. And those are all reasonable things. So the offer's been made, then let's make that change. The problem's been, there's been no answer back. We're okay to make those changes. We've literally put in writing, legislative language. This could go into appropriation today to say, let's actually do these changes and things that you're recommending on it. But at the end of the day, that isn't what moves. What moves is back and forth on different things like this to try to identify TSA and divide TSA folks from customs folks and say customs folks are bad, but TSA agents are good. Well, I think both of them are good families because CBP is included in this as well. Those are the folks working at our docks at Long Beach right now. Those folks working at our international customs trying to be able to bring the stuff off a ship and do inspections on it. They're not being paid. In fact, they're not even being offered to pay because they're looped in with Border Patrol folks. That's the challenge. Once you start slicing this all up and saying this person gets it and this person doesn't, it doesn't work. So because that doesn't work, the offer's been made. Let's fix the way we're handling ICE and the way we're handling patrols. But we got to have somebody say yes. In the meantime, offers keep getting sent over. And we're waiting on a yes to be able to actually move to resolve the issues. That I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
Mr. President, I know how hard you and so many of our colleagues have worked to get the Save America Act to the floor, and I want to thank you because more than 200 years ago, this nation began as a bold experiment in self-representative government, guided by the enduring words, "We the people." And while the challenges we face today may seem more modern, more complex, more immediate than those confronting the founders, the principles they laid out still offer us lasting guidance. Because we the people agreed how we would live among one another. We laid out our founding documents, how we would create and enforce and uphold our laws. We made clear that our strong republic depended on we the people being engaged in our elections so that we could elect our representatives, the representatives of we the people, to serve us. And that is why the issue before us, the Save America Act, is so important. Because it is grounded in a simple, common sense, indeed a foundational principle that only American citizens should vote in American elections. This should not be controversial. We should not have to dedicate days and days and days on a Senate floor in the United States of America to guarantee the foundational principle that only Americans should vote in American elections. It is a basic safeguard of our republic that ensures that our government remains truly of, by, and for the American people. And in the very beginning, our founders understood the importance of protecting elections. The framers knew that our laws and our systems should reflect the will of American people, no one else. And so Americans must trust that their elections are not corrupted or skewed or nullified by non-citizens or fraudulent voting. And right now, as I stand here, the American people have been very clear with us, all of us, not just those of us on the Republican side in this room, but all of us, the independents, the Democrats, they have been clear. Over 80% of the American public agree and think that we should have IDs presented when you vote. 83% of Americans support voter ID laws. And I have sat here at the dais late last night listening to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle come up with some plausible reason they may oppose this simple concept. And none of it holds water. They say it will keep certain people from voting. So we fixed that. You can file a paper and explain right there when you vote who you are and why you don't have the correct ID. Very simple. They say it's going to harm people. In fact, the people they profess to be protecting in some way have come out and said they want voter ID. The very people they think this will harm. This is not a fringe idea. It is broadly supported. It is a common sense safeguard. Questions about election integrity are not new. They were debated by the founders themselves. We now have states that give licenses, admittedly, to people that are here in our country that are not here legally. Many states do that. We also have many of those states that sign people up to vote right when they give them that ID. And so people say, why now? Why do we need ID now? Because of the nonsense and the subversiveness of radicals in states in this country. And so in Florida, where we've done everything right, everything we can to secure our elections, how do Floridians know that their vote is not being diluted by some of these lawless, radical states? I'm one of the newest U.S. senators here, and I am constantly asking, who do the Democrats stand for? They'll fly off to other nation states to defend non-citizens. They'll even stand up for communists in New York. For the life of me, I think they are even putting their necks out there for cartels time and time again. When the rubber hits the road, they know exactly what they want to advocate for. They know exactly who they want to defend, who they'll stand up for. But when it comes for American citizens and having their backs, we're going to fight it. We're fighting it for somebody. May not be American citizens, but they're fighting against it for somebody. We have to ensure people's confidence in this system and the legitimacy of our election results. And if we see resistance on the other side of the aisle to even the most basic safeguard requiring an ID at the ballot box, it does not make sense. In fact, the states that have implemented voter ID laws did not see participation decline. In most cases, participation increased. In the Federalist Papers, it was warned that groups may place their own interests above the public good, risking instability and distrust. That certainly feels familiar to me these days. And one of the ways we protect against that danger is by ensuring that the rules governing our elections are fair, consistent, and trusted by the people. Because when trust erodes our entire system, our republic is weakened. The Save America Act helped reinforce trust in our elections, and it is about more than this one bill. It is about preserving the great experiment of the United States of America, of we the people governing ourselves and doing so through our duly elected officers. That is how we hold them accountable to we the people. And power rests where it should, with the people. It is about protecting this great nation that has endured for 250 years. And because of that, I urge my colleagues, regardless of what party you identify as supporting, I urge you to pass the Save America Act. And Mr. President, again, I thank you for your efforts, and I yield back.
The senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I am so grateful that we're having this discussion on the floor. I noted that our friends across the aisle wanted a unanimous consent just to pass pay TSA workers. And I think it is imperative that we remind the body and also remind our citizens that this is one of their ploys. They have a ploy that they're trying to pull off here, where their goal is to defund federal law enforcement, abolish ICE, and return to a wide open border. Now, the only way they can get to that is if they use the American people and TSA workers as pawns in their scheme and say, we're only going to fund them but not the rest of Homeland Security, because their goal is to defund federal law enforcement, to abolish ICE, and to return to an open border. But the American people are smart. They are watching, they are listening, and they see that what the Democrat Party has chosen to do with this continued shutdown, now more than a month, is to not fund FEMA. Of course, many people need emergency management assistance right now. They don't want to fund TSA. They're asking them to work without a paycheck. Same thing for the Secret Service. And by the way, same thing for Homeland Security investigations, who are going after drug dealers, pedophiles, predators, and a lot of bad actors that came in across our border during the Biden administration. So the American people know what this is about. They also know that by a vast majority, 83% actually, including 71% of all Democrats, 83% of the American people think it is reasonable that if you go to the polls to vote, you show an ID. They do this many times a day. And they think that that's common sense. You prove that you are who you are. If you go to the doctor's office, you're going to do that. When I go to the children's school to have lunch or pick them up, I show that ID. So of course, you should do that when you go to the polls and cast that ballot. In Tennessee, we have been rated #1 in election integrity. Mr. President, there's a reason for this. In Tennessee, you do a few simple things when you cast that vote. You show an ID. Our voter rolls are well maintained, and if you're going to register, you have to be a U.S. citizen. All common sense, all supported by 83% of the American people. You do that because you respect one person, one vote, and you want each and every vote to count. You do that because you respect the men and women who have put on the uniform and have fought to defend the freedom of this great nation, so that you and I, each of our citizens, has the opportunity to go to the poll and cast that vote. And it is why voting has remained such a cherished institution in our representative form of government. Now, the Save America Act would require that everyone present that ID when they cast a ballot. It would require proof of citizenship in order to vote. And it would make certain that people who are not citizens are not going to vote in our election. Now, this legislation should be going to President Trump's desk, and I am so pleased that he has really come out in front of this discussion and said, let's get this done. And I find it really almost laughable that some of my colleagues are trying to say, well, this would disenfranchise people. It would make it difficult for people to vote. No, it would not. But what it would do is make certain that we know who is voting. And I think the other thing, too, it would make it harder to cheat. If you clean up your rolls, if you have to prove that you're a citizen, if you have to prove that you are who you are when you go to the polls to vote, it would make it more difficult to cheat. Now, there are 14 states in this country that require zero documentation in order to vote. And there are 12 other states that do not require a photo ID to cast a ballot. Some of these states, California, Hawaii, New York, fail to take basic steps to ensure the accuracy of their voter registration list. Now, there are some ways that states could do this if they wanted to, Mr. President. This isn't rocket science. This is thing that the Secretaries of State's organization will tell you that many states do. States like Tennessee that choose to do this. And many of these states that work to keep these rolls clean and accurate, they go through and they compare their voter rolls with the Social Security Administration death records. Now, why would they do that? Well, it is to make certain that if you are mailing out ballots, you are not mailing unsolicited ballots, and you are not mailing ballots to an address where someone has deceased and someone could possibly have that ballot fall into hands and someone vote it who is not allowed to vote that. Now, our colleagues across the aisle, in addition, like to claim that there's very little illegal alien voting that takes place here in the country. Oh, that never happens. I heard one of my colleagues earlier today, Mr. President, talking about this issue and saying, well, there's just not that much of a problem here. But just this week, the New York Post reported that illegal aliens from China, India, Cuba, and other nations have voted in U.S. elections. And you know what? It goes back decades. And across the country, Heritage Foundation has documented hundreds of instances of proven voter fraud. In October, Texas discovered more than 2,700 potential non-citizens on its voter rolls using the federal systematic alien verification for entitlements database. One database, 2,700. Ohio, that same month, found more than 1,000 potential non-citizens registered to vote in the state. Governor Youngkin over in Virginia removed more than 6,000 non-citizens from Virginia's voter rolls last year. And it's important to note that it is state Republican leaders who are leading the effort to show respect for the voter, clean up the voter rolls, and ensure that everybody's vote counts. If there is someone illegally in the country and they're voting, that cancels out the vote of a citizen. So it is imperative that states that have these large non-citizen populations make certain that non-citizens are not voting. I would encourage my colleagues across the aisle, instead of enabling fraud, they should stand with the American people. As I said, 83% of the American people support the Save America Act. And they should stand there in support of fair, honest, transparent elections. It is time to pass this legislation and move it to President Trump's desk.
Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, the Save America Act answers one simple question. Should non-citizens be able to cast a vote in American elections? The answer is clearly, incontrovertibly, no. Indeed, the right to cast a vote in American elections is something that belongs to American citizens alone. It's a precious right. The American people understand this. And you know what? The American people agree. More than 90% of Republicans, more than 80% of independents, and more than 70% of Democrats want proof of citizenship, a valid ID, in order to vote in American elections. Why wouldn't they? Mr. President, with such a groundswell of support from the American people, it makes me wonder why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't support voter ID. You must ask yourself, who are they representing? They can't be representing their constituents. If they were, they'd be screaming from the rooftops, pass voter ID into law today. But they're not. They're not. Then you ask yourself, who is their constituency? Is it illegal aliens? Someone in a far-off land they've never met? Are they representing some moneyed interest that are opposed to voter ID? These are all valid questions, but the bottom line is this. The opponents of the Save America Act are not representing the will of the voters, including those of their own party. Voters across this nation are not being represented. I can tell you that whether I'm back in Tennessee or here in Washington, I constantly hear from my constituents about the need to pass this piece of legislation. Tennessee requires an ID to vote, and we have the strongest election integrity laws in the United States. We get it in Tennessee. Tennesseans, like the majority of Americans, understand that every vote cast by an illegal immigrant or anyone who isn't a citizen disenfranchises an American citizen. A vote against this legislation, frankly, is a dereliction of duty. It's further proof of what I think many Americans feel about Congress, that the politicians they sent to Washington don't care about their views and can't be bothered to represent them. Americans are frustrated when the very second a politician is sworn in, that politician seems to forget all about the very people that they took a solemn oath of office to represent, defend, and protect. I urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to do the very thing they were sent to Washington to do. It's simple. Represent those who sent you here. Vote in favor of the Save America Act. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I notice the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also, before I talk about the SAVE Act, I just want to point out how the Democrats at this point, time and time again, have refused to fund the Department of Homeland Security. At a time where we have conflict, at a time where we've seen terrorist attacks on the homeland, whether it's in Austin, at Old Dominion, in Michigan, through the disastrous immigration policy overseen by the Biden administration and with the Democrats, where 15 million people came in here illegally, many of which we have no idea who they are. Most of them we have no idea who they are. We do know that there's tens of thousands of murderers, hundreds of thousands of violent criminals. And the Democrats hate ICE and want to defund ICE so much they're willing to endanger the lives of the American people for this showboating and grandstanding. So anything they do out here to act like it's just covering the rear ends, because they know they're the ones responsible for defunding the Department of Homeland Security. That means TSA agents. That means the travel of the American people. That means the Coast Guard. That means Secret Service. That means investigating people who are trafficking children here. This is a wildly bizarre, out-of-step ideology at this point, where open borders is now in their DNA, and their refusal to want to get rid of people who shouldn't be here in the first place, and prioritizing people who are here illegally over American citizens is nuts. Which leads me to the SAVE Act, the Save America Act. This is about making sure that American elections are for Americans, and also protecting women and girls from having men participating in their sports, and children being mutilated and offered up at the altar of a radical ideology. Yesterday, Democrats unleashed a coordinated barrage of lies about this amendment that I have, the substitute amendment, the Save America Act. President Trump's talked about it, widely supported. They've told lies about it, from claims of voter suppression and mass disenfranchisement to the absurd charge that it somehow makes it harder for married women to vote. How insulting. How insulting. It is pure, unadulterated fear-mongering without any basis in fact or in law. And so today I rise to do one thing they fear the most: present the actual text of the bill. The Save America Act has three clear claims, this amendment that's pending. Title I, Save American Voters, restores integrity to our federal elections. What could be more important in this republic, this continent-wide republic, where we've committed to ourselves this idea of self-government and structure, to make sure that people who are voting are who they say they are, and they're not here illegally. It requires proof of citizenship to register to vote, requires voter identification, makes in-person voting the rule for able-bodied Americans while preserving absentee ballots for our military, individuals with disabilities, caregivers, those who are sick, those who are even traveling, and verified hardship cases that the state can determine. Title II, Save American Sports, defends biology and biological reality in women's and girls' sports. And Title III, Save American Children, protects innocent children from irreversible medical mutilation and chemical castration. That is what we're actually debating. Not all these lies and all the nonsense to distract the American people from really popular issues, 80-20 issues, 90-10 issues. These are common sense issues, and they're very afraid of them. They're very afraid of having to vote on these things. They're very afraid of these things becoming law because it's really difficult to go back home and explain your no vote on that. That you think only Americans can vote in American elections. But the Democrats would rather fight ghosts than facts. The Democrats claim this bill targets Democrat voters. That's a lie, the most revealing one of all. This bill targets only fraudulent and illegal voters, non-citizens, who have no right to our ballot, and cheaters who refuse even the most basic safeguards of lawful voting. If my Democrat colleagues want to stand here and suggest that requiring citizenship and voter ID somehow threatens their political coalition, they're free to make that argument. But maybe you're protesting just a little bit too much. But the American people are listening. The Democrats claim that voters will have to show up at the polls carrying proof of citizenship. That's false. That's not what the bill says. This bill allows any individual to make an attestation at the polling place if it's questioned about his or her citizenship. If you're registered to vote, you remain registered to vote. So no, the bill doesn't require American citizens to drag a file folder of citizenship papers to the polls. They call it Jim Crow 2.0. It's worth remembering that it was the Democrat Party that withheld the franchise from black Americans. It was the Democrat Party that waged a civil war to keep people oppressed because of their race. So these claims are total nonsense. What this bill does require is far more modest and far more reasonable, that the Americans at least attest, that you have to attest that you're a citizen. People believe that citizens should vote. Non-citizens don't get to vote. I know my Democrat colleagues wanted 15 million people here illegally to count in the census and mess with reapportionment because they've lost the argument with American people. But that's not what this bill does. It says that only Americans can vote in our elections. Let me say that again. My Democrat colleagues have pulled a 5-alarm fire because this bill asks people to simply attest that they're U.S. citizens when they duly register to vote here. That is not suppression. That is not disenfranchisement. That's the bare minimum of seriousness in a self-governing republic. American elections are for Americans. And spoiler alert for my Democrat colleagues, federal law already requires applicants to attest that they're citizens when they register to vote. 52 U.S.C. Section 20508B2 requires the federal voter registration form to include a statement that includes citizenship. All we're doing here is taking that from a box-checked exercise to something that an election authority can actually verify in an individual assessment. That provision, by the way, was introduced by a Democrat congressman, passed by a Democrat-led Senate, and signed into law by a Democrat president. Oh, how times have changed. I've seen a clip recently of the minority leader begging for fraud protections, begging that photo ID be presented when people vote. But something has happened. The Democrat Party has been completely radicalized and believes that illegal immigrants should be able to come here, never have to leave, and now vote in our elections. But today, that same common sense idea that I just mentioned is slandered as Jim Crow. The Democrats claim that the bill text disenfranchises married women and name changes. That's also false. The text of the bill makes plain as day that married women, they're not going to have to re-register to vote. All they have to do is attest that they're an American citizen. And they're afraid of these facts because they know if people are aware of the facts, this remains an 80-20 issue, a 90-10 issue, and it makes it really hard for them to explain their no vote. It couldn't be any easier. This is common sense. It's actually insane and ridiculous that we have to debate this. So their talking points are wrong. It's reckless, and again, an attempt to frighten the American people. They claim it abolishes absentee voting. That's also false. It ends the failed COVID-era experiment of mass mail-in voting by default, the same disorder that weakened the chain of custody, blurred deadlines, and undermined public confidence. When the leftist lawyers streamed all across this country in 2020 trying to undermine voter integrity laws, when I was Attorney General in Missouri. We stood up, we fought back, we won all 3 cases. We didn't settle those cases and allow some ridiculous election process where ballots are just sent out whether people requested them or not, random drop boxes all over, no way to verify the votes, deadlines didn't matter. This bill actually does preserve absentee voting for Americans with real needs, our military members, the disabled, caregivers, and verified hardship cases, those who are sick, those who are traveling, and others. They claim it triggers mass purges of lawful citizens. That's false. They know it. In other words, the pattern here is simple. They don't want to debate what's actually in the bill. They want to terrify people with things that are not actually in the bill. Because the truth is that this amendment, the substitute amendment that I've offered, is built on 3 propositions that normal Americans understand immediately. Citizenship matters. Biological reality matters. And protecting children matters. Mr. President, this Senate was not sent here to traffic in slogans or manage decline. As America approaches her 250th birthday, the least we can do is prove that self-government still means something, that a nation still has the right to define membership, that elections still deserve rules, that women and girls still deserve protection, that children still deserve adults willing to defend them. Read the text, debate the text, then have the courage to vote for it. The time for excuses is over. The time to govern and to defend our republic has arrived. Pass the Save America Act. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with me today is Mr. Matt Turner, one of my colleagues from my office. Mr. President, I would like to talk for a few minutes about the SAVE Act. I'm a co-sponsor. I support it unconditionally. The SAVE Act, as you well know, Mr. President, is really pretty simple. It's about our sanctity of voting in America. It says if you want to register to vote in America, you have to prove that you're a citizen of America. And once you're registered, it says when you're voting in a federal election, in all instances, you have to prove you are who you say you are in order to vote. Very simple. Now, there are other provisions that may or may not be added by amendment, but those are the guts of the SAVE Act. Many, I hope not all, but many of my Democratic friends in the Senate are opposed to the SAVE Act. They say that we're setting our time on fire here in the Senate. We're just wasting the Senate's time. We're wasting precious floor time. Many of my Democratic friends say that we should read the law, that the law provides very clearly that, and has since God was a baby, that in order to vote in America, you have to be a citizen of America. My friends on the other side of the aisle have come up with this deeply weird theory that somehow this legislation punishes women in America. Because some women, not all, but some women take their spouse's name when they get married, and that somehow will, as if the women of America are not smart enough to figure it out, that somehow will impede their ability to register to vote and to vote. I don't get that part, but I hear my colleagues. My Democratic friends say that this bill is unnecessary, but it's also going to cost money, and that what we're doing in proposing it is we're wasting taxpayer money. We're taking a Great Dane-sized whiz down the leg of every taxpayer in America. And I could go on. I hear them. My Democratic friends have no claim to a high horse. Let me just say that. We wouldn't be here today passing this legislation if some of my Democratic friends had stood up to the Biden administration. But I want to make it clear, I hear my colleagues, I think they're wrong, but they're entitled to their opinion. Now let me explain what this bill is really all about. I'm not going to talk about the details of the bill. I think enough people have done that much more eloquently than I probably could. I want to tell you what this bill is about. It's about people trusting elections in America. And it's about immigration. Now, I happen to believe, and I think most Americans agree with me, that the United States of America is star-spangled awesome. I think this country is the greatest country in all of human history. I think the whole world knows it. When, Mr. President, did you last hear of somebody trying to sneak into China? The whole world wants to come to America. I consider that to be a compliment. And we have a way of welcoming them to America. It's called legal immigration. Is our legal immigration system a modicum, rather a model of efficiency? No. We need to make some changes. And maybe, hopefully, someday we will. But it works, and I'll tell you why it works. Over 1 million of our world's neighbors every year become American citizens. Nigerian doctors, Romanian plumbers, over 1 million Americans, more than any other country, we welcome to become American citizens. Now, the opposite of legal immigration is illegal immigration. Illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. We have laws against it. If you don't like them, you should change them. Our immigration statutes are not some second-tier laws that you can violate without consequence. They're the law. And I support their enforcement. And so do the vast majority of Americans. Now, how you enforce them matters. Our immigration laws should be enforced respecting human dignity. Our immigration laws should be enforced in accordance with due process. Our immigration laws should be enforced in accordance with equal protection and with the standards of reasonable suspicion clearly set forth in, I think it was 1969, a Supreme Court case called Terry v. Ohio. We should follow the law in enforcing our immigration laws. You have the right to protest. You don't have the right to protest violently. In fact, as I've said before, violence undermines the morality that the protesters say their movement is based upon. That's not an original idea. Dr. King knew that. Gandhi knew that. Mandela knew that. Violence is also dangerous. You can get hurt. And it's been my experience that most cops, and members of ICE are cops, most cops will leave you alone unless you do illegal stuff. Their job is to enforce the law. So protest all you want to, but don't do it violently. It is not going to end well. Now some have suggested that the American people are xenophobic and that they're racist when it comes to immigration. These people suggest that vetting people at the border is racist. I think it's prudent, and I think most Americans think it's prudent. Let me see if I can explain why. If I could ask these folks to keep this door shut for 10 seconds, please. Thank you. Most Americans, I read this somewhere once, most Americans look at the southern border like they look at the front door of their home. Most Americans lock their front door at night. Why do they do that? They don't lock their front door at night because they hate everybody on the outside. They lock their front door at night because they love the people on the inside. And they lock their front door because they want to know who's coming into and out of their home. And that's the way people look at the southern border. They don't hate everybody that wants to come into America. In fact, we welcome 1 million of them, but they want to know who they are. They want folks properly vetted. That's why we have immigration laws. Now, remember a few minutes ago, I said my Democratic colleagues had no claim to a high horse? Let me explain why. When President Biden was president, and by the way, I wish him well in retirement. I hope he's doing well. He's had some illnesses, cancer. I wish him well in his retirement and in his health. But when President Biden was president, either he or some of his advisors who had authority on his behalf admitted into our country millions of folks illegally from all over the world. We don't know how many, 8 million, 12 million. Some people say 30 million. I don't know how many. But President Biden, it was like the price is right. Come on down. You don't have to follow our immigration laws. Just come on in. Now, I don't really know who was running President Biden's immigration program. I really don't. But I know this. They were one or two things. They were either so incompetent you wouldn't put them in charge of a ham sandwich, or they believed in open borders. I think they believed in open borders. And many of my Democratic colleagues who knew better, they did not say a word. And as a result, we have millions of people in our country. We don't know who they are, but we know they're in our country illegally. And a lot of Americans are opposed to that. It's one of the reasons, I think, that Vice President Harris lost the election. Why do most Americans oppose that? Well, first, as I told you, most Americans believe in the rule of law. They understand that illegal immigration is illegal. Most Americans think it's prudent, not racist, it's prudent to vet people at the border. Most Americans understand that if you want to come to our country legally, we have a process, and that it's unfair to people who have been waiting patiently in line to be properly vetted to allow anybody who can get across the border to jump the line. Most people understand that in America, understand that viscerally. And many Americans, let's just put it on the table, Mr. President. Let's just put it down there where the goats can get it. Most Americans, nope, strike that. Many Americans believe that this was a plot, it was intentional by President Biden and some of my Democratic friends to admit people illegally into America so that perhaps at some point these folks would be indebted to the Democrats and would vote for them. I'm not saying that's true, but you've been smoking a doobie if you don't think that a lot of Americans don't believe that. They believe this was intentional. Again, I'm not saying it's true. And when we point it out, many members of the press go catatonic and foam at the mouth and say you can't say that. But they're living in la la land. A lot of Americans believe that. And a lot of Americans believe, whether it's accurate or not, that these folks vote today and that they undermine the sanctity of our elections. So that's what the SAVE Act is about. It's about trying to get the American people to trust our elections every year in light of the fact that President Biden and his team, with the concurrence of many of my colleagues in this chamber, admitted millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of people into our country illegally. I'm not saying they were all bad people. I think many of the folks who came into our country were economic migrants. They just wanted a better life. That's why we have illegal immigration. Not all of them were Cinderella. There were a lot of criminals. There were a lot of murderers. There were a lot of sex traffickers. There were a lot of drug dealers. There were. We're trying to catch them now. But I guess the larger point is we don't know who the hell they were. Because once again, Price is right. Come on down. And so that's what this bill is meant to do. It's meant to say to the American people, look, we in Congress hear you. We want you to trust our elections. My personal feeling about getting people to trust our elections, I think if we did two things, I'm supporting this bill, but I think we ought to do two things. Number one, have a rule that says you have to prove you are who you say you are in order to vote, and I guess I would add to that in order to register to vote. And number two, we need to go back to having an election day, not election month. Because when it takes longer than just an election day, people think the worst. But the SAVE Act will help as well to restoring trust in the American system. Because you know what? Our democracy can't stand if people don't believe in the sanctity of folks that we put in charge to administer that democracy. Now, let me say one last thing, Mr. President. You know, I'm in the minority on this. The majority of my colleagues on the Republican side, and I feel very confident on my Democratic side, the majority of my colleagues don't agree with me on this. But sometimes, not always, but sometimes the majority just means all the fools are on the same side. Sometimes someone in the minority can be right. That's why we have the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is not for the high school quarterback or the prom queen. The Bill of Rights is for people who see the world a different way, and they have the right to do that. So I'm in the minority on this. I don't know how this bill is going to turn out. I can't predict the future. I have to wait for it like everybody else. But if the SAVE bill doesn't pass, SAVE Act doesn't pass, and we're serious about passing it, and I think we are, Mr. President, I know you are, we need to try to pass this legislation through reconciliation. Now, you know how reconciliation works, Mr. President. It means we can pass this bill with 50 Republican votes and the vice president to break the tie. That's how we pass the one big, beautiful bill. I would hope to get some of my Democratic friends to support us, but we don't have to have them. That's harder than I described because, as you know, Mr. President, there are parameters on reconciliation. Anything you propose through reconciliation has to be paid for. We can find the money to pay for it. And anything you pass through reconciliation has to conform with the contours of the Budget Control Act. We call that giving a provision a bird bath. And our parliamentarian decides what passes muster under the Budget Control Act and what doesn't. Now, we've got a lot of smart lawyers in the United States Senate. Every single one of them thinks they're Oliver Wendell Scalia. But we've got a lot of other smart lawyers in America. Here's what I'm getting at. We have yet to try going to these smart lawyers, some in the Senate and some, believe it or not in the Senate, and saying, craft us a SAVE Act that will pass muster under the Budget Control Act and can be blessed by the parliamentarian. And some of my colleagues, those Oliver Wendell Scalia types, they say, Kennedy, you know, that you'll never be able to do that. They don't know. I've been here 10 years. I've seen things pass muster, survive a bird bath that I didn't think had a hope in hell. And I've seen provisions pass the parliamentarians' judgment under a bird bath that I thought, I've seen them not pass that I thought were slam dunks. You don't know till you try. And we haven't tried. And if this bill is as important as everybody says it is, and I think it is, because we're not just talking about voting, we're talking about the confidence, the trust of the American people in our elections. If this bill is as important as we say it is, we should try it through reconciliation. I haven't convinced Senator Thune of that. I haven't convinced all my colleagues on either side of the aisle. But I plan on continuing to chase them like they stole Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you listening to my explanation of what the SAVE Act. Did I mention I support the SAVE Act? Did I mention I'm a co-sponsor of the SAVE Act? I just wanted to clear that up, Mr. President. And the real reason that we're here today. So I'm done, Mr. President. What would you like me to do? Put us into a quorum call? Yeah, it's okay with you, Max? Oh, you're not Max, you're Brian. Okay. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I recognize the senator from New Hampshire.
Your accent's not bad, Mr. President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
All right, thank you. I came to the floor this afternoon in opposition to the SAVE Act. And I must admit, listening to some of the proponents of the act talk, it doesn't sound to me like they're talking about the same piece of legislation that I understand we're going to be voting on. But I'll get to that in a minute. The fact is that I don't understand the timing on voting on this bill, because right now, what the families in New Hampshire are worried about is paying their grocery bills, being able to afford their rent or their mortgage, being able to heat their homes, being able to pay for child care. They're worried about the rising costs of health care premiums. And we're here debating a bill that is going to have the federal government intervening in how states operate elections in ways that make it harder for people to vote. I don't have any objection to my colleagues here who were talking about they support the SAVE Act because they believe only American citizens should vote. That's the law. Only American citizens can vote in American elections. Nobody's trying to change that. What this law is trying to do is make it harder for American citizens to vote. And I know from personal experience, because New Hampshire passed a similar law, House Bill 1569, in 2024. And then Governor Sununu signed that law, making some of the most sweeping changes in generations in how people in the Granite State vote. And we've seen the results now. We've had 2 municipal elections. We've had the elections in 2025 where our cities voted, and we've seen the town meeting elections in 2026. That law was in effect, and what we saw is that voters showed up with driver's licenses as an ID, and they were told that wasn't enough. That didn't match the requirements of the law, just like the SAVE Act says it's not enough. Women showed up with birth certificates, and they were told it didn't match their legal names, so that wasn't enough. They couldn't vote. First-time voters showed up expecting to register, and they were told they needed a passport. They had to, each of these voters came prepared with an ID. In New Hampshire, we require photo IDs. Each of them had photo IDs, and each of them was told they didn't have what they needed. That's what this debate is about. It's about whether people who have photo IDs, who are registered to vote, can actually vote. And in our polling places in New Hampshire, in town halls and high school cafeterias and public libraries and churches and fire stations, when an eligible voter is told they don't have what they need, in many cases, they're not told anything more, not what documents are missing, not how to fix it, not whether they can still vote that day. They're just told, no, they can't vote. And if they can't come back because they have work or child care or transportation, then they don't get to vote, even though they're eligible. And that's what should concern all of us, Democrats and Republicans, unaffiliated voters. As I said, only American citizens should vote in American elections. Nobody's trying to change that. That's the law. It should be enforced. The question before us is straightforward. Does this SAVE Act make it easier for eligible Americans to vote or harder? Does it disenfranchise voters or ensure that people who are legitimate voters who want to vote are able to go to the polls and do that? So, to answer that question, I think we need to look at the problem this bill is meant to solve. And when you look at the data, non-citizen voting is exceedingly rare. I mean, like so rare, it's less than 1/100th of 1%. Even organizations that have gone looking for non-citizen voters have found fewer than 100 cases over more than 2 decades, over more than 20 years. Now, what the SAVE Act says you have to do in order to register to vote is that you have to have proof of citizenship that is a passport or a birth certificate. And we know that 146 million Americans, almost half of all Americans, lack a valid passport. And some of my colleagues said this was not going to affect women. Well, I'm sorry, but it is going to affect women. Because if women are married, like me, and took their husband's name, like I did, my birth certificate doesn't have my married name on my birth certificate. And not only that, I didn't have easy access when I applied for a passport, and I was an adult by the time I got a passport. I had to send away to Missouri because that's where I was born. It took me weeks to get my birth certificate. We know that about 69 million married women have taken their husband's name, and they don't have birth certificates that match their current legal name. So, in New Hampshire, our Secretary of State, who has refused to comply when this administration, this Justice Department said, send us your voter rolls, he said, and the state of New Hampshire said, we're not going to do that because the state conducts our elections, we're doing this appropriately, and you don't need the voter rolls. But he said that instances of voter fraud are minuscule, and he's a Republican. I think if this were a widespread problem, we would expect a bipartisan effort to address it. But what we're considering is a very partisan bill that blocks eligible voters. More than 21 million Americans don't have easy access to documents that prove citizenship. Many don't have documents that reflect their current legal name. As I said, my birth certificate doesn't have my current legal name on it. In some cases, that means that voters have to leave and return multiple times because their documents don't match. After we passed this voter ID law in New Hampshire, I went to vote in Madbury, where I've been registered since I moved to Madbury in 1979, when we built our home there. I've run for office about 10 times. My name has been on the ballot. Everybody in the town of Madbury who's part of the voting process knows exactly who I am. I got into the polling place and they said, nope, you can't vote. We know who you are, but you got to go get your voter ID. Well, fortunately, I'd left it in the car, so I went out and got it and brought it back. But for a lot of people, if they have to go home and get the documents that they need, often they're not able to get back because the polling hours in some polling places like Madbury don't go all day long. They start at 11 in the morning and they're over at 7 at night in Madbury. Now, as I said, in the municipal elections, what nonpartisan observers found was that at least 244 voters were turned away. In some communities, it was as many as 1 in 10 same-day registrants who couldn't complete the process. Women were turned away because their documents didn't match their current legal name. In March of 2025, New Hampshire Public Radio reported that Brooke Young of Derry had to make multiple trips to the polls because her documents didn't match her married name. This wasn't limited just to new voters or to people unfamiliar with the system. It included people who had participated in our elections for years, people like me. This bill prevents Americans from voting, and that's not acceptable. I think we can enforce the law. We can ensure that eligible Americans are able to vote. Today, voters already confirm they're eligible under penalty of perjury. Election officials already have tools to verify that information. And in states like New Hampshire, before House Bill 1569, we had a system that allowed voters to register and yet still required documentation to be provided. For years, voters who didn't have documentation could sign a sworn affidavit and provide it after the fact. That gives local officials clear, workable standards. Right now, under the Save America Act, the affidavit that's required doesn't provide guidelines for voter registration officials to understand what's required for proof of citizenship. It creates this new bureaucratic process, but then it doesn't give state officials the details on what they need to do. This bill moves us in the direction of replacing a system that has worked in practice with one that risks turning eligible Americans away. One of my favorite examples, because it's so outrageous, of what happened in the municipal elections in New Hampshire is that we had a former Republican executive counselor. In New Hampshire, we have this position called executive council that's a carryover from colonial days. It's a 5-member elective body that approves all state contracts and all of the governor's nominees. And we had a very prominent former executive counselor, Republican, who was turned away at the polls because he didn't have the required documentation. Not because he was ineligible. He had changed wards from one ward to another, and because he had changed wards, he had been purged from the voter rolls. So He went back and got the proof of where he was living, and they said, oh no, because you've been purged, we need proof of citizenship. Again, this is somebody who had run for elective office multiple times in New Hampshire, who was well known to election officials in the Republican Party, was well known. He had to go back. He was asked to go back and get proof of his citizenship. Unfortunately, he couldn't produce that proof of citizenship in the time required before the polls closed, and so because he didn't have it, he wasn't allowed to vote. That's what happens under this law. That's the consequence of this approach. And it doesn't just affect new voters, voters unfamiliar with the process. It affects people who know the process well. It doesn't strengthen our election system, it weakens it. And at a time when my constituents in New Hampshire are paying more to heat their homes, when fuel prices are spiking, when gasoline prices are spiking, the fact that we're here debating this instead of debating how to help people address the rising cost of living, how to make their lives more affordable, instead we're debating how to make it harder for them to vote. That makes no sense. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and let's get on to addressing what our constituents are really concerned about, which is how to make their lives better, how to ensure that they can afford to feed their families, to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent, buy their gasoline, pay their bills.
President.
Recognize the senator from New Jersey.
I'm grateful for the recognition. I think we should set the scene very clearly that during the last 2 weeks since we voted on the War Powers Resolution led in a bipartisan manner by Senators Kaine and Paul, the Trump administration's unconstitutional war with Iran has evolved tremendously. In the span of just 2 weeks, 13 U.S. service members have been killed, and at least 200 of our American men and women have been injured. U.S. diplomatic posts and military facilities in the Middle East are under constant attack. The war has expanded, now impacting at least 15 different countries, from the basis of our European allies to our allies in the region. American citizens are still 2 weeks in, stranded in the region, trying to get home. Civilian casualties are increasing. And here at home, we are seeing the skyrocketing costs of basic goods, the skyrocketing costs of energy, and the skyrocketing costs we're seeing at the pumps at our gas stations. We now know the Trump administration is spending over $1 billion a day on this unauthorized war, while Americans are struggling to make ends meet here at home, and this president is throwing millions of people off of their health care. And this administration, amidst all of this, has failed to come before the United States Senate and the American people for public hearings to make its case on the biggest military war engagement since the war in Afghanistan. Now, all of us, all 100, swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States of America. Well, fealty to that oath is clear because the Constitution is clear. Congress has the authority to declare war and authorize the use of military force. But in this case, Congress and the United States Senate in particular has done nothing. Senate has a solemn responsibility to assert itself along the constitutional mandate in matters of war and peace. This is why I urge my colleagues soon to support the motion to discharge Senate Joint Resolution 118. I ask for that because of what is at stake: billions of American taxpayer dollars, hundreds of American lives. What is at stake is the Constitution of the United States of America. We swore an oath. We have an obligation. This is the moment now. This is not left or right. This is a moral moment and a solemn, sacred, patriotic duty to uphold the Constitution, especially when the President of the United States of America is so willfully violating it. Mr. President, I yield.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from California.
I thank Senator Booker for his extraordinary leadership on this War Powers Resolution. Some of my colleagues may not know this, but I was raised in a divided household. My father was a lifelong Democrat, my mother a Republican. And there were any number of Republican elected officials who appealed to both of my parents, who embody the spirit of America and the promise of this great republic. One of them was Dwight D. Eisenhower. Yes, some in my family liked him so much they helped campaign for him, like my grandfather, Harry Glovsky. I have a photograph in my office of my Pa Harry, who was a Republican county chair, walking side by side with Ike at a campaign rally. It makes me wonder what Eisenhower, the supreme Allied commander during World War II, and the man who brought peace to Europe, would have to say right now. To see our military might, our military personnel, used in a war of choice against a country with a terrible regime, but which was not attacking us and posed no imminent threat to the American people. To see a president like we have today, unwilling even when asked to comment on those who made the ultimate sacrifice in the service of this country. A president who ignores or worse, belittles a reporter who asks about them or whether more troops are going to be deployed to the region. What would he think of a Congress empowered by our framers to have the sole power to make war or refuse to do so, relegated to an afterthought in conflict after conflict after conflict? Eisenhower was a singular voice in our nation. He was a military leader who advocated strongly against the use of military power when it was not needed. When there were alternatives, someone who acknowledged the enormous cost and the lost opportunity to the country that comes with excessive spending on armaments. He is famous in his farewell address for warning of the encroaching influence of the military-industrial complex. And we should turn to that speech now to remind ourselves of where we are in this moment as we find ourselves at war once again. Eisenhower said, "Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who hunger and are not fed, those who are cold and are not clothed. This world in arms is not spending money alone. It is spending the sweat of its laborers, the genius of its scientists, the hopes of its children. The cost of one modern heavy bomber is this: a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 2 electric power plants, each serving a town of 60,000 population. It is 2 fine, fully equipped hospitals. It is some 50 miles of concrete highway. We pay for a single fighter plane with 500,000 bushels of wheat. We pay for a single destroyer with new homes that could have housed more than 8,000 people. This, I repeat, is the best way of life to be found on the road the world has been taking. This is not a way of life at all in any true sense. Under the cloud of threatening war, it is humanity hanging from a cross of iron. A theft from those who hunger and are not fed. That is what he said. And I ask my colleagues, 70 years later, has anything changed? We have taken $170 billion in food aid away from people who hunger and are not fed. And we are feeding that money into a military operation that is costing the country billions every week. Are we not seeing the money for a hospital or 10 hospitals squandered halfway around the world rather than spent here at home? President Eisenhower understood the basic trade-offs that we face when we go to war. And here's the thing. The American people are not afraid of sacrifice. In a just cause, we can marshal the strength of our people to take on any challenge, overcome any threat, defend ourselves against any foe. In a just cause. But has the case been made that this is a just cause? A necessary cause? Have we even had a debate on the subject or a public hearing or, God forbid, a vote? Have we said on behalf of the school children who will go hungry that we are comfortable taking their meals and spending them instead on missiles? Have we agreed as we send our sons and daughters on ships to the Strait of Hormuz that we are willing to risk their lives, that we are ready to pay the costs at the pump and on the grocery shelf, that this is a sacrifice we are ready to make for the greater good? We have not. No, we have not agreed, because we have ducked and dodged and bobbed and weaved our way around this terrible decision, not wanting to debate the war, not wanting to even call it war, because when we do, we acknowledge our own failure as an institution, as the Congress, to take up the matter, as if bombs falling day after day for weeks on end could be labeled as anything else but war. A war whose risks, like closing the Strait of Hormuz, or Iran's attacks on its neighbors, or the staying power of the clerical regime, were known and ignored by the president, a president whose hubris has now cost our nation dearly. What would Ike have thought? What would Ike have done? I suspect he would conclude this war was not worth its costs in casualties and lost opportunities. But if he concluded otherwise, I suspect he would have leveled with the American people about the purpose, the goals, the risks, and sought to rally us to the cause. He would have asked for the support of Congress even as he rallied the support of the nation. Had it been a just cause? Had it been a necessary fight? Had our nation been under attack or imminent threat of attack? Today we are in a war that the public has not backed, that the Congress has not approved, and for which the president has not made the case. A war of regime change in which the regime has not changed. A war to stop an imminent threat which did not exist. A war in which the president tells us we don't need allies, then pleads for the help of those allies to open the strait, and when they do not comply, tells us we don't need them after all. A war in which we mistakenly bombed a girls' school in Iran, in which our president told us Iran bombed its own school, and in which the administration was forced to acknowledge that simply wasn't true. A war in which the president calls for the people of Iran to rise up, that this is the best chance they will ever get, and then tells us they will be mowed down if they do. The Congress does not exist to merely implement the president's will in war or peace. It does not exist to serve as his echo chamber or dutifully stand and applaud when he addresses the joint session. The framers did not draft such an exquisite framework in which ambition was made to counter ambition, in which the power to declare war and fund war was held in one branch so as to resist the bellicose interests and instincts of the head of another branch. They did not draft such a perfect constitution with the idea that it would all be a nullity, that Congress should simply abdicate, surrender its constitutional responsibility. The founders had higher hopes for us. They had dreams for us to realize. They wagered their lives in sacred honor that we would rise to the occasion, that we possessed sufficient virtue to be self-governing, that we as a people did not need to be ruled by a despot. Were they wrong? Were they wrong? At long last, were our founders wrong? After weeks of war and billions spent and 13 service members killed and 200 injured, is it still not too late to discharge our responsibility as our founders intended, as the American people have every right to expect? This resolution gives us a chance to do that. Let us take it. I urge an aye vote on the War Powers Resolution, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. President. It wasn't too long ago that Donald Trump won the 2024 election in large part due to his promise to get our nation out of foreign wars and bring prices down for Americans across this great nation. Well, 18 days into his war of choice in Iran, that's costing taxpayers over $1 billion each day, the American people can see with their own eyes that he has broken and continues to break those promises. Gas, food, housing, basic everyday necessities, costs are skyrocketing, not falling. Wars, 13 service members are dead. Over 200 have been wounded and thousands more Americans located in the Middle East with a target on their backs because of his choice to start a war with Iran. A choice he simply had no right to make unilaterally, but that did not stop him. 13 American lives and at least $1 billion taxpayer dollars a day are far too high a price to pay for an unauthorized and needless war that Trump himself cannot even articulate a coherent or consistent justification for. So I'm here today to support the senator from New Jersey's War Powers Resolution that would reassert the American people's constitutional say over decisions of war and peace through their elected representatives and put an end to this unjustified, illegal war. And I join Senator Booker in demanding that the majority leader immediately hold public hearings that bring members of the Trump administration under oath and force them to justify why they are sending our sons and daughters into harm's way halfway around the world and tell us their plan for keeping Americans safe. The truth is, I wish I didn't have to be here doing this. And I'm angry that it's not even the first time this month that I've had to come and here to beg my Republican colleagues to do their jobs and stop shirking their constitutional duty to the American people and our troops and hold a public hearing on the immediate risk, ongoing objectives, and plan to end Trump's illegal war of choice. Look, our troops will always do their jobs to the best of their abilities, just as they have since Operation Epic Fury began. We all agree that they are doing an incredible job in very dangerous circumstances. But they deserve leaders in Washington who will do our jobs and actually ensure that their mission is justified, actually feasible and worthy of the sacrifices we are asking them and their families to make. They don't deserve a commander-in-chief who hides his draft-dodging incompetence behind their valor by acting as if criticizing his bad and even illegal decision is the same thing as criticizing our troops, because it is not. My Republican colleagues know as well as I do that the Constitution gave the American people the authority to send our troops to war through their elected representatives in Congress. We in these chambers are the ones tasked with deciding when and how Americans are sent into combat. We are the ones charged with that most solemn duty. Yet Trump is acting as if Article 1 simply doesn't exist, as if obeying the Constitution is optional, as if our founding document is just a yellowing, crumbling piece of paper he can crumple up at will. Refusing to allow him to get away with this should not, must not be a partisan issue. I ran for Congress so that when the drums of war started beating beneath this Capitol dome, I'd be in a position to make sure that our elected officials fully considered the true cost of war, not just in dollars and cents, but in human lives as well. Look, I am no dove. I know there are certain solemn, urgent times when our military must be called upon to defend our nation. There are certain moments when the threat in question is significant and imminent, when military force is the most effective tool at hand, when using it is necessary to protect America and her interests, and when using military force will not backfire and create more threats than it eliminates. Trump has shown no evidence that this is one of those times. He's had weeks And while his administration avoids accountability to the public, American heroes keep dying. American diplomats have been targeted and displaced, and American families stranded in the region are fearful of their safety. And here at home, American farmers heading into planting season are facing skyrocketing costs of fertilizer and diesel fuel trapped in the Hormuz Straits, a challenge that will result in many of them losing their family farm. If they actually believe that this war is justified, then the administration needs to come to Congress and do their jobs, explain their case, and give the American people a say through their elected representatives. They need to respect the American people enough to actually tell them why they're being forced to bear the cost of this conflict. They need to prove that they've thought this through enough, that they can tell us what their plan is to stop the war and get to an end state in Iran that would make us safer, not more threatened. Then, when the case has been made, when Congress's debate is done, we must vote. It's our burden. It's our responsibility. It's the least we can do for those willing to sacrifice everything to safeguard our democracy. But until and unless they do that, we here need to do everything we can to force the administration to do their part. And we can start by passing this war powers resolution offered by Senator Booker. So to my Republican colleagues, please, join us in finally reining in unjustified war and demanding that the administration come before the American people and publicly attempt to convince us the mission is worthy of the sacrifices it requires. And then, after we've had that debate, we can show a fraction of the courage of our warriors and cast the tough vote. I yield back.
Recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm humbled to follow my colleague from Illinois. No one is more articulate on the question of the costs of war than Senator Duckworth, and I agree with everything that she said about the importance of this moment. Listen, maybe the most sacred clause in the Constitution is the war-making clause. Our founding fathers gave a lot of thought about the danger of allowing one individual to send this country into foreign conflict, to send our young men and women overseas to face harm and potential death. No, our founding fathers decided that that had to be a question answered by the American public, and that's why the decision to go to war was vested not in an executive or a monarch or a king, but in the Congress, in the People's House, and in the Senate. I think this is probably the most significant military engagement of many of our lifetimes that has gone without a debate and a vote on the Senate floor. It is extraordinary, not just that we have not had a vote as is required by the Constitution, not just that the president persists in this action without an authorization by Congress, but that there hasn't even been a single public hearing in the Foreign Relations Committee or the Armed Services Committee to require the administration to explain to the American people and to the United States Senate why we're in this war, what the goals are, and what the end game will be. Now, I think it's extraordinary and heartbreaking and outrageous that the Senate is not doing its duty under the Constitution to require the administration to ask permission to go to war and to explain itself before Congress, but I guess I understand why. This is an attempt to hide the incompetence, the growing incompetence of this war. The president said the other day he was really surprised when Iran started bombing its neighbors. Like the first page of the briefing book that a president would get on the consequences of a major military strike on Iran would be that missiles and drones would start to be sent to American bases, American forces, and our partner forces in the region. Reports are that the president just kind of guessed that they wouldn't gum up the Strait of Hormuz, even though the second page of that briefing book would have told you, you know what, the first thing Iran will do if you assassinate the Shia religious leader in the middle of the holy month and bomb them relentlessly day after day, hour after hour. They will close the Strait of Hormuz. No plan to protect our partners in the region. Our partners are running out of interceptors as we speak. The region is on fire. No plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. It's closed today. It'll be closed tomorrow. It'll be closed the day after. Prices are going to go up for everybody in this country. The billionaires, the people who show up to have dinner with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago in the middle of the war, they'll be able to afford it. But regular people who live in Ohio and Connecticut and Illinois, they won't be able to afford these high gas prices. Every day there's a new revelation of the incompetence. Here's one from the last 24 hours. Apparently, President Trump decommissioned a bunch of our minesweepers. There was a really competent British minesweeper in the region that left days before the invasion began. We literally gave away our capability to clear the strait of mines right before we took military action that would knowingly cause the strait to be closed and mined. You can't make this up. The reason we are bringing this vote tonight, the reason that Senator Kaine did the same thing earlier, the reason that we will continue to bring these votes is because we have an obligation to have a debate, to have votes on the question of war, especially on the question of this incompetent war. I've sat in classified briefing after classified briefing, and I still have gotten no answer on how this war ends. I actually don't think any of my Republican colleagues could explain how this war ends. Apparently, a worse regime, more provocative to the region, more adversarial to U.S. interests, will remain in charge of Iran when we decide to stop bombing. Estimates are that they will be able to rebuild their missile and drone capability in months after we declare an end to the hostilities. The nuclear program will still be there because you can't bomb out of existence either knowledge or the fissile material that is buried deep under the earth. So at the end of this, we're going to have raised prices for everybody here. We're going to have cost a lot of American lives. We're going to have set on fire the region. By the way, a new war, already having killed 1,000 people, is breaking out between Israel and Lebanon. And Iran is going to be more dangerous, not less dangerous at the end. We need to debate this in our committees, on the Senate floor. And so I'm glad to stand here with Senator Booker. I don't think this will be the last time that we will have this debate. What are we doing this week? We're talking about voter fraud that doesn't exist when there's a war happening that is illegal, when prices are going through the roof. This is what we should be debating right now. This is why the Senate exists, to stand here and debate the most important questions. And what's more important than war and peace, than 13 Americans dead overseas, than the cost of war being borne by poor families here at home? This is what we should be debating this week. And so we will use our opportunity under the statute and under the rules to make sure that we have the opportunity, at least for an hour each day, to be able to talk about this incompetent, illegal, unconstitutional war with no planned end. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I'm glad to join my colleagues on the floor in support of Senator Booker's War Powers Resolution. For those who wonder what a War Powers Resolution is, it's pretty simple. It's a very short resolution just saying no war without a vote of Congress. We should not be at war with Iran without a vote of Congress. Traditionally, when a president wants to go to war, the president will give an authorization to Congress, and there will be a debate and vote in this body on that authorization. President Trump has decided to end-run the Constitution and end-run Congress by starting this war on his own. without consulting with Congress, without consulting with allies, without consulting with virtually anyone, and ignoring a lot of advice he got about why he shouldn't get us into this war. Now, many of you here know that we had a vote on a war powers resolution that I introduced a few days after the war began, and we fell short of the number of votes that were needed. At the time, Congress voted, don't bother us. We may be at war, and yes, the president is end-running Congress, but please don't bother us. Don't make us have a debate about whether this war should be authorized or not. So what is different today than when we voted on my war powers resolution 10 days to 2 weeks ago? I'll tell you what's different. 13 American troops have died. Futures cut off, families bereft and grieving. We learned yesterday that the number of Americans injured in this war, seriously injured in this war, now tops 200. Their lives potentially forever altered by this illegal and unnecessary war. We learned that a missile strike on an elementary school in Iran that killed 175 little kids was actually a strike by an American missile. President Trump said it was an Iranian missile, but we now know from the Pentagon's own evidence that the strike on this school that killed these innocent school children was an American missile. Since we had the vote on the floor on my resolution, we've seen gas prices in the United States go up by, on average, about 60 cents a gallon. Virginians, Mr. President, we buy 8 million gallons of gas a day. So the cost to Virginians daily, just in the gas increase, is nearly $5 million. The Virginians are paying every day $5 million more for gas because of this war. I talked to a prominent American airline. They're paying $25 million a day more in fuel cost than they were before the war because of the war, and they passed that on to passengers who were traveling. The economic dislocation is massive. We've seen deaths of innocent civilians, death of our own troops, injuries to our own troops, and the consequences are getting larger and larger and larger. And yet, as my colleague, Senator Murphy, says, we are still unable to get the Senate majority and the administration to agree to any public hearings where they have to answer questions that the American public has. My public in Virginia is chock full of parents of military members, chock full of spouses of military members, and they have questions about their loved ones currently deployed or who may be deployed, but the administration is afraid to have public hearings. I'm going to conclude, Mr. President, and say this. Today I learned the reason why we are not having public hearings in one of the key committees, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. We had a closed-door hearing, and Senator Murphy asked the chair, our colleague from Idaho, who is nothing if not a straight shooter. He will always give you a straight answer. Why are we not having public hearings about this war in the committees of jurisdiction, the Foreign Relations Committee and the Armed Services Committee? And the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee explained that he thought it would be counterproductive for the administration officials to be examined by senators in public about their decisions. It would be counterproductive to have to answer why you view this as worthy of sending our kids to their possible death or injury. It would be counterproductive to have to answer in public, why is this worth nearly $1 billion a day of American taxpayer money? It would be counterproductive to answer questions about, didn't you think this would cause massive economic problems for everyday American citizens? This war is being hidden in classified because the administration does not have the confidence in its own position sufficient to be willing to answer the basic questions that we all have. If our young people are being asked to risk their lives in this war, then we shouldn't be afraid to put the facts of the war before the American public where they can make a judgment about whether it's in the best interests of this nation. And that's why I'm so glad to both co-sponsor this resolution. I'll be voting for it, and we are not going to stop putting this issue before the body until the Senate does what the Senate is supposed to do, and only engage in war making when it has been determined by Congress that is in the best interests of the country. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Wisconsin.
I rise today on behalf of the majority of Americans who oppose President Trump's war in Iran. I also rise on behalf of the families who just want him to fulfill his promises, to lower costs and end foreign wars. Sadly, that is not what we are getting. So much of what we've seen over the last 3 weeks reminds me of our war in Iraq. We have the Trump administration claiming that Iran was weeks away from a nuclear weapon, even though last year he said we had obliterated their nuclear program. We have Donald Trump saying that he wants to liberate the Iranian people from a regime, all while Iran has installed an equally as extreme leader. We have civilians, including children, being killed by American bombs. And we have service members dying overseas for a cause that Americans do not understand. Americans are watching the start of another open-ended military conflict in the Middle East, just the kind President Trump said he would end, not start. There's one major difference, however, between this war and the Iraq War. This time around, the Trump administration hasn't even bothered to make their case to the American people. Back then, we had an open and public debate about the cost of war, the cost to the American taxpayer, the cost to our military and their families. We voted on it, and Congress held public hearings preceding that vote. Look, I voted against it, and my fears were sadly proven right. But at least the American people back then had a say in it. President Trump clearly has no interest in following the law or our Constitution or letting the American people have a say in this war. So far, my Republican colleagues have shown no interest in forcing him to do so. So we are using the tools at our disposal to try to bring some sunlight and force a debate on this illegal war of choice. Because the more people learn about this war, the less they like it, and the quicker we can end it. It is past time for this administration to come before Congress and the American people to explain why we are at war and how they plan to get us out of it. If my Republican colleagues refuse to join us, I'm prepared to keep forcing votes on this war. Congress, the people's branch, is a check and balance on any president. And right now, this president needs a serious check. Donald Trump is breaking laws, and he's breaking his promises to the American people. The president is showing us what his priorities are: starting wars and not focusing on the everyday needs of hardworking families. This war is not what the American people signed up for, and it's our job to stop it and get our country back on track. Today, we'll show our constituents who is and who isn't on the side of the American people. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution. And I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Arkansas.
One of the most despicable pieces of legislation, an attack on our sacred right to vote, a voter suppression bill. These are just some of the hysterical things that Democrats have said lately about the Save America Act. I disagree, and so do most Americans. In fact, 64% of adults say that the Save America Act is a good idea and will help ensure that only eligible citizens can vote in our elections. After all, only Americans should have a say in who runs our country. Voting in our elections is a privilege and a right of American citizens, not of millions of illegal aliens who have flooded into our country under Joe Biden. Again, you don't have to take my word for it. 62% of Americans support requiring proof of citizenship to vote. The Save America Act will ensure that every voter in our elections is an American citizen. Because the bill allows numerous forms of documentation to serve as proof of citizenship, every American will be able to cast a ballot. Most Americans also agree that every voter should have a valid ID. Polls consistently show that more than 80% of voters support voter ID requirements. And I've got some bad news for my Democratic colleagues. These polls also show that 71% of Democrats support voter ID. But instead of listening to their own voters, Democrats in Washington claim that the Save America Act is, yes, Jim Crow 2.0. Apparently, asking voters to confirm that they are who they say they are is racist. That's laughable. Just think about all the different places you've been asked to show your ID lately. Last weekend, I took a flight, had to show an ID. I rented a car, had to show an ID. I checked into a hotel, had to show an ID. I bought medicine, over-the-counter medicine, mind you, and yes, had to show an ID. I'm very confident that Delta, Enterprise, Marriott, and Walmart don't ask me for ID because they're racist. I know they need to confirm my identity for security purposes. Buy beer at a bar, you get asked for an ID. Buy a pack of smokes at the gas station, you get asked for an ID. Open a bank account, you get asked for an ID. Oh, but the Democrats say voting is different. Voting is a constitutional right. Fair enough. Guess what? Want to exercise your Second Amendment right to buy a gun? You get asked for an ID. Want to exercise your First Amendment right to petition the government for a redress of grievances in this very building? Sorry to report, you have to show an ID if you have an appointment in the Capitol. In fact, the only reason that I can imagine Democrats would oppose the Save America Act is to make it easier to cheat in our elections. As the polling data shows, Democrats are, yet again, on the wrong side of an 80-20 issue. It's no wonder they want to ignore Americans and tilt the odds in their favor. So to the excitable Democrats who claim the Save America Act will destroy our democracy, I say the opposite is true. No nation can have a healthy democracy without secure elections. For these reasons, I urge all senators to vote for the Save America Act. Now, Mr. President, I ask consent that my following remarks appear separately in the record.
Without objection.
I'd like to take a moment up front to recognize the American heroes who have lost their lives in the line of duty as part of Operation Epic Fury. I extend my deepest condolences and offer my prayers to their families and loved ones. I also say, with absolute confidence, these American heroes will not have given their lives in vain. For 47 years, Iran's outlaw regime has waged a war of death, destruction, and terror on the United States, our friends, our allies, and indeed the civilized world. And now, after 47 years of indecision and timidity, America has finally put our foot down. President Trump has sent a clear message that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and they will never be able to threaten the rest of the world again. It's difficult, in fact impossible, to overstate just how imminent the threat from Iran was before we took action. But Democrats are now trying to twist this around by claiming the threat we faced wasn't actually imminent at all. However, our top intelligence officials disagree. Earlier today, I chaired the Intelligence Committee's annual Worldwide Threats Assessment hearing. Director of National Intelligence Gabbard testified that Iran was working to rebuild its nuclear program before Operation Epic Fury. According to her, Iran was trying to recover from the severe damage to its nuclear infrastructure sustained by the 12-day war and continued to refuse to comply with its nuclear obligations with the IAEA. But it wasn't the only threat of a nuclear program that hung over our heads. Less than 1 month ago, Iran had thousands of missiles armed and ready to hit our bases and kill Americans as far-flung as Western Europe and the Indian Ocean. Thanks to Communist China's help, Iran developed a vast missile arsenal that far exceeded the combined missile defenses of the United States, Israel, and our Arab friends. And it got much worse every single month. According to CIA Director Ratcliffe's testimony during today's hearing, if left unchecked, they would have the ability to range missiles to the continental U.S. Given these facts on the ground, we were left with no choice. Iran had already loaded and cocked the gun. What were we supposed to do? Wait until they pulled the trigger? Of course not. Iran has been an imminent threat to Americans for 47 years. Let's take a look at the record. Was the threat imminent in 1979 and the days before Iran took over our embassy and held dozens of Americans hostage for more than a year? Did Iran pose an imminent threat to more than 200 Marines before they bombed our barracks in Beirut in 1983? And did thousands of our troops who were murdered and maimed by Iran's deadly roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan face an imminent threat from the regime? I'd say so, as I think any reasonable American would. The threat to Americans was as imminent then as it was before we launched Operation Epic Fury. From a legal perspective, Operation Epic Fury was well within the President's constitutional authority and duty as the Commander-in-Chief to defend Americans. President Trump's objectives are clear. First, destroy Iran's vast missile arsenal and make sure Iran can't rebuild it. It's a lot easier to kill the archer on the ground than to shoot his arrows out of the sky. Second, strike at the pillars of the regime that have been propping up terrorist organizations like Hamas and Hezbollah and rebels in Yemen for decades. We're no longer chopping off the various heads of the snake so it can grow 7 more in its place. We're just going to kill the snake itself. And third, we're going to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. We will not stop until Iran's hopes for that nuclear weapon are obliterated alongside its nuclear facilities. Now, some critics claim that the President has abandoned his principles and his promises to put America first. I disagree. President Trump has been consistent in his position that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. He said this publicly as early as 2014, years before he threw his hat in the ring for president, and years before the Ayatollahs tried to assassinate him. Naysayers allege that we're getting involved in another forever war. But let's get something straight. Iran is not Afghanistan, and Iran is not Iraq. Well, no one has a crystal ball to predict how long military operations might last. President Trump has an exceptional track record of using targeted and indiscriminate military force to achieve concrete and defined missions. Other critics have said that Israel forced the U.S. to take military action against Iran. This is a lie, and it is contemptible. First off, I'd say no one dragged Donald Trump anywhere. And second, Prime Minister Netanyahu himself knows this well and said as much in an interview with Sean Hannity, who's known the president for decades. In fact, the president himself said he may have forced Israel's hand. For argument's sake, let's set all this aside, though, and examine the War Powers Resolution before us today. Senator Booker's resolution calls for the president to remove the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against Iran. This resolution would require the president to end highly successful strikes against Iran before our military objectives are fully achieved. Moreover, it would abandon our Israeli friends and leave them in the skies above Iran alone. In short, this resolution does more than simply attempt to score political points by condemning President Trump's actions. Its passage would handcuff our military force, leaving our troops in a sitting duck defensive posture while Iran attempts to rain down terror across the region. At this very moment, Iranian military capabilities are being destroyed. I would suggest it's the height of folly to stop now and give our enemy time to regroup. For these reasons, I strongly urge my colleagues to reject the War Powers Resolution and instead support President Trump's resolute actions against the Ayatollah's regime. May God bless the President, may he protect our troops, watch over their families, and may he continue to bless the United States of America. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Well, I'll go ahead and get started. You're entitled to your opinion. This is a free country. Whether you like President Trump or not is up to you. Your view of the war is up to you. But you're not entitled to your facts. You're entitled to the facts. And here are the facts. To my Democratic colleagues, I challenge you today to prove that I'm wrong. During the negotiations to find a peaceful solution to the Iranian nuclear problem, President Trump sent Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to negotiate with the Iranians. They say, Mr. President, all they want is peaceful nuclear power, the Iranians. They've been saying that. And they should be entitled to enrich, like other countries like us, a bunch of nations, enrich uranium for peaceful purposes. And they claim, why not us? Because you're cheap. The IAEA, not me, not Lindsey Graham, you've had a history of not living up to what you say about your ambitions, that your enrichment facilities are not designed to produce peaceful power, but to produce a weapon. So during the negotiations, Witkoff and Kushner offered the Iranians, listen, if you'll give us your highly enriched uranium, we will guarantee you a lifetime fuel supply for free, that you can have all the spent fuel you need to operate a peaceful power program. You don't need to enrich. And if you want to enrich for medical purposes, very limited, fine. But you can't have an enrichment program that would lead to making bomb-grade material because you're not reliable. And I would go a step further. It'd be like letting Hitler have anything. See, the difference between me and I think a lot of people here, maybe most Democratic colleagues, I think these guys are religious Nazis. Hitler wanted a master race. He wrote a book. Nobody believed him. He literally wanted to kill all the Jews, and nobody believed him. The Ayatollah's the same. The regime is built around a cult of death. They want three things to purify Islam. They're Shiites. Their number one enemy is Sunni Arabs. They think they've got the faith wrong, that they're traitors to the faith. They hate Sunnis because they're not true to the faith. And Saudi Arabia believes it. So they want to purify Islam, bend it to their will, make every Sunni reject their view of Islam and accept the Ayatollah's view. That's what they say, not me. I believe it. Number two, they want to kill all the Jews. And they openly say it. They're not hiding their disdain for Israel. They actually talk about it. They put death to Israel on, like, milk cartons. These people are serious, and you should take them serious. Like in the 30s, people didn't want to believe that Hitler meant what he said because they were tired from World War I. And they said, oh, he's just all talk. He wants this, he wants that. He wants more German-speaking territory. He's not completely crazy. You know, he's sort of just doing the Hitler thing. Well, he was completely crazy. Now, I don't know why he wanted to kill all the Jews. I don't know why Hitler thought the Aryan race is the only pure race on the planet. But a lot of people are dead because we got that wrong. Let's don't do that again. We're playing like World War II never actually happened. And you're rewriting this regime's history. From 1979, what have they done until today? What have they done to make you think they don't believe what they say? What behavior have they exhibited that they really do want to be normal? So during those negotiations, when they said no to every offer under the sun, they said something that was a fatal mistake for them. Oh, by the way, we have 460 kilograms of uranium at 60%. Now, why did they tell us that? They were trying to intimidate us and letting us know that if we don't bend to their will, we'll have a problem. Now, what's the problem? The difference between 60 and 90% enrichment is weeks, Mr. President, not months or years. And when you get to 90, that's weapons grade enrichment. That material can be turned into a nuclear weapon. 460 kilograms at 90% is enough to build 10 nuclear bombs. And I'm talking weeks, not months, to go from 60 to 90, and they were threatening to do it. So what did President Trump do? Instead of begging them not to, instead of giving them a bunch of money, bribing them not to, he blew up their enrichment facilities so they couldn't get to 90%. It's called Midnight Hammer. Mr. President, I'm glad you did, and it's clear to me nobody in the Democratic Party would have done that. The question for my friends on the other side and critics within my own party, how could they have 60% enriched uranium at 460 kilograms without cheating? Everything you wanted to do to contain these people failed. The JCPO, every agreement that's been offered to restrict Iran's nuclear program failed if, in fact, they do have 460 kilograms of uranium at 60%. So here's my challenge. If you don't believe that's true, come to the floor and tell me why I'm wrong. We know that the material at 60% is under all the rubble of the enrichment facilities. And we're worried that somehow somebody's going to get it before we do. So it is a fact that they had produced enough uranium at 60%. That means they're cheating, because there's no commercial purpose for uranium to be enriched at 60%. None, zero. You don't need that to run a nuclear power program. You need nothing beyond 20. To go to 60 means you're a threshold nuclear nation. Why 60? It's just a small jump to 90, and they want to intimidate and blackmail the world. So when they told us that, we got this much at 60, Trump said, well, that's all you're going to do because I'm going to take enrichment off the table. And thank God he did. Their enrichment program has been obliterated, and they couldn't go to 90. But I think they'll come back at it, Mr. President, one day if we don't deal with it now. So that's Midnight Hammer. Epic Fury. What happened after we blew up the enrichment facilities? Within weeks, they were actually, the Iranians, trying to start over again, going deeper. What was the lesson they learned from Midnight Hammer? We're not deep enough in the ground. And here's the most telling thing. They were trying to create a new enrichment capability that did not require an air shaft. Now, why is that important? The bombs that were used, that were dropped on the enrichment facilities, went through the air shaft, penetrated and blew up the facilities deep underground. That's a testament to our air power, that the air shaft opening was about the size of a refrigerator, and we dropped bombs through those air shafts to obliterate the enrichment facilities they had. Instead of learning their lesson and let's sit down and talk about peaceful nuclear power, they went the other way, and that's just, I think that's a fact. So epic fury. If you do not see this as an imminent threat, then you're blind for your hatred of Trump. There are people on the left and people in my own party that are more afraid of Trump being successful than the Ayatollah having a nuclear weapon. That's sick. That is sick. When Obama took out bin Laden, I clapped like a seal. Every time he wanted to go into Syria, I was there with him and John McCain. I've tried to be bipartisan on such things. I never have ever introduced a resolution against a Democratic president under the Congressional War Powers Act to limit their ability to protect the nation, ever, because I think it's unconstitutional. I've never done to a Democrat what you constantly are doing to this Republican president. And when a Republican tried to do that, I objected. If you don't like what President Trump or any other president's doing in military matters, cut off the funding. We have the power of the purse. We could stop funding for these operations, and that would be constitutional. What we can't do, in my view, is become the commander-in-chief. You can't have 535 people becoming the commander-in-chief, and that's what the War Powers Act does. After 60 days, if Congress doesn't approve, military action stops. Basically, under the Constitution, you can be commander-in-chief for only 60 days, and Congress takes over. That's not what they had in mind. Let me tell you what the founders had in mind. A single person, commander-in-chief, and Congress to have the power of the purse and regulate the land and naval forces. That's the balance we've had all these years. And the War Powers Act is unconstitutional because it destroys that balance. But it doesn't mean Congress is out of the game. Literally, if you had a resolution or an appropriation bill denying funding for epic fury, I wouldn't agree with you, but you would be on sound constitutional grounds. Now, why do I oppose this? Not just because I think it's an infringement on the power of the president and an overstep by the Congress. I think it'd be really, quite frankly, dangerous not to finish this thing out. In 18 or 19 days, we have done a number on the ability of Iran to build ballistic missiles to hit us and our allies. And if you don't think they would, put yourself in the same category that miscalculated Hitler. What is it about the Iranians you think they really don't mean what they say? So we've destroyed that ability to build those missiles to come after us, and they were building 100 a month before we did this. The second thing is they have been funding Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, proxies. Hezbollah has a lot of American blood on its hands, killed 220 Marines and sailors back in the 1980s when we were in Lebanon trying to help with that civil war. They attacked our barracks. There are a lot of American blood on the hands from Afghanistan, IEDs made in Iran. So these people have been at war with us since 1979. Finally, we're pushing back. Instead of doing deals that don't work, we're trying to eliminate the threat in a responsible way. What happens next in Iran? I think the people will have a chance down the road to decide that, not me, not you. We're not going to invade Iran. We're not going to do the Iraq-Afghanistan There's no reason to. What we want to do militarily, Mr. President, is eliminate the threats. They can't fund proxies. They can't build nuclear weapons anymore, and they can't build missiles that would terrorize us in the region and Europe. When we accomplish those three things, here's what I think will happen. We will build on what President Biden started, which is normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel. Now, why is that big? Senator Booker's been great on this. He's gone with me when Biden was president. I was a Republican trying to build on the Abraham Accords, see if we could get Saudi and Israel to normalize, which would be the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict. It'd be the biggest change in thousands of years, and I'd be willing to help President Biden. I was. And, you know, we had a bipartisan team. I was part of it. Well, October the 7th came along to stop that. Now, Mr. President, we were very close to having a breakthrough on normalization. Under President Biden, Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, Brett McGurk, I went over there 8 times, I think. We were close, but October 7th was designed to stop what we were trying to do. It was a nightmare for the Iranians, I think, for the Arabs and the Israelis to make peace, because it changes the region forever, leaving them behind. So October the 7th was an attack by Hamas, but it couldn't happen without Iran stopping normalization, and it's worked to a great extent. The tolerance for a two-state solution in Israel is pretty low after October 7th, and the Arab world is pretty inflamed because of Gaza. But we can't let Iran win the day. So here's what I hope we can do. Keep this military campaign going, weeks, not months. Continue to degrade the ability of the IRGC to terrorize their own people, to wreak havoc in the region, and we're going to take some blows. They still have a lot of drones, they still have missiles, but less every day. Gas prices up, no small thing for somebody trying to raise a family on limited income. But I believe with all my heart, you pay now or you pay later with this regime. And we were a couple of weeks away from the Ayatollah and his crowd having weapons-grade material for 10 bombs, and you think things are bad now? I can only imagine what the world would look like if this madman and his regime actually had nuclear weapons. One, I think he would use it. If you don't believe he would kill all the Jews, that would be a mistake. Certainly the Jewish people believe that. And this idea that we were drugged into the war by Israel, that's the oldest game literally in the book. If it weren't for the Jews, we'd all be better off. It's the Jews that are always getting us in trouble. What an offensive thing to say. Israel consulted with us. We do have common values, and we have a common enemy. They don't just chant death to Israel, they chant death to America, the Iranian regime. They got our blood on their hands, just not Israeli blood. So the idea that somehow that President Trump got hoodwinked by the Jews is like, enough already. If you know anything about President Trump, nothing could be further from the truth, and you're just giving life to the idea that's been around for like 2,000 years with the Jewish people. Enough. So what I hope will happen, Mr. President, we'll be steady. American people, there's going to be some pain. The region, you're going to get hit again. We've lost soldiers. God bless them. God bless the wounded, a couple of hundred, and casualties may increase. But the only thing I can tell you about the military, from my time being around it, which is most of my adult life, the worst thing you can do to a military unit is ask them to sacrifice and not finish the job. You want to help the military? Let them finish the job they believe in, that is necessary, and you get nothing for finishing second in a war with mad people, crazy people. And if you don't think the regime is built around a cult of death, then you missed a lot. They want a religious world that they run. They want a religious master race, not an Aryan ethnic master race. They want to dominate the world through their faith. And that too should scare you. I don't intend to bend to their will. I don't think Sunni Arabs are. And you know what? Most Iranians don't buy that. But they've been killed by the tens of thousands. They've had it too. So I think we're close, Mr. President, to weakening the regime to the point that we can start again with normalization talks between Saudi and Israel, which would be the end of the Arab-Israeli conflict, the biggest change in 2,000 years. And if they can't do another October 7th, then I think we may get there, building on what was done by the past administration. So just think about it. We're not going to get a normalization deal that doesn't have a Palestinian component, because MBS, the leader of Saudi Arabia, can't recognize Israel till he finds some dignified solution for the Palestinians that Israel can live with. And he wants a defense agreement with us because he wants to come our way, not Turkey, not Pakistan, a mutual defense agreement. Well, to my Democratic friends, entertain the idea of helping us get there, but you should insist that there's something there for the Palestinians, and we all have a chance here to make history. A few more weeks, not a few more months, we should be at the point, in my view, that we can start where we ended before. And Iran's efforts to deny real peace to the region will have failed. Karg Island. Seldom in the history of warfare has a country or a warring opponent had a single point of failure. All their money comes from oil and gas in Iran, the regime, and all the infrastructure virtually is on a single island. If you control that island, you control the destiny of the income to continue this war. And remember what I said. I don't know what President Trump's going to do. As to this resolution, I have a lot of admiration for Senator Booker. We're going to be friends and we'll work together where we can. I think this is the wrong signal at the wrong time. I never believed it was constitutional. I never did it as Democratic president. But we do not need to do this, because if we stop now, then we're going to pay a heavy price later. The worst possible outcome is for those 32,000 people to go to the streets and die for nothing. The worst possible outcome is to suffer and not get it right. They have a pair of twos and we have a full house. It's not a card game, but we're in a good spot. To those who have lost their lives and been injured, you died in the service of your country, making the world safer, and that's what military people sign up for. And to those who have been injured, you've been hurt trying to stop something that matters. This is not a foolish endeavor. This is something that had to be done because they were going to break out if we didn't stop them. We were really a couple of weeks away from them having enough uranium at 90% to make 10 bombs, and the world would have changed in a blink of an eye. So I'm going to oppose this resolution. I'm going to support President Trump's plan to continue to defang the regime, and I join with my Democratic colleagues, if they would like, and if Saudi Arabia and Israel want to talk about changing the Mideast forever, I would encourage you to do what I did. Let's all work together to bring about the biggest change in 2,000 years. And the reason we didn't get there in the last administration is because October 7th. It wasn't any fault of anybody else. This attack was designed to stop everything we tried before. And it would be a shame and a tremendous missed opportunity in history to let the Iranians deny the region something I think they really want, to move forward, not backward. And I'll end with this. To the American people, I know it's tough. I know the economy on the gas front is hurting. But I do believe this with every ounce of my being. If we had not done this, they would be on the path, the Iranian regime, to a nuclear capability, and they would use it. Eventually they would use it. Or give it to somebody who would. They're no different than Hitler except this. Hitler wanted a master race to run this world, and he was denied. Only after about 50 million people died. This regime wants a master religion to dominate this world. I don't know why, but I believe them. And we're so close to getting this right. And since 1979, this regime has been built around a cult of death. A 16-year-old girl was killed last year. for not having the headscarf on right, drug off a bus and beat to death. The people have been in the streets, Mr. President, slaughtered by tens of thousands. Let's not let this moment pass. Let's, in a responsible way, keep weakening this regime, giving the people down the road a chance to have a new Iran, stand with our allies, finish the job, and if you do it right, a gateway to peace will open up. And the biggest thing you can say to those who sacrificed, were hurt, and died because of what you did, you created an avenue for peace that is going to change the world. So I will be voting no, but I'm going to do more than vote no. I'm going to support an outcome that will change the world. The day this regime no longer can wreak terror and havoc is a good day, and we're close to that. And the day we can get back to the peace table between Saudi Arabia and Israel will be a wonderful day. The center of Islam, Senator Booker, is Saudi Arabia. That's where the holy mosque of Mecca and Medina are. And this young man, MBS, has made a decision to go a different way, and I've had my problems with him, but I really do think he's made a decision to go a different way that will benefit the region and the world. And I hope the Israeli people understand, if you want true peace, lasting peace, you got to deal with your neighbors. Abraham Accords tells me they're willing to deal with their neighbors. Let's don't let October 7th be the final chapter. Let's make sure we punch through what happened on October 7th, and we punch through right now to get the conflict in a spot where we can truly have peace. Last thought, you'll never have peace in the Mideast. We'll never know peace here at home until this madman regime, the Ayatollah and his henchmen, organized around a cult of death, can no longer hurt us. Thank you very much. I yield.
Mr. President.
The senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, fellow senators, this is, I've lost count now, fourth or fifth time I've come to the floor to once again defend America against these dangerous, obstructive resolutions that the Democrats have been putting out here. What they're asking us to do is to put our tail between our legs and leave the battlefield and surrender the battlefield to the Iranians. We're not going to do that. Democrats are attempting to stop the administration from keeping Americans safe through these defensive actions against Iran. Now, they say that Donald Trump started this war, or that America started this war. Neither of those are true or even close to it. This war started 47 years ago when this regime, the Iranian regime, broke into our embassy in Tehran and took our hostage a great number of American diplomats and held them for 444 days. That's how long this has been going on. Now, if that's all they did, and it was bad, one might say that it didn't deserve this action. The problem you have is, over these 47 years, the Iranians have again and again and again, and when I say Iranians, I'm talking about the administration that's there, the regimes that's there, not the Iranian people. They have again and again killed Americans. How many have they killed? They've killed in the thousands of Americans through IEDs and all kinds of other devices that they have used over these 47 years. This is not right. It needs to come to a stop. It needs to come to an end. And the president did what he did because they were very close to having a nuclear weapon. Can you imagine if we were having this debate out here and the Iranians actually had a nuclear weapon? It would be a very different place. The troops that we have in the Middle East are in danger as a result of this resolution. The resolution would put them further in danger if it passed. According to the Constitution, it's the president's duty to protect and defend the United States, which he is doing. And he did what he did because it was necessary to defend America. As I said, for 47 years, the Middle East has been progressing more and more towards peace and security. It is a very different Middle East than when I started this. All countries have moved toward the middle. All countries have moved to a much more peaceful existence in the Middle East, with one exception. And that exception, of course, is Iran. The Iranian terrorist regime aims to censor, threaten, murder anyone who questions its radical theology, but especially Americans. The Middle East has a bright future. I am more optimistic today than I have ever been about the Middle East because Iran now stands alone. There were days in the past when Iran did not stand alone, but they are standing alone now. I think people will look back at what's happened in the Middle East and see the Abraham Accords as a point in which there was considerable inflection and at a time when things changed. Our commander-in-chief is committed to see this through to the objectives that he has set out. To our brave men and women who are on the battlefield in and near Iran, we support you. You're supporting Operation Epic Fury. We support you. We have your back here. Your sacrifice does not go unnoticed, and we will continue to have your back. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again to Iran. No one is coming to help you. There is no one on this planet, not the Chinese, not the Russians, not the North Koreans, not Venezuela, not Cuba. No one on this planet is coming to help you except the 47 people that sit over here. They're trying to help you tonight. They are not going to help you. We are not going to allow these people to help Iran. To our troops that are in the battlefield, I say to you, we have your back. We will see that these people do not do what they're trying to do. We're not going to turn tail. We're not going to leave. The President of the United States is going to continue this until the objectives are achieved. Mr. President, fellow senators, I urge you tonight to join me in defeating this resolution, as we have done over and over again, as we will do again tonight, to stand by our troops in the Middle East. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Jersey.
I'm grateful for the recognition of the President of the presiding over the Senate. I've listened carefully to my colleagues who've come down to oppose this war powers resolution that I am bringing up right now. I've listened with an open heart because many of them I've worked with on Middle East issues assiduously to bring about peace in that region. I share many of the beliefs that were expressed of the danger of Iran and their proxies, of the chaos and the harm and the lives they've taken, the instability in that region. We have worked side by side on bipartisan delegations, bipartisan work, as the Senate should function to deal with the challenges in the threat matrix that affect the United States as well as our allies. But here's the issue. We are bringing a war powers resolution to the floor to bring this to a vote and to a debate. My colleagues do not want a debate on this issue. Nothing has been scheduled. No floor debates, no hearings, no oversight, no checks and balances. This resolution seemed to almost offend my friend and chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee that how dare we bring this to the floor. Well, we have the power to bring such resolutions to the floor because of the incredible sensitivity to the idea of war powers. The idea that the power to go to war, unlike in times of despots and presidents in the United States of America, the power to go to war does not lie with one person, the President of the United States. Now, at first, there were some people trying to deny on the other side that this was a war, but tonight they showed it clear. Multiple people talked about us being at war. We, as a nation, are at war. The largest military engagement we have had since the war in Iraq. And in this war, in barely over 2 weeks, thousands of people have died. In this war, in barely 2 weeks, 200 Americans have been injured. In this war, 13 Americans have paid the ultimate price for a war that we have gone into on the decision made by one man. And the American people at large are paying costs in the billions of dollars a week. They're seeing prices at the pump, energy, consumer goods skyrocketing on top of already this president cutting their health care, cutting their food programs, cutting their veteran services. We are at war, and Americans are paying the price, and our servicemen, too many, have paid the ultimate price. And what is our constitutional obligation when the nation is making billions of dollars of expense? What is our constitutional obligation when lives are being lost every single day? What is our obligations when our brave military men and women carrying out their missions, some of them not coming home? Well, the Constitution is clear on this. There is no debate even possible. Constitution says that the war power belongs to Congress. And so I know the noble issues and ambitions of my colleagues that they mentioned, noble ideals like not letting Iran have a nuclear weapon, noble statements that they're making about trying to stop evil. Those are important. That is a debate we should be having, but we're not having it. It seems that my Republican colleagues, all they want to do is to try to pretend that this is business as usual, to try to ignore or even cover up all that's going on, because as my colleague who just spoke on the floor said to a bunch of us today, I do not want open hearings. I do not want executive people of the administration like the Secretary of State or the Secretary of Defense to have to answer questions in open hearings. They want to circumvent the Constitution. They want to go around public oversight. They want to avoid the glare, the questions of the American people. Woe to a nation, our founding fathers believed, woe to a nation that makes it so easy to go to war. They developed this government with a check and a balance. They developed this government with oversight. They developed this government with a dispersal of powers so that we could have an enduring democratic republic. But what the Republicans are saying is they want none of that. None of our constitutional obligations, no checks and balances, no oversight, no hearings, no accountability. We want to rush to war, spending billions of taxpayer dollars, costing American lives, and costing our constitutional fidelity. It's been 2 weeks since we had a war powers resolution brought up by my colleague Tim Kaine. 2 weeks, and this war has expanded. In 2 weeks, more Americans have died. In 2 weeks, more countries have been attacked. This is not just Iran being hit. It's now 11 countries have been attacked, and even some of our European allies have had their bases in the region attacked. It's been 2 weeks. And we've seen the mistakes of war. Like a school of girls being targeted and attacked, and the administration not feeling that they have to stand before Congress and be accountable for that. 2 weeks, and we've seen more soldiers perish. 2 weeks, and we now have a report that it's over 200 that have visible injuries and perhaps even more invisible injuries. Today in the Capitol, we had veterans come, veterans of foreign wars, veterans of Afghanistan and Iraq, veterans who came to this building today to remind people in the Capitol the true costs of war. We cannot question their bravery. We cannot question their sacrifice. And they stood with us today to make the simple point: when will Congress do its job? There is something inexcusable about people who will stand in this chamber and swear an oath, not to a president, swear an oath, not to an authoritarian leader, swear an oath, not to a political party. They swore their oath, all 100 of us, to the Constitution of the United States of America. And if there's anything that is plain in that Constitution, it is that a president does not have the power to unilaterally bring a nation and its treasure, to bring a nation and its men and women into conflict without a say of Congress. This is not a partisan issue. This is not a left or right issue. It is a right or wrong. Do you stand with the Constitution of the United States of America, or do you stand with what our founders rejected, that we should be a nation where all power, especially the power that sends our soldiers into making the ultimate sacrifice, do we stand with an ideal that lies with the president and not with this body? And so I am telling you right now, those who feel that this vote is an inconvenience to them, those that feel offended that we are having an hour debate of what we're entitled to when we bring up a real powers resolution. I say to those who feel angry, how dare we try to force the Senate to focus on this war? I say to you, I don't care about your objection. We have privileges as senators, and I refuse to let business as usual go on in this body. Me and my colleagues will bring up these resolutions again and again and again, as more and more Americans on both sides of the aisle see this war for what it is. One president's decision costing all Americans, costing us at our homes, around our kitchen tables, costing our budgets, and then costing the greatest cost of all, the lives of our men and women in service. In a few moments, we'll take a vote. I know what the outcome of that vote will be. But my dear friend Tim Kaine, who has brought these war powers resolutions, not just about this war, not just about our war that we declared with Venezuela or bombing ships in the Atlantic, he has called this question before, and he quoted a great faith leader. The outcome of this vote, I know what it will be, but he quoted that faith leader in saying simply, I was not called to be successful. I was called to be faithful. That's the real issue before us right now. Are we faithful to the oath that we swore to uphold the Constitution? Are we faithful to the most sacrosanct ideals of this republic? Are we faithful to the servicemen and women who also swore an oath to this Constitution and make greater sacrifices than any of the 100 of us are making today? Are we faithful to the ideals that this is not a monarchy, we do not have a king, we are a democratic republic with a constitution, and no one is above the law, This president cannot take us to war without coming through this body. He is not able to do that unless this body supplicates itself before that man and surrenders its responsibilities. Today, I say no. Today, we will vote. And whatever the outcome of that vote, we will come back here again and again with a simple demand that the world's most deliberative body must deliberate, that the branch of government that was supposed to hold the executive to account demands some accountability, that the checks and balances designed by our founders should operate, and we should check and balance his power, that what the American people want and what the American people deserve is to have a Congress that functions, and that a president that seems so cocky and confident in his taking us to war should have to come before his body, that the members of his cabinet and sit here and justify both the provocation of why we went to war and what is the end game. Because it's clear to me now that we have seen this from Libya to Afghanistan. President after president taking us to war in the Middle East and leaving chaos, instability, and terrorism and subjugation behind. This is a moral test for this body. It's not just a vote. This is a moral moment. Where do you stand? It's not whether you stand left or stand right, stand Republican or stand Democrat. The question is, do you stand with the Constitution that you swore an oath to uphold? This vote may fail, but this failure is not final, because even after this vote, there are many of us in this body that will continue to fight to uphold the Constitution and make the United States Senate do its job. Business as usual is unacceptable. This fight will continue. I would like a quorum, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer, I note the absence of the quorum. I'd like to have a quorum call.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The Democratic leader.
Well, first I want to thank Senator Booker for leading this.
We're in a quorum call.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I want to thank Senator Booker for leading this important measure. Mr. President, 13 U.S. service members have been killed since the start of the Iran war. Another 200 have been injured. Thousands more across the Middle East have been killed or injured. We pray for all those killed and hurt. We pray for their families. Meanwhile, the Strait of Hormuz traffic has crawled to a halt. The price of Brent crude has risen to $110 a barrel. Americans are now paying an average of $3.80 or more at the pump. And when Donald Trump was asked last week if we were towards the beginning of this war or towards the end, he said both. He said both. Enough is enough. Trump's war in Iran is turning into a disaster, and there's no end in sight. We do not know Trump's goals. We do not know Trump's timeline. We do not know what victory even looks like in his eyes. Enough is enough. A few weeks ago, Senator Kaine, Senator Schiff, Senator Paul, and I brought a simple resolution to the floor, affirming that Donald Trump cannot send our service members into war without coming to Congress first. Republicans voted no. Today, we're pushing another war powers resolution led by Senator Booker, and I want to thank him for his leadership. To my Republican colleagues, the American people are watching. They oppose this war. They expect us to do our jobs. No more senseless wars in the Middle East. No more gas prices shooting through the roof. No more U.S. service members fighting and dying in endless wars. Enough is enough. The Senate must put a stop to it tonight. I yield the floor.
The senator from New Jersey.
Thank you very much. In an effort to uphold the Constitution and pursuant to Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 118 to direct the removal of United States armed forces from hostilities against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized, as is by the Constitution necessary by Congress.
The clerk will report.
The senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker, moves to discharge S.J. Res. 118, a joint resolution to direct the removal of the United States armed forces from hostilities within or against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized by Congress, from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Sorry. I can't do it. The yeas and nays are ordered. Is there further debate on the motion? Hearing none. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Betterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Shaheen, Whitehouse. Wyden, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Hawley, Hovind, Justice, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, Moody, Mullen, Risch, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Bennett, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53, and the motion is not agreed to.
Sorry. Chair recognizes Senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Chair recognizes the senator from Utah.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, here we find ourselves today, just a little over 24 hours after we began consideration of the Save America Act, having passed the motion to proceed to that measure yesterday afternoon. It's important to me, and I think it's important to the American people who overwhelmingly support this measure and the policy changes it would bring about when enacted into law. We keep a running tally of the arguments being raised against it. The arguments for and against it are and properly should be monitored by the American people so that they can see what's going on. This does, after all, impact them. And it impacts them in a way that goes beyond your run-of-the-mill piece of legislation. Everything we do potentially affects the American people in one way or another, some things more than others. A simple sense of the Senate resolution, a resolution declaring National Sofa Care Week might impact them less than something raising taxes, for example. This one is in some ways upstream from all of those, because the Save America Act deals with something very fundamental. It deals with the way that the citizens are able to interact with and influence their own government. It really was the fundamental premise of the founding of our nation and the creation of our republic. In many respects, Mr. President, the Declaration of Independence, whose birthday we're about to celebrate this year, we're nearly 250 years since we became our own country, since we declared independence. And the Declaration of Independence, in addition to kicking off the creation of the greatest civilization that human history has ever recorded, it also set out a vision for the type of nation we aspired to become, and in fact have become. It established a few basic principles. In many respects, the Declaration of Independence, while not quoted as often, while not celebrated as much, and while it's maybe a step or two detached from the day-to-day operation of the government, in some respects, the Declaration of Independence is itself the picture that we look at when we assess who we are as a country. The Constitution is the frame, the structure that holds it in place, that sets the boundaries. But the Declaration provides the picture. The Declaration acknowledges the existence of popular sovereignty. It acknowledges the natural fundamental rights that God and nature's God lay before us. That acknowledges the fundamental truths about who we are and what government is in relation to us. That we have these self-evident truths, these God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the understanding that government exists for the well-being of human beings and not the other way around, and that whenever government becomes destructive of those same ends, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, for example, it is the right, it is the duty, it is the obligation to alter or abolish that government and to establish something that will secure their freedoms. Some 11 years after that document was penned, after several years, we won the war against what was then the world's last standing great superpower. In a conflict that could be analogized to David and Goliath, we were not Goliath. We were David. We were the underdog of underdogs. Somehow we managed to win that war. We established a form of government after winning that war under the Articles of Confederation. Instinctively, intuitively, we adopted a form of national government that was weak, that was meek, that was mild, in part because we had just come off of an experience with our mother country where we saw that the risk of tyranny is greater at the national level than it is at the local level. Meanwhile, during our colonial period prior to the Revolution, we had had a taste of local self-rule in a way that was somewhat different than local government had been prior to that time back in the mother country. Given how far we were removed geographically, physically, in miles from the mother country, that by itself offered a degree of independence from our London-based government. We became accustomed to it. The amount of muscle flexed by the mother country would wax and wane over time, depending on what was happening back in London, throughout the British Isles, and throughout the British Empire. During periods where there were a lot of debts to pay off, often from wars waged on multiple continents, there were times when our British overseers became more aggressive in the way they regulated us, in a way especially that they collected taxes from us, and they became more of a brooding omnipresence during those seasons. It was during one of those seasons in which the American people had decided that they had had enough and that it was time to break our ties with the mother country and become our own country. So years passed. We won the war against all odds, against all expectations. We set up the Articles of Confederation, instinctively, reflexively creating a fairly weak form of national government, but it was so weak that it couldn't perform the basic functions that we needed a national government to perform. And it was that set of circumstances that led the individuals who would write the Constitution to try to come together. They tried to come together in 1786 in Annapolis. They couldn't form a quorum, so they abandoned that project. They reconvened the following year in the late spring of 1787. By the time they formed a quorum in 1787, the heat of the season was upon them. It was unseasonably hot, and it was muggy, as Philadelphia often is during that time of year. They labored through a process that was intense, that was itself a system that you might describe almost as flying a plane while building a plane. They came together initially, ostensibly, to amend the Articles of Confederation, to correct some of these inadequacies. The inability of the national government to forestall the economic balkanization that had started to take place among the former colonies, now states, and to deal with some of the defects of the Articles of Confederation. What came out from all of that was, of course, a completely new document. And it was a document that I believe was written by the hands of wise men raised up by Almighty God unto that very purpose. But it preserved these basic tenets of popular sovereignty, of natural rights that had been articulated so well in the Declaration of Independence. And it gave them substance, it gave them form. It put in place a structure that would be there to guarantee their endurance and to make them a reality. How is this relevant to the Save America Act? Well, it has everything to do with the Save America Act. In that Constitution, predicated on the Declaration of Independence, we made clear that the people are, in fact, the sovereigns, that this is their government. It set up these three coordinate branches of government. One branch of government, the branch of government in which we operate, that makes the laws. They understood this government from the outset to be the most powerful and the most dangerous, because the other two would operate, or designed to operate, in some ways ancillary to this one. They certainly understood that this was the most dangerous branch, and we know that because it's the branch of government most routinely subject to regular elections. Every member of the House of Representatives is subject to re-election every 2 years, and a third of the members of this body are likewise up for re-election every 2 years. So it's no accident, it's not a mere coincidence, that the Founding Fathers subjected us to the most regular elections because we're the most dangerous branch. We make the laws, the executive branch implements and executes and carries out those laws. The judicial branch resolves disputes over the meaning of the laws that we put in place, where two or more parties can't agree as to what a particular provision of federal law, whether it's statutory or constitutional, might mean. For all of this to work, popular sovereignty has to be maintained, and that means a close, tight connection to the American people themselves. These elections matter. It's one of the reasons why in Article 1 of the Constitution, the part of the Constitution that sets up the legislative branch, it gives the Congress the power to establish rules with some significant limitations, but rules nonetheless that would apply nationwide with respect to the Senate, to the election of federal officials, of members of the House of Representatives and members of the Senate. Those rules would need to have nationwide application because they involve distinctively national lawmaking powers. That's why we have the power to operate here to begin with. If at any point the federal government generally, or in particular this particular branch of government, becomes untethered from the will of the people, from the elections and the decisions made in those elections concerning those who serve in the Congress of the United States, whether in the House or in the Senate, we have a problem. To the extent that our elections for these federal offices lose their legitimacy, actual or perceived or a combination of the two, we end up with problems because the government itself starts to lose its legitimacy. And it's not just that, well, it's one of the three branches that is in question in this part of the conversation. It's that this is the wellspring of everything else that happens within the U.S. government. What happens in the executive branch and what happens in the judicial branch are, in many respects, downstream from what happens in this body, in this building, whose job it is to make laws. So that's where the Save America Act comes into play. But it comes into play after decades of Congress previously adopting laws, enacting laws, putting laws in place that somewhat altered the landscape for how elections, or at least federal elections, are carried out. One of those pivotal moments that we have to keep in mind as we discuss the Save America Act is a law that was passed in 1993, a law that really, without which we wouldn't be here today having this discussion. The law passed in 1993, to which I'm referring, is the National Voter Registration Act, the NVRA, also known as the Motor Voter Law. And what it does is it allows people in the United States, in any state that participates in the NVRA process, which nearly all of the states do, with only a very small handful of holdouts, and an overwhelming super majority of the American population lives in those states that participate in it, and allows people in those participating states, when they apply for a driver's license, something that was unheard of, something that wouldn't have existed because none of the technology existed for it at the time of the American founding, but that today is more or less ubiquitous among the adult voting age American population, a driver's license. So the NVRA allows people, when applying for a driver's license in an NVRA participating state, to show up at a DMV, and as they're filling out their driver's license application, they may simultaneously register to vote. The reason Congress had authority to do that was because of our authority under Article 1 of the Constitution to set up rules governing these federal elections, to which I refer. It was a fairly simple concept, and it's been successful in many ways in helping a lot of people register to vote. There is some natural appeal to it, in that a lot of the same information that a person has to supply in order to apply for a driver's license is information similar to what one supplies when registering to vote. So there seemed to be a nice symmetry for it, and it has resulted in a whole lot of people registering to vote. A few things have changed in our laws and in our society since that law was adopted some 33 years ago. One of the things that has changed is that we do have a lot more non-citizens residing in this country right now than we did then, or perhaps at any time in American history. Some 30 million plus non-citizens reside in the United States. Between 2021 and 2025 alone, some 10 to 15 million people entered our country unlawfully during the Biden administration. That was a very significant development, a development that came about as another trend was also developing, a trend in which in nearly every state you can now apply for and receive a driver's license even if you are not a citizen of the United States. And in 19 of those states, plus the District of Columbia, you may apply for and receive a driver's license even if you are a known illegal immigrant, someone who is in this country unlawfully. In 19 states, plus the District of Columbia, you can apply for and receive a driver's license. Something else happened in the intervening time period. 20 years after the NVRA was passed by Congress, the Supreme Court of the United States, the highest court of the land that sits just across the street from us, decided a case called Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. And in that case, the Supreme Court did something that I still find puzzling, that I still find wrong, something that made the Save America Act very, very necessary. So I want to talk about that case for a minute and how that relates to this law and why the reference to that law is so important in refuting some of the arguments that are made against this bill. Because one of the arguments that you hear is that we don't need the Save America Act. We don't need it because federal law already prohibits non-citizens from voting, and so it doesn't happen. Or if it does happen, it's exceedingly rare, so much so that it almost never happens. You're more likely to get struck by lightning twice while standing in the same place than you are to see non-citizens voting, so the argument goes. And the argument goes, therefore, this legislation is not necessary. Go on with your lives, citizens. Don't worry about this. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Whatever argument you want to make from it, that's kind of what they say. It doesn't wash. In fact, we can reach exactly the opposite conclusion of that. Let's get back to this decision made by the Supreme Court in 2013, Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. In that case, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that states are prohibited from requiring proof of citizenship from those registering to vote in federal elections using an NVRA-supplied form, which is the form available at DMV locations across all of America, at least in those participating states, which are nearly all of the states. Now, this holding is problematic, especially considering in many places, you're dealing with states who, even if they have reason to believe they might be registering people who are not citizens of this country, they still can't ask for documentary proof or any evidence of citizenship because the Supreme Court concluded that this was preempted out, that it was taken off the table, made something beyond the authority of the states under this law. It becomes doubly problematic in light of the fact that it's a relatively recent trend, or at least a trend that most people haven't been familiar with until fairly recently. There are some places throughout the country in which non-citizens are fully permitted to vote in certain non-federal elections, more typically in the context of local elections in certain states, including California, Maryland, Vermont, and the District of Columbia. And so, while explicitly permitting non-citizen voting in that context, while doing that, they're registering people to vote in those elections who are not eligible to vote in federal elections. So that raises the question, what steps, if any, are they taking to separate out those ballots, those voter registrations, for people who are known non-citizens of the United States, making them eligible to vote in some of these local elections in those jurisdictions like California, Maryland, D.C., and Vermont? What are they doing to make sure that those same voters in those voter registrations are not able to vote in federal elections? So why not have those jurisdictions certify that those voting in state-run federal elections are in fact U.S. citizens and that they've excluded all non-citizen voters registered in those jurisdictions from voting in any federal election? Why not enter into cooperative agreements, for example, with the federal government, allowing the relevant federal agencies to verify citizenship of anyone registered to vote, at least for purposes of voting in a federal election? But the Democrat-run governments in those jurisdictions refuse to do this. In fact, more than half the states have currently entered into memoranda of understanding with the federal government, with federal agencies allowing for this cooperation to take place. But these Democrat states refuse to enter into any such MOUs. So while Democrats argue that federal law prohibits non-citizen voting and insist that non-citizen voting is not just rare, but exceedingly rare, so rare that we shouldn't even consider it cognizable in this chamber, it remains unknown and in many instances unknowable how many illegal votes are being counted in federal elections, or how many illegal votes cast by non-citizens might be cast in any future federal election, including the midterm congressional elections taking place this November. There's currently no mechanism to verify the citizenship status of those registered to vote. And that's what this legislation was designed to provide, to fill this gap left quite inadvisedly and unnecessarily by the Supreme Court of the United States in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona. Now, look, that interpretation of the NVRA was wrong. This Congress did not preempt out state authority to verify citizenship in the NVRA. It didn't speak to that, nor did it so preempt the field that one could look at it and reasonably conclude that that's what it did. The Supreme Court was wrong. Nonetheless, a majority of the Supreme Court did reach that conclusion, and it remains the conclusive authority on that. My former boss, Justice Alito, wrote a beautiful, masterful dissent, like so many others that he has issued. Nonetheless, this remains the holding of the court, and it remains law of the land to this very day, and that's why we're here. So federal law prohibits non-citizen voting, yes, but a prohibition without a reliable verification process is an incomplete safeguard. In fact, it almost is at risk of becoming dead-letter law, in much the same way it would be if, I don't know, other laws, for example, prohibiting the sale of alcohol to underage purchasers, if that too ran on the honor system, because ultimately that's how this NVRA form works. After this Supreme Court decision in 2013, all a person need do is go into a DMV, say, I want to apply for a driver's license, fill out the form. And here's what their proof of citizenship looks like. It consists of checking a box saying, yes, I would like to register to vote, and then signing their name, certifying that, yes, I'm eligible to vote. Nothing to see here, no worries. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Go on with your lives. That doesn't work. And it wouldn't work the same way if we borrow by analogy my point about underage drinking. If all you had to do is go into a 7-Eleven or a liquor store or wherever people buy alcohol these days and say, I am old enough to buy alcohol. Kid's maybe 12, doesn't have to shave, never even looked at her razor. He's got a high-pitched voice that hasn't even started to crack yet. If all he has to do is check a box and sign his name, he's home free. It would then be almost impossible to detect, almost impossible to punish a law. So you can have a law in the books, but if you leave no mechanism for its detection, for the detection of violations or for any type of enforcement when a violation occurs, the law becomes more or less dead letter. Now, that'd be bad. Any society that decides it's a bad idea to sell alcohol to children, it's not really heading in a good place, doesn't lead to good policy outcomes. That would be bad. But I think it's got to be infinitely worse when that law deals not with just a general issue of public policy, as underage drinking does, but is at the very headwaters of all other federal law, because this determines the citizens' relationship with their national government. If they're no longer in charge of it, but somebody else is going to be, and we're allowing, in effect, and inviting foreign election interference in U.S. elections, that's a big problem. We've spent a lot of time, I expended a lot of effort in this body talking about the risk of foreign election interference in U.S. elections. Mr. President, I can think of no greater risk of foreign election interference than that which is occasioned by the NVRA and the Supreme Court's interpretation of it. And the circumstances we have now in which almost every state issues driver's licenses to non-citizens, including close to half of them issuing freely even to known illegal aliens, when we've got 30 million plus non-citizens living in this country, 10 or 15 million of whom entered this country unlawfully in the 4-year period between 2021 and 2025 alone. This is a recipe for disaster, and we are kidding ourselves. We are lying to our constituents if we pretend otherwise. Look, the core issue is not whether the law against non-citizen voting exists. It does. It is whether there are consistent enforceable mechanisms to confirm eligibility, because if they are not, this law is fake, and it can't protect us, can't protect anybody. Pointing to an existing prohibition really misses the real issue: verification and enforcement. A law on the books is only as strong as the system used to enforce it. Federal law might prohibit non-citizen voting, but without reliable verification and cooperation between the states and the federal government, a reasonable mechanism by which the federal government may gain access to or insight into the voter registration files to verify, to confirm as to whether or not compliance is taking place, then that prohibition is not going to be enforced, certainly not meaningfully enforced, not consistently, not reliably, so much so that over time, the legitimacy and the perception of legitimacy of those elections is going to be badly impaired. And that is precisely where things stand today, Mr. President. This decision in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona created this massive structural gap. States administer federal elections like they do all elections. We don't want, we don't need, never had, hope we never will have a wholesale federal election authority. This is appropriately left to the states. But as has been the case since the dawn of the Republic, we're allowed to make rules in the form of laws that govern what happens specifically in the conduct of federal elections, elections for federal office. That decision left states administering federal elections without consistent tools to verify citizenship at the time of registration or subsequently. And meanwhile, you got these jurisdictions I've referenced, including California, Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Vermont, permitting non-citizens to vote in certain local elections. Well, those policies are limited to non-federal elections on their face, because otherwise they would be trampling on federal law. They make it even more important to maintain clear, verifiable distinctions between those voter rolls used for local elections versus those that are going to be used in federal elections. That clear separation and that possibility of verification between voter rolls is important. In fact, it's of such tantamount importance that it warrants us having this discussion today and requires us, as it were, to pass this law. It morally compels us to do so. So this current system relies far too heavily on self-attestation. Just basic honor code. You're on your honor system. Don't make it up. And on fragmented state processes. Instead of this fragmented and insufficient process, states should be anxious to make full use of cooperative verification tools, such as data sharing agreement or memoranda of understanding with federal agencies to confirm citizenship status where legally permissible. That's what Utah has done. It's also what nearly every Republican majority state in the whole country has done. And yet the Democrat states, the blue states, refuse defiantly. That should tell us something. And this is where the policy disagreement that's at the heart of this discussion becomes even clearer. While some states have pursued data sharing arrangements and verification partnerships with federal agencies, others led by Democrats have refused to adopt these tools, defiantly so. This is cause for great alarm. Even if improper or fraudulent non-citizen voting is rare, the absence of uniform verification means that we cannot even measure it with any degree of confidence. And that in turn means we have no idea whether the problem is great or small, or as some implausibly suggest, non-existent. And that uncertainty itself undermines trust. And that trust is at the core of any system of government that relies on self-rule. Certainly any constitutional republic founded on democratic principles like ours cannot afford, must never experiment with anything that can detract from that. This legislation would close that gap by strengthening verification mechanisms, encouraging consistent cooperation, and ensuring that federal election rules are backed by enforceable processes, not just assumptions, not just faith and hope that everything will turn out well because, after all, nobody's going to do anything bad. Well, we know through sad experience and through an understanding of the human condition that faith, hope, and trust without any verification is no adequate system for any form of government. We see it depicted everywhere. We heard it recited through great presidents throughout history, including more recently presidents like Ronald Reagan, who talked about the need to trust but verify. We see it in the architecture and the art of this building. Constant reminders that we are to trust but verify. On the balustrade designed by Constantino Bramiti, just 1/4 floor beneath us, right outside of this chamber. There's this great bronze depiction of a cherub, an angel. On one side of the angel, we see a snake, and on the other side, we see a dove. Yeah, to me, that's always conjured biblical images of Jesus' admonition to be wise as serpents, but harmless as doves. We see it in Statuary Hall, the old house chamber. Enrico Calsichi's classic sculpture called Liberty and the Eagle. You've got this angel with her right arm outstretched, holding a scroll, which we presume to be the Constitution, maybe the Declaration, maybe both, I don't know. On one side of her, there is an eagle preparing to take flight. On another side, there is a bundle of sticks, known in architectural and artistic terms as a fasces. It's this symbol of e pluribus unum, that we're stronger than the sum of our parts. Normally, the fasces is bound up by leather straps or ropes. This one is bound up with a snake. It's another of these conjured biblical images, wise as serpents, harmless as doves. It's something buried deep within our DNA as Americans. It's something that inheres in any constitutional republic like ours. Trust but verify. Be wise as serpents, but harmless as doves. In the book of Matthew, some of this stuff can be found in the teachings of Jesus and within the same sequence of verses that tell us to beware of wolves in sheep's clothing. Again, the importance of remembering to trust but verify. So the concern is not simply that non-citizen voting is or might be or might later become widespread, but that the absence of uniform verification standards make it difficult to impossible to measure, detect, or confidently rule out ineligible participation. Fraudulent votes cast by voters who may or may not be nice people, may or may not be friendly to the United States, may or may not be agents of a foreign power, but are not citizens and are thus prohibited from voting in our elections. And in that context, the legislation is framed as a preventative measure, strengthening verification, improving transparency, and increasing public confidence in federal elections. Look, if states are going to administer federal elections, which they do, and I hope they always will, they should meet, they must meet certain baseline standards for verifying voter eligibility, including cooperation with federal data systems where appropriate. Even if non-citizen voting turns out to be rare, the current system makes it difficult or impossible to detect that with any degree of confidence. And even if it were rare today, a point that I'm not willing to concede, we have no guarantee that it would remain rare for very long. Why would it remain so when it's so easy to carry out this form of illegal voting with virtually no chance of detection, apprehension, or penalty as a result? A law that strengthens verification and ensures consistent cooperation is not redundant. It is not unnecessary. It is not a nuisance. It is a necessary, indispensable step to make existing prohibitions enforceable and credible. So what else did they argue? Well, they've got a whole bunch of arguments. One of the arguments that they make goes something like this. It relies on the fact that in 2023, the Brennan Center for Justice partnered with Vote Writers, the Center for Democracy and Civic Engagement at the University of Maryland, and PublicWise to survey Americans about what identification they possess and what they know about voter ID laws in their respective states, in their state. They asked respondents whether they had documents that prove their citizenship, a passport, birth certificate, or naturalization papers, as the case may be, whether they had them readily available. Their research indicated that more than 9% of American citizens of voting age, or 21.3 million people, don't have proof of citizenship readily available. Now, they note that there could be many reasons for this. The documents might be in the home of another family member or in a safety deposit box, and at least 3.8 million, or so they concluded, don't have these documents at all, often because they were lost, destroyed, or stolen. So on that basis, some are arguing that the Save America Act, if enacted, would somehow disenfranchise 20 million or so Americans. Well, let's see if we can disentangle this argument so we can respond to it. Now, I've got some questions. First, did the Brennan Center verify the citizenship of the respondents? What if only non-citizens responded to the survey? If that were the case, then certainly those folks who wouldn't have access to those documents that prove citizenship because they wouldn't be citizens. Second, let's assume that they positively verified the citizenship of those surveyed. Even if that were the case, and even if those surveyed did not have access to the documents noted in the survey, it would not change the reality that this legislation does not disenfranchise them or anyone who is a citizen, or keep any citizen from registering to vote. The bill allows for use of more than just the documents noted in the survey. And importantly, it includes multiple fail-safe mechanisms to provide flexibility and to ensure that those who may not have their documents, due to whatever mishap or misfortune they may have encountered, to make sure that they can still register to vote with the help of an affidavit submitted to an election official, an affidavit setting forth the basic facts surrounding their birth, if they're natural-born citizens, or surrounding their naturalization, if they were naturalized citizens. So to the Brennan Center and to those organizations and individuals who have been peddling this false narrative of voter suppression and disenfranchisement, which, remember, is a really aggressive claim suggesting that 21 million Americans will be disenfranchised if this becomes law. That is a lie. That is an absolute lie. It is just not true. And to those peddling this lie, I strongly suggest, I implore you to check your crosstabs, verify your survey participants, do your homework, and more than anything, even if you don't spend any time with the survey at all or inspect the methodology, read the bill. If you just read the bill, you'll see right there in black and white, in plain English, in the bill now before us that was recently passed by the House of Representatives that we proceeded to yesterday. Go to page 12, line 22. Right there in black and white, you will see. This is so much easier than anyone is making it out to be. Those who are lying about the bill are ignoring this provision altogether. Because whether you're missing one document or you're missing all of them, either because your house burned down or your dog ate them, or you never had them to begin with, or you belong to some religious sect that doesn't allow you to keep such documents in the home. I don't know if such religious beliefs exist, but if they did, somebody might raise them. They can still get around this because all they have to do is go in when they register to vote, they swear out an affidavit setting forth the basic facts behind their citizenship. And the burden then shifts to the state election official to confirm or refute those basic assertions to which they've sworn under penalty of perjury are true, and they can carry it from there. You don't have to shell out a dime. You don't have to go back to grandma's house and dig through a mountain of documents in order to find the magic documents. Now, I will note here that there are other circumstances in which you have to prove who you are. There are other circumstances in which Americans routinely are required to not only show who they are with a photo ID, but to prove their U.S. citizenship. Perhaps the most common of these can be found in the form known as the I-9. Any American who has ever worked as an employee has filled out an I-9. You cannot get a job and begin new employment as an employee without filling out the I-9. And when you fill out the I-9 is very, very prescriptive. It's very strict. There are a few ways you can establish citizenship. One is through a U.S. passport establishing the fact of your citizenship. Another is if you don't have a U.S. passport, as many people don't, you can supply a birth certificate, and with the birth certificate, a form of government-issued photo ID. In some instances, a Social Security card gets factored in, but it's very rigid, it's very prescriptive. And it's very, very important for us to remember that this is far easier than anything in connection with the I-9 form. So if you've ever had a job, you've already had to prove your citizenship, if you are an American citizen, before starting that job. And you've had to do so under a set of standards far more exacting, far less forgiving, far less permissive than what we're dealing with right here. So this whole argument about 21 million people being disenfranchised, let alone, even one person being disenfranchised, it is a lie. You have to willfully, consciously disregard and lie about the existence of the text beginning on page 12, line 22 of this bill. Another argument that gets raised is that voting, the right to vote, is constitutionally protected as a right, and it should not be restricted by requiring documentation. Now, this is an interesting argument. There are lots of constitutional protections that we have. Yes, we have multiple constitutional protections that deal in one way or another with the right to vote. Voting is important. The Constitution not only protects that, but it's built around your right to vote. That doesn't mean, it can't mean, has never meant, and will never mean that the government can't take steps to make sure that people are voting lawfully and that they're entitled to vote. To suggest otherwise would make a mockery of all elections. The fact is that we've done everything we can to make this bill comply with our mantra. Let's make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. There are some in this body who are perfectly content with forgetting the second half of that equation altogether. Saying anything that makes it anything other than easy to vote must be unconstitutional because it's a constitutionally protected right. It's hard to identify a single constitutional right that is not without some limitation dealing with, among other things, curtailing the risk of fraud, of manipulating a right to harm or injure others. There are plenty of other constitutionally protected rights where you've got to comply with steps in order to exercise them. The Second Amendment, for example, protects your right to bear arms. And yet, if you want to buy a firearm from any federally licensed firearms dealer, you got to fill out a fairly onerous set of forms. You got to prove who you are. You've got to establish, under penalty of perjury, that you are entitled to own a gun, that you don't fall into any of the prohibited categories under 18 U.S.C. Section 922G, either as a convicted felon, as somebody who has been declared by a court of competent jurisdiction to be mentally insane, as an alien illegally or unlawfully inside the United States, or any of the other categories of prohibited persons under 18 U.S.C. Section 922G. You have to submit this information with government-issued photo ID. Then you've got to wait sometimes minutes, sometimes hours, in order for a background check to be completed. Is this a burden on your Second Amendment right to bear arms? Yes, but that doesn't make it unconstitutional. Just like whatever incremental burden that you face in establishing that you are who you say you are and that you're entitled to vote in federal elections doesn't undo your constitutional right to vote. And it doesn't make this unconstitutional that we're just making sure that we don't make a mockery of our own elections. So the fact that something is a constitutionally protected right doesn't mean that you have a right to do it in a completely uninhibited manner. I don't know anyone who believes that. I don't think I've ever heard anyone make that argument here in this chamber, at least not seriously. And in fact, making it easy to cheat directly undermines the very same right that these people purport to be espousing, because it undermines the right of law-abiding Americans to cast their vote and to not have their vote diluted, offset, rendered meaningless by non-citizen voting. We just want to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. We can and we must accomplish both. We can't skip over either one. Another argument is that the Save America Act somehow violates what they refer to as states' rights. This is a term I hate. It's a misnomer. States don't have rights. States have authority. Authority is the opposite of a right. A right is a privilege against authority, whether by a state, by the federal sovereign, or otherwise. So states don't have rights. I don't like it. It conjures George Wallace images, and it's a complete misnomer. So let's refer to that as federalism, state sovereign authority, the relationship between the states and the federal government, whatever you want. Don't call it states' rights, but a lot of people are calling it that. And the people calling it that this week are the people opposed to this bill for completely ridiculous reasons that overlook the purpose of the bill, the text of the bill, and the constitutional structure in which we find it. Look, states work to protect individual rights with the authority granted to them by their state constitution and within the bounds set by the United States Constitution. And unfortunately, federal law currently prevents states from using this authority to protect voters and the integrity of our elections when it comes to protecting the rights of voters by excluding non-citizen voter participation. This law that we've been referring to is an existing federal law, the NVRA, the National Voter Rights Act, which the Supreme Court decided prohibits the states from requiring proof of citizenship, even though the statute itself says nothing about that. That's the Supreme Court's conclusive, binding interpretation of it. It needs to be changed in response to this ruling. It's a statutory interpretation, not a constitutional one, so we have the power to do that. It doesn't require a constitutional amendment, just a simple act of Congress to do it. So what I'm saying is that for those invoking federalism, the sovereign authority of the states, this is nonsense. This is absurd. If what they're saying is that the federal government has no place operating here because it involves elections, and elections are conducted by states even when they involve federal office, then the true remedy there would be, then let's undo the NVRA, because the NVRA is a federal law that imposes obligations on states. Nobody's calling for that. I'm not calling for that here. But what I'm saying is you can't accept the NVRA as law, which we all do, and simultaneously say that Congress may not make laws governing the election of federal officials because that might infringe on the authority of the states. That is an absurd argument. The only reason this bill became necessary, Mr. President, is because we have an existing federal law that's been badly interpreted as prohibiting the states from making any inquiry into a voter's identity and citizenship, thus thwarting the purpose of federal laws prohibiting non-citizen voting. Here's another charge. This is an interesting one. Another accusation, another argument being raised against the Save America Act is that this legislation would establish a private right of action that could be used to penalize hardworking election workers. Okay, that sounds scary to a lot of people if you don't do any inquiry, if you don't do any digging into what the law actually says. Because what we all imagine when we hear that, we think of these great people, whether they're employed full-time by the state or whether they work during election season, either to help people register to vote or help them cast their vote or otherwise. It would seem unfair to put them in a position where they could become subject to litigation over it. But when you look into what the law actually says in the context in which it arises, it is not scary at all. It'd be scary if we didn't have it. It'd be unthinkable to not have it, because otherwise the law could become completely meaningless and unenforceable. Absent some sprawling federal bureaucracy, which we're all loath to create. Another one of those. The fact is that private rights of action against election workers engaging in voter fraud already exist under federal law. The same set of federal laws that we are amending and that we were required to amend in this very act, making the Save America Act necessary to begin with. Those private rights of action already exist under these existing federal laws. This provision in the Save America Act merely extends the same provision that exists elsewhere in the NVRA to violations of the additional requirements of this legislation. And it would be insane not to do it because, again, we would render that dead letter. Just as we're rendering dead letter the criminal prohibition against non-citizen voting. That's not an argument against this bill. It's an argument for it. Another argument is that Americans are simply not comfortable with the government management of personal information for use in the database that would be used to help give meaning to all this, the Department of Homeland Security's SAVE system. This is a really interesting argument. Look, the information that the federal government uses to verify citizenship is already in the federal government's hands. It's already available for its use. The state voter data is not fully made available to the federal government under existing law, but should be in order to verify the citizenship of those voting in state-run federal elections. The United States government is the only entity on planet Earth that has data already whereby we can ascertain the citizenship or lack thereof of anyone in this country. And it would be an absolute absurdity, an absolute shame, an absolute miscarriage of justice to say that the federal government can't use that, it can't maintain that database, and it can't use it in such a way as to prohibit non-citizen voter participation in the context of federal elections. This is absolutely crazy. Now, if we want to start talking about the federal government having too much data about us, look, join the club, sign me up for that parade. It bothers me too. But it's really absurd to say that this one can't be used, especially because the citizenship data is already there. The federal government's already got all kinds of information on you, on me, on every one of us, more than I wish it had. But if there's anything any set of data that the federal government ought to have and maintain and be able to use, it's data on who is a citizen and who is not. Show me any American who believes otherwise, any American outside of this building, and I'll be shocked. Another argument is that the SAVE system is somehow a Doge-like system given to the same department that runs ICE. Oh, horrors. Look, for people who think that we should have immigration laws but we can't enforce them, it makes perfect sense why they would oppose the Save America Act. They want to render vestigial our criminal prohibitions against not-a-citizen voting, just like they want to render vestigial our immigration laws. In any event, this is a terribly misleading correlation. The SAVE system verifies citizenship and highlights ineligible voters. Citizenship verification happens across government. It does happen. It will continue to happen. It must happen. That's one of the fundamental duties of any government, is to know and have access to information to ascertain whether somebody is a citizen. Verifying citizenship through the SAVE system would protect federal voters, would protect actual American citizens who are allowed to vote, while non-citizens are not. Another argument. Well, if you don't have a passport, you won't be able to vote. And passports cost money. You're going to have to shell out close to $200 in order to get one. And this is going to end up disenfranchising everybody who doesn't have a passport. This is one of the most pernicious lies in the entire pantheon of paranoid fantasy-derived lies against the Save America Act. See page 14, line 15 of the bill. If you don't have documentation, you don't have a problem. Page 14, line 15 is in the substitute amendment, in the text of the original House-passed vehicle, which we're now considering. I believe that's on page 12, line 22. Again, maybe your house burned down and all your documents burned with the house. Maybe your dog ate your passport, your birth certificate, and every other document. Or maybe all that stuff got stolen when you went to Europe or Mexico. Maybe your Aunt Madge took off with all of them before she went crazy and sent all of it to the dry cleaners and then ended up having all of it burned for some inexplicable reason. But no worries. Even if all that happens to you, there is this attestation process administered by state officials to put the burden back on the state, not on you, without a single additional document other than what you provide to them in the form of a sworn affidavit made under penalty of perjury. You put the obligation on them to complete the process without a single scrap of official additional documentation. Another argument is that the Save America Act would somehow disenfranchise millions of citizens, including and especially women and persons of color. Look, no one in this body, Democrat or Republican, should ever disrespect the dignity of racial minorities or of women by claiming that they're somehow incapable of obtaining an ID and proof of citizenship. An ID is necessary in daily life to drive a car, to get a job, to board a plane, open a bank account, or even attend the Democratic National Convention. Yes, you have to show who you are. Yes, you have to prove that you have the right to be there, to attend and participate in the Democratic National Convention. No, you will not get in. No, you will not be able to participate in that because you don't have the right to do that. You have to have the proper documentation to prove who you are. So if this is somehow Jim Crow, then so too is the Democratic Party. The party which, after all, is the original gangster behind the Jim Crow movement. So this is stunning to me that anyone would, from that party, the party of Jim Crow, the party that subjected so many millions of Americans over so many decades to hateful, racist laws, prohibiting them from participating in the most basic activities of human existence, let alone their participation in civic life, in government, in education. For them to call this Jim Crow is inexcusable. It is illogical. It does not reflect well on them, and shame on anyone who makes that comparison, because that's not what that is. Moreover, the soft bigotry of low expectations comes into play in here. that to every woman and to every racial minority I know is deeply, deeply offensive. Shame on anyone who makes this argument. It is not credible. Mr. President, I've been passed a note from my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from Minnesota, that the distinguished senator from Minnesota needs to speak. I don't know whether this is in a form of a question to the speaker or... May I proceed? Thank you. Mr. President, another accusation, another argument that's being made here that's quite spurious and it just isn't accurate is that U.S. elections are already free and they're already fair, and so we don't need to mess with them. We shouldn't mess with them. If we do anything to mess with them, that'll upset that. Well, yeah, look, Americans are promised free and fair elections. That means that the elections should be rid of any election fraud and any voter suppression, because an election isn't free and it isn't fair if, in fact, we allow people who don't have the right to vote, especially if we set in motion a sequence of events that will inevitably culminate in not just a few, but ultimately thousands, then tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and millions of non-citizens to vote in these elections. This is not hyperbole, Mr. President, with an estimated 30 million plus non-citizens in this country, and with nearly every state freely issuing driver's licenses to non-citizens, 19 states plus the District of Columbia issuing them even to known illegal aliens. And all you have to do is fill out the form, check the box, and sign your name at the bottom. No problem. These aren't the droids you're looking for. I'm just fine. You think nobody's going to do that? You think a lot of people aren't going to do that? No, shame on all of us if you fall for that. That's absurd. The threat of non-citizen voting, the mere potential for it, violates these standards. Citizens should not have the force of their vote, the meaning of their vote, diluted, bastardized, adulterated by non-citizen participation. The Save America Act works to verify and protect the votes of American citizens. Now, here comes another one, an argument that is also really sophomoric, is probably too polite, but I'll use that term for the moment. That somehow the Save America Act will suppress voters generally, but protect Republicans. That's offensive, and it falls under its own weight. Look, the Save America Act will protect the value of each citizen's vote. It is utterly agnostic. It cares not whether you're a Republican, a Democrat, a member of the Giraffe Party, or the yet-to-be-formed National Party of people who are opposed to both Democrats and Republicans, the Green Party, the Purple Party, whatever party you want to belong to, or no party at all. It protects your vote. It is party agnostic. It in no way, shape, or form controls the priorities that voters would bring to the ballot box or preferences one group of them over another. It instead ensures that priorities developed into law by way of our elections accurately reflect the will of U.S. citizens, and only U.S. citizens. Because remember that concept of popular sovereignty we've been talking about this entire time. In fact, the entire 250 years of the American Republic, we've been talking about popular sovereignty. It is the fundamental building block upon which all of our laws and our Constitution and our Declaration are built. The idea that the people are sovereigns. We have no king. We, the people, are the sovereigns. We, the people, collectively enjoy that right. Identifying what the franchise is and who has that right to vote is so fundamental to protecting popular sovereignty. As the saying goes, if everyone's family, no one is. So too here. If everyone is a citizen or everyone has the same prerogatives as citizens, no one does. It ceases to be meaningful because it gets diluted past the breaking point. Here's another argument. It's just patently fraudulent. On its face, it fails. It's made with reckless disregard for the truth or knowledge of its falsity when it is made. If the Save America Act would somehow require every American now registered to vote to re-register. This is There's just not a scintilla of truth to this. I've never really known what a scintilla is, but it is a very small thing. There is not even a particle of truth to this. It is not only guilty of being false, it is the very definition of false argument and should not be countenanced in this or any self-respecting legislative body. Nothing at all in the Save America Act, no plausible interpretation of it, would require voters to re-register. At the end of the day, Mr. President, we can scan the horizon for as many straw man arguments as we can fathom. I have yet to conceive of, much less hear articulated, any legitimate reason for anyone to oppose this bill, which in me raises a question I don't like to ask myself. Why? For the love of all that is sacred and holy, all that is good in our constitutional republic, why would somebody oppose this? What legitimate reason? Who benefits? Cui bono, as they would say in Latin. I don't know why, but it sounds more impressive when they say it in Latin. Who benefits from the status quo? Who benefits from allowing non-citizens to continue to register to vote? And yes, it does happen. Those on the other side of the aisle continue to insist that it does not. It does. More information comes out every day on it and is going to continue to come out in larger and larger numbers. I don't know whether it has anything to do with the fact that so far, some of those, a whole lot of them, most of them that I've seen, where they've dug in, looked at the voter registration files, looked at which way they've registered to vote, a lot of them happen to be registered Democrats. I hope that's not the reason, but it does make you wonder, why are they so opposed to this? If the best they can come up with is it's already against the law, well, there are a whole bunch of things that if we use that same argument, that argument would collapse. Yeah, it's also against existing law to sell alcohol to minors, and yet we have laws in place to make people identify themselves with documentation establishing who they are and that they meet the criteria necessary to purchase alcohol. We have countless other instances in federal law, in state law, and in daily citizen interaction in which we have to prove that we are who we say we are in order to access that which we want to access. We don't flinch, we don't question it, because we understand that when we allow somebody else access to, I don't know, our bank account, our medical records, our flight logs, our airplanes in interstate travel, our Social Security benefits, our veterans benefits, hunting licenses, fishing licenses, ballparks, the Emmys, the Grammys, the Emmys, the Grammys, the Super Bowl, or the Democratic National Convention. Bad things happen when we allow just anyone to come in, even if they don't have the right to do the thing that they want to do in the moment. It is not only not wrong for us to insist on this proof, it would be morally irresponsible of us. It would be a reckless disregard for one of the most sacred principles underlying our constitutional republic for us to ignore it. I will not ignore that, and I intend to continue to come back here day after day, week after week, as long as it takes, until this bill is passed into law. The American Republic, our oath to the Constitution, and those who've elected us to this office require nothing less. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-4138, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-4138, a bill to waive the 60-day notice requirement for the posthumous honorary promotion of Captain Cody Cork, United States Army.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions, which are at the desk: S-Res 649, S-Res 650.
Without objection. The Senate will proceed en bloc.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 o'clock noon on Thursday, March 19th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, and the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and following leader remarks, the Senate resume the House message with respect to S-1383.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senators Klobuchar and Murphy.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I rise today to join many of my colleagues in standing up to protect American citizens' constitutional right to vote and fighting back against this administration's most recent attack on access to the ballot box. What are Americans really talking about right now? What do they really wish we were focused on in this great chamber? Not the Save America Act. They'd like us to focus on the Save America Money Act, because Americans see rising costs because of these across-the-board tariffs that I oppose, the gas prices that are surging, the health care costs doubling and tripling, because the White House and congressional Republicans decided not to extend the tax credits for the health plans, doubling, tripling of people's premiums, particularly in rural areas where they tend to rely on these plans more. So instead of simply making their case to the voters of this country, the American citizens, or maybe taking a look at their policies and see if there's a way to work with us on the Affordable Care Act tax credits and compromise, or trying to add more energy to the grid instead of taking wind projects off the grid, they're trying to pass legislation to pick their voters with this bill. It is by President Trump's own admission. This is not me saying it. He's the one, an exact quote, that says that this bill, quote, "it will guarantee the midterms," end quote. As my friend and colleague, Senator Raphael Warnock, has said, some people don't want some people to vote. That is why so many of us have come to the floor this week. We don't think eligible American citizens should be kicked off voter rolls, or there should be burdensome hurdles for people to register for vote. Nothing is more fundamental to our democracy than our fair and free elections and right of Americans to make their voices heard at the ballot box, whether they're Democrats, Republicans, Independents, whatever political beliefs they have. Throughout even the most difficult times, Americans have stood in ballot lines because a right to vote is what secures our freedoms. But right now we are seeing unprecedented attacks on the foundation of democracy from this administration, and we all know it's not for the first time. There was the insurrection on January 6th, right here, right in this chamber. Someone came up, sat there on the presiding officer's desk, a violent mob, for the purpose of trying to stop us from certifying the results of the 2020 election. I know, Senator Blunt and I were the only two senators left at 4 in the morning with Vice President Pence, who made that walk with the last of those ballots by officers whose faces were scratched over broken glass over to the House. That happened, but democracy in the end prevailed. And now the president has threatened to nationalize election administration, replacing the judgment and experience of state and local officials, going so far as to say, quote, Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting. Exact quote. He also issued an unlawful executive order to overhaul our nation's elections and assert federal control over state-run elections. Minnesota and 18 other states sued and have won a preliminary injunction because, as the judge wrote, the Constitution does not grant the president any specific powers over elections. Undeterred, the president continues to float illegally ending mail-in voting nationwide, which is incredibly popular in red states and blue, incredibly popular in Utah and Colorado, in Minnesota. And he continues to double down on his repeatedly disproven conspiracy theories about the 2020 election. The FBI seized election ballots from 2020 in Georgia, as well as election records in Arizona. There are also concerns that federal agents could be deployed to polling locations. When asked at her oversight hearing about ICE being sent to polling locations, Secretary Noem did not rule out the agency deploying officers in the future. And the Justice Department, under this administration, has turned away from its mission of enforcing the Voting Rights Act and has experienced a mass exodus of attorneys. It has also illegally pressured states to provide voters sensitive and personally identifiable information to the administration, which, by the way, is highly relevant to the bill before us now. In fact, Attorney General Bondi, on the same day that Alex Preddy was killed by federal agents, shot in the back, that same day, that same few hours, she sent a letter to Minnesota saying the administration would remove ICE from our streets if Minnesota violated the privacy of its citizens by turning over their personal voter data. So she said, okay, we'll get ICE out of there if you guys will give us your data on your voters. That happened. In a court hearing, a federal judge in Minnesota asked the Justice Department, is the executive trying to achieve through force that it cannot achieve through the courts? That was a pretty good question when you read that letter. But it's not just Minnesota that is standing up against the Justice Department's pressure. State election officials in 24 states, including Republican officials in Georgia, Republican Secretary of State in New Hampshire, Republican officials in Kentucky, and Republican officials in West Virginia have refused to comply with the voter file demands. And 4 federal judges, including judges appointed by President Trump, have ruled that the Justice Department's effort to obtain this data is illegal. Now, President Trump and congressional Republicans are trying to force through this bill that would result mandatory in voters' data being turned over to the federal government and would empower the Department of Homeland Security to kick American citizens off state voter rolls. Under this bill, the Department of Homeland Security would run voters' personal data through a tool, a DOJ tool, and tell states who they have to purge from their voter rolls. So remember, 24 states, including several Republican officials, including in conservative states like West Virginia, have said no to this. They don't want to give over the data rolls of the voter data rolls. But now this would mandate it that it go to the Department of Homeland Security, the same agency that gave us ICE in Minnesota. This will result in these American citizens, when you go back and you're supposed to run this through this tool, this system, these algorithms, and we're supposed to believe that that will all work great, given what we've seen from Homeland Security in the last few months. No way. At least 24 states, have I noted, already have agreements to share voter data with DHS, and already the department's tool has misidentified hundreds of American citizens as ineligible to vote. So already have a proof point. The Save America Act isn't about what they're saying it is. In the 64 election lawsuits brought by President Trump and his allies contesting the 2020 election, no judge, including judges appointed by President Trump himself, found evidence of widespread fraud. His own attorney general said there wasn't evidence of widespread fraud. And according to a bipartisan policy center analysis of the Heritage Foundation's database of non-citizen voting, across 25 years, there were only 77 cases out of nearly 2 billion votes cast of non-citizens voting. In each of these cases, they faced an investigation. I know when I was the county attorney in my state, this was way before any of this technology existed, we would get cases referred to us from the Minnesota Secretary of State, and I actually put an investigator on this and looked at every single case to make sure if there wasn't a problem, and the vast majority of them, with the exception of one where the school board line went through someone's house and they voted twice, which was illegal, and another one where a guy decided he was going to vote twice. This is in our biggest county. They were all father and sons with the same names, but we looked diligently at every single case. We had a Republican Secretary of State. She sent them over. We looked at them. We explained it back, and that's what I did as county attorney. So I have some experience with this. Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem said, "We need to make sure that we have the right people voting, electing the right leaders to lead this country." And President Trump himself said that with this bill, Republicans will, quote, never lose a race in 50 years. So you wonder why we are concerned about this. I believe in free and fair elections. I like the fact that my state has the highest voter turnout. I like the fact, like a number of states, including some red states, we have same-day registration. I like the fact that we make it easier for people to vote by mail. Our state actually was not nearly on the bandwagon with vote by mail like Utah was, the presiding officer state, or Colorado, or some states, and we've recently changed the rules to be consistent with some of these other states to make it easier for people to vote by mail. But this idea that we're suddenly going to turn over all of our voter data to what is now Kristi Noem's department, despite her soon departure, is just, I don't think most people in America would think this is a good idea. The Department of Homeland Security has already violated federal law by repurposing its SAVE program to verify voters and only issuing the required notice after being sued by the League of Women Voters. And the Department of Justice even admitted in court, and this was bad, that Elon Musk Doge employees shared Americans' personal Social Security data with partisan organizations that work to purge voter rolls. Let me say that again. They have already admitted, so you wonder why a number of these Secretary of States, including Republican Secretary of States, don't want to give up this voter data. Well, the Department of Justice admitted in court that Elon Musk Doge employees shared Americans' personal Social Security data with partisan organizations that work to purge voter rolls. So what else happens? There are costly and burdensome hurdles that are designed to make it harder for eligible U.S. citizens to register and cast their ballot. Many common sources of identification that people have come to rely on, driver's license, military ID, would not be enough under this bill. So people would either have to present a birth certificate or a passport, or as my colleague from Utah pointed out, get some kind of affidavit through a state process that may or may not be set up as an alternative. And if someone's current name doesn't match the name on their birth certificate, the barriers are even higher. 69 million married women who change their name, they have to provide some kind of additional documentation that they may not have in order to register. And maybe their state won't set up some process, and maybe they won't want to drive in rural areas hours to go in and submit some affidavit. Or maybe they won't have someone that can help them do this affidavit. In most cases, these women will need to dig up their birth certificates, and I think many of us, for one thing or another, have had that experience. It's not always easy to get that birth certificate, and you try to hide it somewhere, and then you don't remember, and then you got to go and you got to get another copy of the birth certificate. That's what's going to happen here. Marriage licenses, maybe mine is in my wedding book, don't know. That's what people are going to be thinking right now. So what happens if people don't have these documents on hand? In fact, more than 21 million Americans lack ready access to the documents necessary to register under this bill, and more than half of Americans, 146 million, don't have a passport. So as Americans already facing rising costs for necessities like healthcare and housing and energy, now they have to figure out this paperwork. When they're trying to call Social Security and no one answers, when they're trying to call the VA and no one answers, when they're a farmer trying to get a loan and USDA is down 20% of employees and they can't get anyone to answer or help them, now they got this. Marriage license, $10. Birth certificate, I don't know, my state it's $24. Passport, $165. Maybe your state gets you an affidavit, but where are you supposed to go? How are you supposed to get that done? But it's not just about the documentation. The Save America Act also makes it harder to vote by effectively ending some of the most popular methods of voter registration. Right now, voters in 45 states, including my state, can register to vote online. And in 2024, more than 14.4 million voters did that. Americans in 46 states and the District of Columbia can register by mail using the federal form, while 2 other states use a state absentee voter mail-in registration form. And in 2024, more than half of all voters registered through automatic voter registration. What a smart way to do it. When they get their driver's license renewed at the DMV, or when they interact with another state agent, let's see, like their State Department of Health. But under the Save America Act, Americans wouldn't have these options. Instead, they would have to provide necessary documentation in person. As a result, mail registration, nope. Online voter registration, nope. Motor voter, severely limited. And nonpartisan voter registration drives, gone too. Altogether, the Save America Act in-person voter registration requirements would clearly be a significant barrier, especially for new voters, people that get registered when they get their driver's license. Rural Americans driving 4.5 hours round trip, or people in Alaska and Hawaii that would actually have to get on a plane just to register to vote. Tribal voters in remote areas, people who lack reliable transportation. And then, for those, Minnesota, 22 other states, to exercise their rights under state law to register in person on Election Day, as more than 2.6 million Americans, particularly young voters, did, undermines it. It's by design, makes it harder. Kind of hard to see through all those pages, but makes it harder. Undermining mail-in voting by requiring Americans to provide copies of this and this when they submit their mail-in ballot. President Trump's message on mail-in voting has been inconsistent. He actually voted by mail multiple times. And in 2024, he urged his supporters to do the same. It was good enough for him and his supporters. It should be good enough for all Americans now. You know, voting by mail is nothing new. It dates back to the Civil War. Now 36 states allow voters to cast their votes by mail, and nearly 1/3 of voters do. That's a good thing. And it's why I lead legislation that would make sure Americans in every state can request a mail-in ballot. In Minnesota, as I said, we've made it easier for people to vote. No excuse vote by mail, a lot of states have that. 46 days of early voting, same-day registration. And by the way, with some of the best voting laws, highest voter turnout, we have elected Republican governors, Tim Pawlenty. We've elected independent governors like Jesse Ventura, and we've elected Democratic governors. We've had legislatures with this voting system, one House Republican, one House Democratic last year. We have had statewide officials from both parties, with an election system that makes it easier for people to vote. But as Steve Simon, Minnesota's respected Secretary of State, has testified, the bill would cost states, counties, and cities untold millions of dollars to implement, and it would require implementation within 60 days of becoming law. As Steve put it, it is a recipe for chaos in our election system. I think we should be making it easier for people to vote. That's why I worked with my colleagues on the Freedom to Vote Act. It's why I support the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We also should be, instead of talking about this right now and doing something about Americans' expenses, why don't we talk about how AI is being used to deceive voters? Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, no one wants to see fake ads or robocalls where you cannot even tell if it's a candidate you don't like or the candidate you love. While a number of states, red and blue, have enacted laws to address these threats to our elections, we cannot rely on a patchwork of state laws. Congress must act. That's why I lead legislation to ban and content that falsely depicts federal candidates in political ads to influence federal elections. Bill I've worked on with Senator Josh Hawley, not exactly a flaming liberal. Another bill to require disclaimers on political ads with images, audio, or video that are substantially generated by AI. That's are for the ones that, of course, our Constitution allows parody in certain uses. And you could at least put a disclaimer on those that it's created by AI so you know if it's real or not. And on the ones that falsely depict people, you could actually ban those. That's what they've done in other countries. And while we're talking about protecting our elections, we also need to talk about the need to support our state and local election offices as they work to maintain their election infrastructure, to keep pace with new technology, and combat cybersecurity. But instead of strengthening our election security, making sure that our campaigns, that AI is not used in a way that's going to mislead people and that voters are given knowledge of what they are seeing, something that's coming right at us in this next election. Instead of talking about how to get rid of these across-the-board tariffs that cost households $1,700 last year, or that small farm bankruptcies are at a 5-year high, nearly doubling over the last year, as one farmer put it, a perfect storm of ugly, or working together to extend the health care tax credits, or doing something about electricity prices that went up an average of $110, or doing something with this war that they did not allow, unilaterally started Congress to have a say in. Now we've seen an increase $30 to $40 a barrel. Every $10 increase in a barrel of oil is a $450 a year increase in gas prices for the average American family. But instead of doing all that, when we've seen jobs down in January alone, 108,000, and then in February we lost 92,000 more jobs, instead of dealing with this and not rubber stamping this president's policies, we're here talking about a bill that makes it harder for people to vote. So I urge our Republican colleagues to change course, to work with us on what is where people really are, which is doing something about how much it costs for them to go on with their daily lives, to work with us on everything from permitting reform to doing something about getting more energy on the grid, to doing something about bringing grocery prices down. We're messing around here. Protecting the freedom to vote has never been easy, and we've had to course correct many times to ensure that our democracy is there for people. Americans have fought and died to protect our freedom to vote. They've done so on the battlefield, and they've done it in marches, civil rights movement. And 61 years after the Voting Rights Act was passed by this chamber and signed into law, that fight continues today. This bill is not the right bill for this country. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the remarks from my friend from Minnesota. I think she laid out an unassailable case about how this is going to greatly constrain people's ability to cast their vote, how it is a broad assault on democracy, how it effectively makes up a problem that doesn't exist. I think I am the last speaker tonight before everybody gets to go home, and so I am going to be very brief. And I'm going to try to put today's debate in some context. Here's what President Trump told a gathering of lawmakers at his golf resort. Like, by the way, let's just not gloss over the fact that Donald Trump doesn't spare any moment to make money off of his presidency, including demanding that if you want an audience with him, you have to come down and spend money at his golf resort. Here's what he said. He said, if you pass the SAVE Act, it will guarantee the midterms. If you don't get it, big trouble, my opinion. Pass the SAVE Act, it will guarantee the midterms. If you don't get it, big trouble. Donald Trump, one of the most unpopular presidents at this point in his presidency in history. All he cares about is power and winning elections. He can't maintain power in the Senate or the House this fall, being this unpopular, running a war that's out of control, that's driving up costs for Americans, tariffs that are costing the average family thousands of dollars a year, an economy that is not growing, manufacturing jobs that are fleeing. And so he is seeking to gain power that he believes will allow him to manipulate who can vote and who can't vote. That's why we're here. We're certainly not here because voter fraud is a systemic problem in our elections. The Heritage Foundation, the organization behind Project 2025, and many of the ideas that form the foundation of this legislation, has been able to uncover 10,000 instances of 5,000 instances of non-citizen voter, 400? It's 100. They found 100 instances in a country of 300 million of non-citizen voters trying to vote since 2000. 26 years, 100 cases. Another study found that the percent of voter fraud in Arizona over the last 25 years was, and I got to read this carefully, 0.0000845%. I actually have no concept of what that number is so tiny as to be kind of impossible to comprehend. The rate of voter fraud over the last 25 years in Arizona is 0.0000845%. When you ask Americans what the top problems are facing the country right now, this is a Washington University poll, so it's not a Democratic poll or a Republican poll. 1, jobs are disappearing. 2, prices are going up. 3, the president's generally. 4, the cost of living. 5, corruption in government. 6, polarization in government. 7, crime. 8, immigration. 9, abortion. 10, health care. I bet you if you went 11 through 19, you would not find voter fraud on that list. Statistically, this isn't a systemic problem. Voters aren't asking for us to focus on it, so why are we here? Why is this the emergency issue, the urgent issue that Congress is debating nearing 11 o'clock on a Wednesday night? It is first and foremost because Trump is demanding it. He has said he will not sign any other legislation until this bill reaches his desk, and Republicans in the Senate are compliant. They are employees of the president, and so he has said, this is the bill I want, and so they are attempting to deliver him this bill. He believes, I think wrongly, but he believes that this bill will give him special powers with which to change the electorate in his favor. But we are also here because Republicans do not want to talk about the issues that are actually top of mind for Americans. They do not want to talk about prices or the economy or health care. They do not want to talk about corruption in government or the cost of living. That's probably the primary reason why we are debating this bill. Because if you asked Americans what should be in a Save America law, they would not say this. There are 4 million Americans that are losing their health care as we speak. 4 million Americans. There are 20 million Americans that right now are getting ready to sit down at the kitchen table and figure out how they're going to afford a 100% increase in their health care premiums. There are millions of families right now, because of the actions of Donald Trump and Republicans in this Congress, who are deciding whether they are going to pay the tuition bill for their child next semester, or whether they're going to have to come home and postpone college for a little while because they just can't afford college and health care. That's a crisis in this country. That's a healthcare cataclysm happening in this country. There are hospitals and birthing centers and clinics that are closing in every corner of America because of the multi-trillion-dollar cut to Medicaid. 4 million Americans losing health care, 20 million Americans seeing an enormous health care increase, hundreds of clinics closing. We're not talking about that tonight. Our economy is in trouble. The economy lost 92,000 jobs in February. The chairman of the Federal Reserve said today that we have had zero net job growth in this country over the last 6 months. The unemployment rate is 4.4%, up from 4% when Donald Trump took office. Long-term unemployment, 25.3%, up from 21% when Donald Trump took office. Unemployment rate for black workers is 7.7%, up from 6.2% when Donald Trump took office. The economy grew at an anemic 0.7% in the second quarter of 2025. We have lost 100,000 manufacturing jobs since Donald Trump took office. We are losing jobs left and right. This economy is in trouble, but we're not talking about that tonight. This administration is raising prices on people all across the country. The tariffs alone, if the administration succeeds in maintaining its current level of tariff revenue, will cost the average family $2,500 this year. Who in America has $2,500 lying around? Okay, the folks who pay the ticket prices to show up and sit next to Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago have $2,500 sitting around, but 40% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 40% of Americans don't even have $400 saved for an emergency medical procedure or a car repair. The majority of Americans cannot afford Trump's tariffs, which are going to charge them $2,500 in additional costs this year. That's just not a bad economy. That's just not bad luck. That's the President of the United States making decisions to purposefully raise people's cost of living by $2,500 this year. And then he makes it worse because his war in Iran is jumping gas prices. Those increased transportation costs will soon increase grocery costs. There is an inflation and cost of living epidemic in this country, and we're not talking about that either. The White House is for sale. For sale. This is the most corrupt White House in the history of the country. Number 5 on that list of what Americans care about today is corruption in government, because they are scratching their heads wondering why this Congress is not talking about the fact that the President of the United States was just gifted a $400 million plane by a foreign government as a gift. They are wondering why we aren't having hearings on the secret payments that the President has been getting from foreign governments as private, quiet, secret investors in his cryptocurrency businesses. They are scratching their heads wondering why we aren't spending our time talking about the fact that the President's family has all of a sudden shown up on the boards of corporations that are getting contracts from the federal government. This White House is a 24/7 grift operation, but we're not talking about that this week on the floor of the Senate. And oh, by the way, we're at war. We're at war again in the Middle East. 12 Americans have died. We have a new war breaking out as a consequence of the President's military action in Iran between Israel and Lebanon. 1,000 people have already died in that conflict. The entire region is on fire. The President can't articulate a single reasonable, realistic endgame scenario for this war. We haven't had a single hearing in the Senate on a war that is underway right now in the Middle East. We aren't talking about that on the floor of the Senate this week. And we have a Department of Homeland Security that is out of control, that is murdering American citizens, that is terrorizing our communities, that is tear gassing schools, that is disappearing legal residents. And we aren't talking about that on the Senate floor either this week. Inflation, the economy, cost of living, corruption in government, polarization, crime, immigration, abortion, and health care. These are the issues when you ask voters, they say Congress should be focused on. They don't list voter fraud because the rate of voter fraud in this country is 0.00845%. There are serious problems in this country. There are families going through hell right now because of what Republicans have chosen to do to raise people's costs and to hurt our economy. There are Americans dying overseas right now in an illegal, unauthorized war that this Congress refuses to do oversight on. We could be spending our time saving Americans by reducing their costs, creating more jobs, or actually doing our congressional duty to make sure that we don't waste lives and treasure overseas on forever wars with no end. But instead, we are debating a bill that is going to withdraw people's right to vote because Donald Trump has ordered congressional Republicans to give him a tool that he thinks will help him steal this election. I ran for the Senate to work on real problems, not fake problems and conspiracy theories. And there are a whole lot of real problems that this country is facing right now that this Senate should be focused on. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.